Yeah, we can see that they also were interested in breaking that red yellow line. It became a target for them. They were thinking about it roughly the same time that I was mentioning it as well, and they ended up breaking it. You can tell it's an institutional move. It's not just the public all piling in at the same time, but likely an institutional move, continuing the plan that they started in the overnight session. So we get back to, you know, they didn't want people to have it. Should they make it as clear and clean for people when they all get on? Because we know right here, that was a time where people really, it's still pre-market session. Options traders aren't allowed to trade that. And here, I notice when people are allowed to trade, they've stripped people from the traditional entry. You know what I mean? So that it's not. It's like they're trying actively to make sure that people are out of their way, so that they can continue their plan. And mhm. Yeah. The way that I see this one too is almost like it was a rising wedge that had even distribution on both sides, like and a way to like it's an insult to the Bears as a pattern that they have has been so tarnished and not able to really work the way that they wanted it to. Like what I'm wondering is if this is part of a squeeze, like if they manage to get a lot of people to short it and go for their stops, because ultimately, like what I had to say about this area on the daily is that it was very likely that we overlap these past couple of days. And I'll make a video about that. And I'm just like, I don't know why the world wants me to go and find every time that I mentioned that these 2 days would be taken back. And I'm like, I know I did it multiple times in a row. And I guess I'll watch 3 days of 6-hour videos just to fucking prove it. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Why don't people understand if they were there, if they followed the rules? Be like, damn, it did take back those 2 days, just like he said. And I'm like, but it's for some reason it's like everybody's still oblivious. I don't understand why. Which is annoying on my part, but it is what it is. But I will make that video. I released one that was about catching the uh, the low to high of this movement that we had prior to the dump. But we knew that those days, like I started off the day explaining that you didn't want to keep, a runner going, that you didn't want to keep that same mindset of, hey, we're going to try and latch on to the long term trade because all of it literally just got wiped out. And all those people that were holding and trying and holding and trying, they were burning up energy, right? And I could tell they were going to burn up their energy, just persisting and persisting and persisting. Where at the end of the day, we could see that, you know, from this point down here, I made a video about drawing all the way back into there. That remains the low. And literally until this dump. Like there was only one best way to see the best price and to understand its value the entire time until the weekend. And obviously the weekend's news, whatever there was, it just so happens that in our reality, it just came back exactly for the people that started in the week before. It didn't come back anymore for any bearish people to profit anymore. So it's not like that move was for the bears to profit on. It was directly to come back and pick up anybody's stops that was positioned beneath the low. And when they picked them up, what did they do with them? They made it so that when people woke up the next day, they couldn't buy their positions back from the bottom, could they? They could do nothing. All they could do is sit there and watch as their trade continues. And I'm like, isn't that an interesting fact? It's not my opinion either. It's a fact that if they had to stop anywhere at a profit or anywhere along their way up, then they were liquidated and their trade literally was robbed from them. And the institutions we can see make their mark with these giant movements at the open to signal that they are still, in that trade that didn't start from down there, but rather from a place like you can see that they clearly began their endeavor. And no movement has ever threatened where they began from. Just remember that. All these movements up here, they're not for them. They're for all the schmucks that start late. You know what I mean? So what do they offer them today? They offer them the middle. They offer them the area where everyone else has always been allowed to trade. Let's make it a little bit exciting and move through it. Maybe they'll trade it then. And I can see that all they've done is shot up into an area that basically is that exciting zone. Like you can see that whole node's been used now. It's like, oh, I bet you they're trading in there like they always do, growing the node, you know. And I'm like, this is the node of shame that I mentioned earlier, where basically people get off on it because it's something they think they understand. And it's hmm. Yeah, I don't use them. Yeah, so as well as we have this sort of grind on the green zone. Earlier we were talking about, hey, when we get involved with a range, we might have to grind the green zone to create some support there. So when we fall back to the red zone, or sorry, from the red zone, we have something to stand on. If we didn't create any kind of node here, if we didn't create any kind of volume here, then it would be very difficult for it to catch the price if it was to fall back to an area like this. And as we spend time here, we can see slowly the node grows and becomes more and more predominant for us to be able to stand on as a platform as we pass it. Better start finding those times in the daily charts where I was mentioning. I think it was over 3 times that I mentioned these past 2 days would be taken back. And this entire area could be a potentially a 15-day chop zone, like what I explained in the video. Is if we were to even remotely do what we did on the left here, like if we were to make this into somewhat of a right shoulder type environment, all of the stuff that we do in this zone right here is likely to be constantly overlapped. If we think about, where the plan began from and where the node is here, it reminds me of just like what we were looking at on the 1 minute, where we shot up into that node where everyone was allowed to be for so long, and now we're just ranging the node. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like what we're doing here too. Both time frames in an area that's absolute crap. Like think about how this area has treated people before. Any move that ever happens away from that red line comes back to it as quickly as it left it. And you think because you start from here now that it's not going to. That's naive. Think about how many times we came back in this concentrated area. Like right now, we're prone to being able to attack this red line at least 5 times, at least 5 days. Each one of these bars is a day. And look at how many days we came back to this level and reverted back to it. Now we've done it, what, once, twice, 3 times maybe? And I'm like, this is really the first time we've managed to come back actively to it. I find it very likely that we're going to come back up to it as well and attack it from below. But will we want to use the bottom of the node first? Will we want to actually make the neckline, predominant, like, or sorry, the shoulder level predominant, because the neckline's really nice, you know, and and generally speaking, if we were to use the whole presence of this node, getting down to the low of that node would look like getting down to the low of that shoulder. So I'm like, is that wrong? Are we going to lose money trying to fucking buy it before it gets down to that right shoulder? Because it would be disregarding and neglecting the potential for this right shoulder to form. And at the end of the day, when we choose to take risks in an area like this, uh, we have to say, like, hey, there's a very high likelihood that whatever trades we take are going to come back to where we begin from. And that could be over the course of the next couple of days, few days, 5 days even. So I can see that immediately right off the bat today, there was a lack of interest from nearly everyone in the world. The ATR has been increasing slightly. We started at 11, and now every 1 minute candle is about 23 points. So when gauging stops, it's really helpful to determine how big each candle is. If you want to say, hey, like how much wiggle room should I give each level when I'm buying on it or shorting on it, to know how much the average size candle is can drastically help in determining your stop. Like right now, for instance, 1 minute candle is 20 points. Like if you, for instance, if you wanted to let one candle, one average size candle, move beyond, where you're buying, just to give it wiggle room for one ordinary candle, that would be 20 points. And I'm like, wow, yeah, that's true. Just to have one measly candle come through your level that you're buying on, you would have to give it 20 points room for it to just be an average candle. So just to have perspective like that, if you're using like a 5 point stop, you're not even letting it, you know, get a quarter of a freaking candle. You know what I mean? So other days when we have started out and it's a 10-point ATR, we might tailor our stops to that 10-point ATR and notice that later in the day it's 20 ATR now and we still got a tight stop and we don't even let half a candle through our movements now. Like that's the irony of it. So if we have to allow for a wider stop just to be able to get the flexibility we need, then we have to reduce size to reduce risk. Because if you take on the same amount of size and have a wider stop, you're increasing your risk for, and that's just dangerous. So it comes down to trade management and having these already pre-thought of, scenarios and is key because you don't have to think about how to manage your stop, in terms of what size it should be. If you already have a system for it, you don't have to be confused about it. You don't have to be wondering about it. You can already go into implementation mode immediately and adjust the stop to the appropriate size ATR for whatever um, you're trying to do. And now we're effectively inside of another range. We've managed to, breach the interior of this range. We can still see there's quite a few ranges in this area. Like obviously, we spent a lot of time here before, and these ranges were created in that big chunk on the daily that we're just getting involved with now. It's kind of a mouthful, but I do say like the saying that there's a lot of maybes in the middle. And right now, it might not seem like we're in the middle on the short term, but where we're crossing in the bigger picture is an area that's had us locked in for prolonged periods of time each time that we return here. So, what are the odds that we get stuck here when we pass through again? We'd be naive not to consider it at least. It's like when you're driving on a journey and there's like a muddy part of the road and like, okay, better, you know, consciously approach this part of the road and fucking, actually navigate through it without damaging your car or getting stuck, right? Like, or let's say it's really snowy and you were prone to getting stuck there the last time you went on that journey. You're going to be cautious about just driving through the problematic part. You're going to be maybe, looking for an area that has more traction, and you'll be conscious about the problem, so you'll be able to resolve it that much easier. So as opposed to like, the guy that's in front of you, it might be his first journey on that road and he's getting stuck, like guaranteed. If he's not paying attention, if he's not looking for the danger, like he's more prone to getting stuck in the danger. So that's why I talk about it, and that's why I bring it to the table um, before it happens. And right now we can see that we've kind of gotten through that sort of chunky muddy area, and we're inside of this range now where we're confined within the barriers of it. We've never seen what it's like to hit the red zone. Does the red zone send us back to the green? Becomes one of the most important questions, because I'm like, well, we're in a range. Can it be used? Like, is it allowed to be used? Well, I'm like, well, I would say so. There can be things that can, speed its journey along and make it use less or more. We'll have to look for cues like that, determining whether or not when we break a trend, are we going to respect the barriers of this range? Like our trend right now is pretty steep. It's very unlikely to hold for a long time. And when we do break it, could it be because, like, okay, think about this for instance. That trend's super steep. We got maybe 1 or 2 minutes chilling at any level before it has to break, right? Like, think about if we shot up to the red zone, how much time would it buy? Maybe 3, 4 minutes. I'm like, okay, if we spent 3, 4 minutes, or maybe even 5 minutes in the red zone, that would cause a trend break, literally. So if we break trend from somewhere like the red zone, it could easily mean the green. So we have to watch out for things like that. Obviously, even if we don't make it to the red zone and we create a downtrend along the way to the green, if we break a downtrend on the green zone, it can mean the red zone. So we have to watch out for trend breaks at the extremes of ranges to lead to the other sides of ranges. And once we've used a range, then we can easily say, hey, this range has been used. Are we likely to start thinking about leaving it? We're not there yet, but when we start thinking about leaving it, we'll start thinking about breaking and breaching the barriers of this zone. Now, to an ordinary person, they might not even know that there's a range here. They might not even know that it needs to be respected in a way that we know ranges can be uh, respected. Now, this is the point where the gap has been entirely filled. All of the movement that we had on the overnight dump there has been erased. It's been bought out, for correct terms, because that's true. It's not just like, oh, it's mysteriously erased. No, somebody bought it out. All of that was value to them, and they wanted everyone's contracts through that period of time. Now, all of a sudden, we're back at the point where the institutions were at their most profitable point of their trade, and it would be surprising for me to see them not continue their plan. We know that a lot of the movement that we do past the chop in the middle could easily be taken back down to it. So this exciting period that we're in right now, I mean, I've explained clearly in the morning that it could all be taken back, despite the fact that that movement is like 300 points, maybe. Maybe it's 300 points, literally. And all of it comes back. Maybe it comes back in an after hours time, incredibly inconvenient to the public. Lately, that would make a lot of sense. Now, the one kryptonite that the market doesn't, that they can't take from you is your willingness to dedicate time and perseverance to sticking with the right trade. And they know that when they do things in after hours sessions, they're significantly more likely to miss you, in those areas. So they choose those areas. I'm just going to grab a drink real quick. And it's become apparent lately that they've been picking those areas on purpose. But if we have determination, if we have persistence, then it doesn't matter because we'll be there for those times. They won't be able to shake us. You know what I mean? But right now, their strategy is to use your, routine against you. And I see that. And they're getting like literally 70% of the people to fall right in line with their plan by just changing their routine around what makes it most optimal to take advantage of the people that do 9 to 5. And they don't even do 9 to 5. They do like 9 to 11, which is shameful. I'm like, if you have a passionate interest in your industry and, you want to be the best in it, how is only working a fraction of the day, and understanding a fraction of the day going to help you tomorrow? Like, I don't understand that, like, at all. Like, I believe that everything that the market does is meant to be studied and part of its plan, part of its journey, part of its life. And we disregard half of the information that it chooses to give us for what? I see no good reason. They're slacking, I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to do things the right way, properly, and get it done properly, even if it's very difficult. No matter the time that it takes to do it, it's like, do you want that task done? My elders would say to me, so, like, you're never going to accomplish that task if you don't actually do, the thing that's required to complete it. And if you find in every single which way, shape, and form that you want to get to your goal as quickly as possible without learning, without advancing, without, thoroughly completing the task at hand because Netflix is calling, I'm like, ay. To me, that's not effective. Like, I look at like NHL players, I look at sports players, how much dedication they put into it, and I feel like, and I look at Wall Street, I see how much dedication they put into it, how much care they still put into it, and versus the public, it seems to be a very strong contrast from how much people care. You can see the institutions really care. They're there all times of the night, clearly moving the markets, like at areas where everyone's sleeping. You could say that they care because of that. Where, when I can see the evidence, like when we came in this morning, there was barely any movement in the market. And I'm like, that's the people's chance to move it. And look at how they did. It was stagnating. 10 ATR. No excitement whatsoever. Which I find interesting. Like when I just explained that, that's how I see it happened. It's not like I'm trying to develop an opinion or anything like that. I haven't mentioned, a direction. We all know that my target is all-time high and beyond. But that's a long-term target. And obviously every short-term trade, is more attractive if it's in line with being able to continue into that long-term plan. So every short-term trade that we do take, is a little bit more attractive if it lines up with that long-term plan, because that your runners could run into that long-term plan. And it's as simple as that. It's true. And that's what I want for you. So at the end of the day, today is a tough day for that, because we know that we started from an area that's the middle. We know that this area usually gets a pop and then it comes all the way back down to it. And I mean, that just means that what people are given today, they're given, the middle and a pop, and then that pop's taken away. Then I start to be thinking about, hey, that's a really attractive time to start actually continuing the plan, the long-term plan, after we've thrown the public a bone and taken it away from them. And then they're going to be winded and tired and unlikely to want to continue. So we'll probably be in a good position to continue the plan. Will it be close to the close? Will it be slightly after the close? It's all about finding that right window. If the institutions, like, they work on contingencies, they don't work on, okay, this is, tomorrow at this time we're exactly going to do that. They can plan for it, but if everyone's in the way at that time, they'll be like, hold on. No, No, things like, I know this was part of our plan, but the way that everybody's been set up now, we can see it's not a clear runway to get to our target. We have to still create patterns. We have to still create, opportunities for the public to get in, so that when we want to execute our biggest movement, we've got the perfect amount of stops lined up exactly in the pathway that we need them, perfect amount of sellers that we know will buy them out along the way. And if we have too many sellers, it might be too expensive to buy the move out. They won't want to manipulate the market at that point. So they have to analyze, whether or not, there's a lot of people on the sidelines, whether or not there's like when they make these big moves, are we going to move it quick enough before they can click it? Are they all just sitting there waiting to chase? Have we went slow for long enough to assume that most of them are gone because of their lack of patience? Like, this is metacognition, thinking about other people thinking, and I do it on a daily basis. How are they thinking? Like, play chess more often, play pool more often. I was going to say go to the pub, but no, only to play pool though. But no, how do you go to the pub to only play pool? Are you 10 years old? No, I'm just kidding. But still, at the end of the day, I do think that playing games that have you think about your opponent's movements can condition you to think about your opponent's movements on a regular basis. And you'll see how much I think about the institutions versus the individuals, and how important it is to consider what they're both thinking. What's up? It's like a used up blue line. I got to dim it out for the yeah, for the sake of practicing. Like, I think that it's good to be able to get out of your comfort zone when you're practicing. Like, I would recommend, trying to get, like, to go on the sim, and actually just trying to, well, on a more active sort of scenario, trying to follow along with whatever plan there is. And there hasn't really been much of a plan today. There's been one red yellow line. We broke it, and we're kind of using this range. We broke this trend on a 3 drives pattern too, but I mean, it's hardly the most amazing of movements so far. But I did mention that if we come down to the green zone and break the trend, that it could mean the red zone. So right now, it's in an environment where, we have another situation where we're getting really tight up against that downtrend. And, if we spend a couple minutes grinding anywhere, it'll be forced to break. So I think about that. No, this, like, if I could remove the price altogether, I would actually. It's completely irrelevant. Every time I change this chart, it's going to change, and I'll never reference the price. So it's like, if I could remove it, I would. I think it's a distraction, to be honest. Like, it doesn't ever tell us where it's going to go. If I tell you the price, you can't tell if it's moved up or down to get to it. You have to look at this piece of information in order to get the real value. And a lot of people fixate on round numbers and price, and I watched it for a long time, and I've determined that the order book and the round numbers is all for it's all for it's all for the ordinary people, I guess. I had to refrain from calling them a vulgar name, but yeah, no, it's true. I'm against them, and I'm against a lot of the things that you'll find on the public. It's almost a process where you're going to find that you're going to have to relearn a lot of things, because I don't build off of what they do. I don't agree in having this, like, multifaceted, trading strategy that's not understood by the compass man. I believe there's one right way to do any movement, and coming to, like, that conclusion with multiple different ways is kind of crazy. I believe that, we don't want to try and reinvent 2 plus 2 equals 4. There's clearly, one right way to capture all of the value in a movement, and trying to refine or redefine that is kind of crazy. So, like, when I can see that most of the movements, or if not 90% of or more of the movements, can be captured using methods that I understand, trying to, like, refine them is kind of insane, because they already capture so much of the market's movements as they are. So I see it that way. And I believe in, everybody being on the same kind of page, rather than, this cesspit of everyone having their own strategy and being confused with it. I don't agree with that. Like, I believe in structure, like an actual firm, not just everyone doing willy-nilly, their own strategy. Because I see that it works out for the institutions when everyone has their own strategy, when everyone does what they want, when everyone tries to make it up themselves off of YouTube information. It's not effective, and I'm not a fan of it at all. I believe in, you know, learning one right way and having confidence in that way because that's the way that the market moves, and it's constantly adapted and versatile. It's not something that you can just write down and program into a robot, but a raw understanding of the market's journey and the ability to anticipate exactly what it's going to do in the future based off of the information and variables that it gives us on a daily basis. Nothing to do with what we've done in the past or what our strategies were yesterday. They're irrelevant the next day unless the market allows for them to be in play. So I see that, and everyone loves to just repeat the information that they know over and over and over again, when I can see that the market is just dying for us to understand its story and for us to adapt to its movements and to be with it on its journey. And I see it that way. If I had to say so myself. But like things like fair value gap and stuff, you'll never hear me talk about that, you know. And I to the point where like it's dangerous even for me to even understand that stuff, because there's like I already know the market's movements, like 90% of them, literally more than that. So trying to dig into other information that kind of skews my perspective is very dangerous, and I really actually I cannot be exposed to it. I don't want to actually hear it at all, ironically. So it's kind of like, you know, I have my way and I'm set in it and I believe in it because it works, you know. And I'm not in this kind of like, you know, wondering phase of, oh, what should my strategy be. I'm like, no, I create a strategy for every day of the week that matters to the market, you know, because we can find, like, even today there's been multiple things that it has done that we can see are clear value. Like, for instance, every time that it breaks a trend, even the most recent one, we pinched into it, broke it quite well. Anybody that wanted that trend to break since I placed it in is up if they're long. We've just hit a B point right now. It's almost at a 61% retracement of the entire dump. We know that all trades that are taken in the green zone could potentially lead to the red zone, all things that I could make into a video if I needed to. And yeah. Hmm. Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I well that's the thing. Like the core trades that you were taking were in the direction like down though, right? So like where we are right now is potentially in an area that could fire us up. Like you're taking the short trades in this little area in here, basically. That's what it's like. So we're playing with fire with those ones anyways. Like we know that just generally in this area, if we were to be in a trade that we wanted to make a keeper, it should be a long trade ultimately. Like we should be going from green zone to red zone. That's the real money here. Hmm. Yeah, because now it's also the fact that if we do go to the red zone, it will be on the failure of of a head and shoulders. Like this is a head and shoulder. Everybody's like, "Oh, I see the right shoulder," and in my opinion, they're all getting set up for a squeeze, where there's potentially, you know, there's 72 points as the area for the dark part of this range, where basically that entire shoulder could be wiped out, and we could blow through the 61 to get to that red zone. This is like a ploy on the public right now, so I wonder. So when we first popped up, it didn't quite make it to the 61, but if you drag it down, it looks like it did get there. Now just remember, that fib was placed on this candle's low. It has never managed to go up to the 61 and actually hit it. But in my opinion, this looks like it's a robbery setting up for a squeeze. The next trend to break should be this one, and it has a chance to send us all the way up to the remaining 72 or whatever points I mentioned to get to the red zone. We know that now, as a result of all the movements that we've made in this area, what we're left with is something that looks very triangular. And we know that even shooting all the way up to the red zone, coming back down to the triangle could be an excuse to come back down to the green zone. You know, like we have to start thinking about whether or not, if we go to the red zone, whether or not it has the capacity to send us back down. Now, I can see that there's fibs at the red zone as well that we were looking at on the bigger picture that have the capacity to send us back to that 61. To me, going up to those levels and coming back down to these ones would be just like doing it on the bigger picture here. See how we have the 141, 127, and 113 coming back down to the 61? Well, that same thing is happening over here on the short term. Nice, you managed to grab the volatile part of that. And like, see, exactly, click click click. You know what I mean when I'm like, I tell you, I used to say that all the time, you know. It's about click click click, and you know, you just default to doing that because you're getting experience with, you know, just high volume trading. And it's not even high volume trading, it's high velocity trading, really. That's what it is. um High velocity trading. And uh-huh. Oh yeah, so equivolume is really useful for being able to determine if there's volume in the current candle. Like let's say for instance, if we crack through a bottom like this and we're just approaching it, approaching it, approaching it, and then all of a sudden we breach that bottom and you can see the candle's really fat, you can tell that all those stops underneath that candle were just triggered, and as a result, all those like what happened on his screen where the biggest candle that breached the low was actually the fattest one. And you can tell that was just like they just came down to grab everyone's stops, and that was the name of the game. Yeah, yeah, it's good. It's all good. The triangle is struggling to exit, but we do want to see the trend break ultimately. It doesn't make this environment any better than when I first sat down. At the end of the day, when we looked at the bigger picture here, where's our big sideways, and are we anywhere away from it? When we really think about that general area that we spent all that time in, could we say that we're in that area right now? And I'm like, yeah, the current price is right there, moving. So just because we think we've moved slightly around inside of this area, does it make it closer to where the institutions began? Does it make it less prone to have people here? I'm like, no, no. All of this area is full of people. All of these movements are for ordinary folks to get caught up in. And I find it very, very likely that in the future, just like the past 2 days on the daily, that we just come back and swipe over all this because this is where they're allowed to trade. So what are the odds we're going to allow half of them to be lucky? Like if we swipe over them in the after hours session, anybody that has a runner going, they'll be dealt with and they won't be at their computer to rebuy it. And if they are there, they're likely going to be timid because it's outside of market hours and they don't feel as comfortable. So, you know, the institutions really can have them in a position where we can say, hey, they're pretty predictable. Because I'm like, isn't that another thing too? When you have your strategy every day, we know that the institutions use algorithms to track data, right? So if you have a predictable, simple strategy that's able to be repeated in a sentence, what are the odds that you're not predictable? God forbid that you're the only one left in a consolidation one day and they know exactly what kind of trades you make and how to get rid of you. In my opinion, it's just another number for the algorithm to crunch, and you're not even trying to make it hard for them. Like that's the funny part, right? In a general sense, when we think about it, because what would be the most attractive thing if I was to ask the institutions, what would you want the people to do? Oh, well, have them do the same thing every day. That would make it easy for me to take advantage of them, especially if they did the same thing every day and tried to implement it the same way every day. It's like, okay, when we have a head and shoulders like this, we can gauge exactly how many people are biting, exactly how many people have shorted, where they've placed their stops, exactly how many people are trying to get involved. Now, what's funny is the institutions are undoubtedly always going to be interested in the lowest hanging fruit, the biggest clump of people, the biggest clump of idiots to take advantage of at any given time. And that's the irony, because they're not going to be interested in the ones that make it extremely difficult. Are they going to focus on you specifically when there's a fucking whole basket of fruit over there on the table they could easily just grab? A bunch of people aren't even looking at the charts, all clumped into one pattern that they learned on Google that's as easy to read as a stop sign. And I mean, they think they're taking over Wall Street with shapes that are like, easy for grade 4 people to comprehend. I'm like, they got to try a little bit more than that. They got to try a little bit more than 2 hours. They got to try a little bit more than one sentence strategies. And I'm like, what's funny is if we go back into the library, back into the books, back into 1980s and 70s, those simple strategies worked. And I can prove for years and years and years and write books on them for years that, hey, if you do this, then you'll get these results. But guess what? It's not the 80s anymore. It's not the 60s anymore. And those strategies, they show up from time to time to make people think, oh, it's still happening. But really, they're so infrequently playing out the way that they have for decades that I can see that they're more used against the public than they are for the public. And until we wrap our heads around that, we're in danger, in my opinion. That's the only reason why I say it, because if we don't understand that things have changed and we're obliviously going into it, that's a big problem. So what's the solution? versatility, taking the information that the market gives us every day, the factual information, not our opinionative information. Like there's a fact that there's a trend line here. There's a fact that there's a range here. There's a fact that there's a blue line there. There's a fact that these fibs are exactly where they are. I cannot take that fib set and change it and make it more proper or accurate or give us better information. It is not my opinion that that's a 61. It is a 61% retracement of this movement measured with a tool. So, when I can see that we can apply tools to get factual information, to develop our understanding of the facts in the environment, like should we be taking action before we've done that? It's like definitely not. I think that there's certain things that we can identify every single day as soon as we sit down. Like, do you think you should begin before you identify the trend? Like, is it an uptrend? Is it a downtrend? Is it simply high? Is it simply low? Like, I would say that those are some easy things that every human being at least analyzes before they get involved every day. If we skip those things, we could be in major trouble. And there's no point in skipping them because they only take 2 seconds to check. So I'm like, what other 2 second checks could we make that could make our lives significantly easier and safer throughout every day? Becomes the question. Optimization, not just focusing on the next $20 bill. Yeah, well, you managed to sell everything off for a profit so far, and you still have some exposure. You're in a position where pullbacks could be attractive to grab. You know that having that stop on that last contract, yes, it is protecting your trade, but at the end of the day, there's not a lot of damage that one contract can do to you. So you can, in theory, be more flexible with that stop. You know, like it's not like you have six contracts and you have to, you're really concerned with it. If it dropped back to your average price, like it's not that you had to remove it, but you just, you don't have to make it be like, oh, if it's going to drop down and it's going to reverse off of that level, like don't let it fucking do that to you again, like on one contract. You know what I mean? So like just actively try and manage the stop so that, because you want your trade. And if it comes down and it comes close to it, just think, I know you have a stop, but it's not defining your trade. You're interested in having more than one. That's really what you want. But you're looking for an opportunity to be able to grab extra if it so offers it. Like test the green zone. Like in my opinion, we could be at the brink of a breakout or something, but it hasn't offered many 61s or pullbacks. Like today, it's been like that in general. Like we have been trying to avoid the bullish reversal patterns more so, and we've been trying to we didn't do the sideways up and down fully. We avoided the green zone. We didn't really use any developed fibs. It's like they're trying to start things early so people don't catch the normal periods. So I've got that at the back of my head today where they're actively trying to make sure that you don't get the usual setup that you're used to allow you to get in on the trade. They don't want you in on the trade clearly, or they would have pulled back to 61s. They would have not done sharp snappy moves but allowed everyone to get their trades and been kind to them. But instead it was like, no, give me your shit and we're going with it. And the funny thing is it's actually very slow, so a lot of people are actually thinking about quitting their days at this point right now, which is ironic because this is the first slow that I can see is likely to get rid of the first batch of people, the really impatient ones. And what's so funny is that the institutions can count on them to just quit because that's how we make people nowadays, weak. You know what I mean? I'm like, unless they just have something so much more valuable to be doing than making money in the stock market, I'm like, oh, geez, every day just calls on them to do something more valuable, to be, instead of spending the time preparing for your next endeavor in the stock market or managing that endeavor to the fullest of your ability, it's easier to get distracted by other things. But I think that right now it gives me motivation when I can see that they're using patience against the public to get rid of them. I'm like, it really is a test of patience, and it proves that you have it when you can make it through it. If you have ants in your pants syndrome, where you're just trying to, like force out a trade in an environment like this, it would be rough. And I think the market has a good way of kind of teaching the people that begin in the slowest areas that are most readily available. We oftentimes like to overlap them and make it difficult for them, returning back to where they began frequently. And here we're just tapping that green zone again. The whole green zone could be used, but ultimately I am interested in getting to the red is the way. But if I had to say aggressiveness, would be at like 25%. Like that's how I feel about it. And I mean, other days we started at extremes where we can see that there actually is a visible extreme to the day. We don't even have that today. We've never seen an extreme in nothing. We're contained entirely within yesterday, and all of the value that we have today is still contained within previous movements. So when I say that it's the beginning of nothing today, and that everyone that begins today is beginning somewhere along a plan that's already begun. And they do not respect or recognize that whatsoever because they have the time to trade. So that's the good time to trade then, I guess, right? Because they have time for it, so they better make the most of it. Doesn't matter if it's a terrible place to trade, they have time for it. And that's how people operate, which is just, I'm shaking my head. I'm like, what about, if you're there all of the time, then you know that you will be there for the best times. That's the irony of it. So why would you FOMO? Why would you feel like you're going to miss out? Because you will be there to take action if you're doing your job. If you're there as much as the market wants you to be, and you're there for the times of value, of course, yeah. You should manage it. You're likely going to be there for when it makes its movements. And ironically, there won't be another move that somebody could reference that you wouldn't know about. And if you weren't there, then somebody can reference a move and you'd have no idea of it. How would that ever help? And looking back in retrospect is nothing like experiencing it as it's being created. Like when we look back at the Head and Shoulders, in some cases we might not be able to tell where the stop killers were or how fast it moved at the time that it was there. It might just blend into certain chops and so on, not giving us the full picture of exactly how people experienced it when it was there. I value those experiences. I see the public does not. I differentiate in that way majorly. But I can see that who do I share my way with other than the people on Wall Street that are dedicated from beginning to end, and they're my enemies truly as well, so at the end of the day, like, why let them have it on you? It reminds me of hockey players watching their opponents play. You don't think they watch the other teams play when they're not playing? Of course they do. To know exactly their enemy. And I'm sure they all get along. Like they could all play on the same team together. They probably, get switched around quite a lot, and they're all generally like similar in many ways, and they all can get along together. I would think, you know. But at the end of the day, while they're on a team, they hate each other. I think if they're opposing each other, so it's interesting. They'll study each other and study each other's weaknesses, and if they're on the same team, obviously it's good to know your team's strengths and be able to build off of them as well. But that's another thing that I see the individual has no interest in is team. It's all about me, 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 my money at the end of the day. This is my job, my work, my clock in time, my hours. I'm like, what is that? Get out of here with that shit. That's how I feel. And I see that mindset just doesn't fly in institutional worlds. But when I look online, I can see that so many people are interested in learning from people rather than institutions. And institutions, their voice is so low when they have such an ability to give you a message if they ever wanted to. But for some reason, it works best for them just to have you do exactly what you're doing. To have everyone doing exactly as they are is the best thing for the institutions. To have everyone out there fighting over each other, at the same time, that they're a team fighting all of you at once. A team of professionals against a free-for-all of people, where the people are all shooting each other and attacking each other, and the institutions are defending themselves as a team, protecting their assets as a team, making plans as a team, and supporting each other as a team. And I'm like, what's gonna come out on top every time? The pack of lions or like the individual coyotes running around trying to gnaw on each other's legs? I find it very unlikely that the people stand a chance. So, we're in their domain. We have to understand the market doesn't move on what people think anymore. Clearly, the institutions create all of the value, and knowing their plans is key. Now, how do you think they make their plans if it's not around the people? If it's not, hey, there they are. What do you think they're going to be talking about them like? They're going to mention them like that. Oh, there they are, stuck in the node. Where are they today, Jim? Oh, they're in here. We've got them stuck in this node. Here's their triangle. Do you see them all stuck in there? I'm like, yeah, they'll be talking about them just like that. All these people just jammed in there. Oh, good job. We've got them all locked into a head and shoulders again. It's like a double whammy. First, people thought that this one was affecting them, and now we've got left shoulder, head, and right shoulder failing again, which is all great news, to getting to the red zone above. An ultimate target that we've been talking about for great time now, where we know that all movement that we do up there could easily come back down to where we are now. So anybody that is buying through the break of the trend is ultimately too late, and is suggesting that it cannot return back to the triangle from above, because I think it will. But that is the way I see it, ultimately going up. So you adjusted it and you're still in though, right? Yeah, and you didn't find anywhere that you were super attracted to buying in, but you still managed to keep it. Whereas before, you would have just been stopped out and left with nothing, and there wouldn't have really been an entry for you to get back in that you would have been satisfied with. So it's management for you a little bit. Because it would have annoyed me again too. I'm like, fucking hell. I'm like, seeing you go through these problems, you're eventually going to get annoyed with them. I'm like, oh, not this again. And I can see I'm still annoyed from myself doing it like years ago. And I'm like, no, we're not going to go through this 5 times in front of me. We're going to do it once or twice, and that's it. You know what I mean? So, and I'll actively, make it clear so you don't have to go through it 5 fucking times like I did. So, at the end of the day. Sometimes you have to learn things more than once, and that's the worst. We're human, so the only thing that locks in failure is quitting. At the end of the day. And it's gone. Yeah, now you can just click the F, I think, and it'll just track it for you. Oh yeah. Because I've had it before where I've needed to click the F when it's moving off the chart, but I'm busy buying or selling at the time, and the F can screw it up. I don't know if there's a hotkey to like recenter, but that would be helpful if there was. If you just go like Shift A and it was like automatically reset the chart. You're supposed to be able to do that on TradingView, but it's never worked for me. So we know that if there is a long-term plan, we know that if there is an institutional plan in play at any given time, that if it's a bullish one, is it acceptable at some point throughout the day for bearish patterns to maybe be challenged and then fail? Like we can see that the head and shoulders have been, treating people incredibly poorly. We identify that this was a left, this was the head, and this was a right, and it just like juked them. You know what I mean? No, I see that. And it's in the form of a 3 drives pattern, of course. Every time we fail a head and shoulders, we're left with the original left, the head, and then when the right fails, even if it's from here, it becomes a 3 drives pattern. Now, what's funny is where do people like to short head and shoulders from? They like to short from the right shoulder, right? They don't know that it's a head and shoulders from the head, so they can't really be in from there unless it's for a different reason. It has nothing to do with the head and shoulders there. People only recognize it is one when it gets to this point. So let's say the 3 drives pattern plays back out. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3. If we fall back down to 1, are the people that shorted the head and shoulders safe? Like they're at break even, but that's all they get. I mean, that's not like a good trade for them. They don't really get let off. Think about this one right here. Think about how we treated this head and shoulders and whether or not we're dancing on top of that left shoulder right now. Do you think they feel like they're getting, the profit that they deserve? Like think about this shape right here for a second. This is what our day looks like. Think about how the bears are being treated, how their information that's been around, since like freaking before we were all born. This pattern has outlived all of us, but at the end of the day, it's like it's been there since before freaking World War II. At the end of the day, so it's like really, really, everybody has an optimal, or what should I say, a good chance that they've come across it and understand it. Now, its meaning has changed. It doesn't mean that it's changed indefinitely. People love the idea of, oh, head and shoulders always means this. Oh, it's changed. What does it always mean then? I'm like, no, it doesn't always mean anything. That's stupid. Obviously, there's places where it can work, places where it's more effective to work, and there's clearly areas and environments like this one where they're prone to failure, and we can tell that before they even form, like before they're finished forming, that they were going to fail, that they were going to break the trends upwards, that we were going to ultimately treat them negatively. And yeah, here we are, coming back down to the triangle from above. When I think about the value provided from today, it still remains the case that most of the value that they have given today has been at a time where people cannot trade. And that when people can, all we seem to do is overlap the areas that most of them decide to trade. And this is one of them. This is one of the areas where we just, like, this is where they are. Like I said, the derogatory shame node again. Like what I was talking about in the morning, like node of shame, because that's where all the people trade just because they're there. They don't know what value looks like. They literally are trading because they have the time to trade. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a good time to trade. They just have that time, so they fucking trade there. And I'm like, ew, ew, what is that? And the thing is people think that they deserve good movements every day. Like there hasn't been, today. Like today is not the beginning of a long-term plan. It's not the beginning of where the institutions are interested in starting anything. Like why would somebody think that they deserve, the value part of the plan, when clearly this is where all the ordinaries like to show up, right? And this is how they're treated. This is their impact on the market. And it's a measly one, isn't it? So I think about that. So I think, like, what is this all for then? Because it's clearly not for the institutions to be making money hand over fist right now, is it? They're doing this for you. They're doing this because they know you don't like it. They know that every time that they do this, that you squirm, and that eventually, if they do it long enough, it'll lead to you making a decision that's not good for you. Because guess what? If you took a trade inside of this area, like, do you feel jealous about anybody that's taken trades inside of that area? I mean, like, what is it? The short trades or the long trades? Because they're so mismatched and evenly distributed that there's not one clear winner here. What do you think? The Bears or the Bulls? Well, the Bears are clearly freaking losing on their patterns. It's not like we've been failing bullish patterns. So the Bears are getting a little bit attacked more than the Bulls, sure. But it's not like the Bulls are making tons of money off of this failure. Like we're still here in the same area where everyone's been allowed to trade for so long. It's not like the institutions don't know you're in from there, kind of thing. They know everyone's in from where they've allowed it to be traded for the longest. So that's the irony of it. Where do you think the next big clump of people to take advantage of are? And if they are obviously, you know, in the wake, how are we going to deal with them? In my opinion, it could leave this consolidation at any given time to just get to the red zone. But, obviously they're waiting for the right time to do that, for the right amount of people to leave. Because, hey, think, the institutions do have the ability to move the market at any given time, right? They can create something that looks attractive, but they can also do this. Would you say that this is an attraction or a deterrent? And do they do things to deter you? Because this sure as hell ain't attracting people, is it? And they have the ability to attract them if they wanted to, but they choose this. Isn't that interesting? They choose this. And what impact, what cause and effect is it happening? Or is it having? How do we feel? Is it working? Just think, is it working on you? Do you feel like, you should take a bad trade in the middle and get screwed on it? Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, I can tell you over 100 people have. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And it's just because they have this, it's like, oh, I only do Mondays or I only have Wednesdays off. I better make the most of it when I do have it. And look, then they're all forced to trade an environment that's bad for them just because of their routine. Is that being used against them? I can't prove it, but it certainly seems like it is to me. Now, how could we make it so that they can't use that against us? Well, don't think that consolidations are your kryptonite. Don't let it kill you off from the day. Understand that every consolidation's always ended, or we wouldn't have been able to achieve this price, because we would still be in the last consolidation that never ended. But it did. Every consolidation from 1942, from 1812, from 1937, from 1965, every consolidation from all those years, thousands of consolidations all ended for us to make our recent all-time highs. And that's a fact. So which consolidation do you think you're going to be in forever? Naive. It all comes to an end. You can either be there for it or you can be slacking. So that's the the cold hard truth on it. And I'm like, well, it's better to come to these conclusions sooner so that you know how to use your time. And like, would you be more pleased with yourself when it's all said and done that you've put all that you can into it, and you gave yourself the best shot that you at least could, you know, but if you don't even have all the information and you begin, how could you expect to beat those that do have it? I don't understand that. It's like having map knowledge in a video game, Like those that have it are at a significant advantage. And what does it take to get it? Time, effort, you know, playing the game. But if you got those guys that only play for half an hour every day, just get their fix, then leave, they're not going to be as good as those that spend more time doing it. Do you want to be good? I'm like, what the heck then? How are you going to get good by not understanding what the market's journey has been, and being with it is a huge thing. Sure, you'll learn even more than just understanding the journey. Um, and at the end of the day, I just think those are really, like, they're motivational points in a strange way, but like they're not like, it's motivational, yet it's not something that I feel like it's something that we want to like everyone wants to feel about it. I'm like, stop that. Stop trying to feel good about it. Stop trying to feel bad about it. Just understand that that is the way, and like we have to work with it. The institutions can create a deterrence or attractions. We can find value in being exposed from the green zone to the red zone. We can follow the plan at any given time, if we want to. I don't care how difficult it is. Did that chop get rid of you is the major question, and did we see the value in this area and the purpose for it? Did we navigate it properly? And if it was to do something like this again, would it be a risk or an opportunity for us? Those are all interesting introspective questions that it's like if you're at a hedge fund and the hedge fund manager asked you, like what your plan was, or like, and everything, and you couldn't answer, like, would you be pleased with yourself? Why would you take action on something that you had such a lack of understanding on? Would be their question to you, right? And having an answer for that is only reinforcing that you're literally taking action on things you understand, and that you're following a process that could have been created that day. Even doesn't have to be a process that's your strategy that you've written down and follow every day like a mindless robot, but it might have been the appropriate strategy for that environment, and you can explain why. And there's nothing more powerful than that. So at least that's the way I think about it. And it will be a never-ending process of adapting and becoming better, you know? Like, we can say that, like, our favorite sports player is the way that they are, but we don't know what they're going to be like in 2 years. We don't know what kind of strategies they're going to develop to be able to navigate the problems of the future. You know, we assume we understand their play style and the things that they like to do when they see opportunities to do them. But then we start to associate, you know, that player with doing that thing because that's what they did at that time, because there was a window for it. Now that they found that window a few times in front of us, we think that that's the way that they play. Let alone are we the naive ones when really they're a huge book of strategies that they can implement at any given time, and the ones that we see them do, we know them for, I guess, but maybe there's a lot more strategy in play than we even understand. And I respect that, even though I believe that sports players should be taxed 80%, but because they're useless in society, and if we redistributed all of their money, we wouldn't have any homeless people or starvation. But yeah, we could probably increase minimum wage by like how much if we just redistributed all the actors' money and all of the all of the all of the institutions' money. Yeah, that'd be good too. Make them start from scratch every 10 years. That'd be freaking interesting, wouldn't it? But no, they remain in control no matter what president is, and we don't even know their names. As incognito as Pablo Escobar was. And he wasn't even really incognito. He's actually terrible at that. But I only reference that because I'm like, in a land where everyone shows off all the time, the people that have the most money seem to be incognito. It's criminal, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I can't prove that they're criminals because we don't even know their names, do we? It's lovely. Perfect for them. But yes, here we are almost at the red zone. We understand that the majority of the movements can be taken back down to the green zone if we were to use the range even just once. Coming back from one side to the next can be about 72 points, And of course, breaching the red zone could initiate a grind that we could spend nearly as much time on the red zone as we did the green. And that's to somebody that doesn't know that there's a range here, they might be pulling their freaking hair out, you know what I mean? So I could see that. But yeah, quite remarkable really. For those that have the patience and persistence, here we go. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, good. Uh-huh. Mhm, mhm. Yep, yep, yep. And you know that if you did pick up more, you'd still be holding too, but that's just the way. So, like, the first step is obviously seeing the way that you want to do it, and then when you take action on it, you'll notice that it doesn't play out exactly how you envision yourself doing it, and you refine that until you get that satisfaction of being able to be part of that plan exactly the way that it should be traded. Because you can see exactly how it should be traded in retrospect, so that the next time that we get involved with that same sort of idea, you can start to pinpoint those areas of value in that setup, um, and manage it that much easier. But yes, the blue line that I just put in there, that could easily be attacked from above. We have to watch out for that. This one could be dimmed out. I forgot to dim it out earlier, even though we talked about it. There's only one blue line on the chart, and that's the one that I believe we're destined to hit. Any stop that's ever dragged on top of that blue line is likely to be destroyed. And also, um, it doesn't have to be eager about returning to it, even though usually it is. Obviously, when we get to it, it doesn't have to bounce on it either, even though it did last time. Like last time we got to a blue line, what did it do? It bounced off of it. And I mean, kind of created a W, which we could consider the B point for actually right now as well. Like if we put this on here and we're at like I was going to say a 261, 188, that B point down there has never truly been serviced by any real fib level. And we know that coming from the 200 to the 100, coming from the 127 to the 61, see, look, right, red zone to blue line. That was like if we had a gun to our head and it was like, oh, you have to take all of the movements that you see, like, would that not have been clear? I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, did I not make it clear that the red zone could go back to the green zone too, right? And I'm like, well, we're halfway there now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm like, I know it's not in the direction of the overall long term plan, but it is still a move that we could gauge very clearly. And it's an unfamiliar one. It's not something that's going to be in the book already, something that we've already had experience with. It's something that you had to kind of go out of your comfort zone to be a part of because it was different to what we're used to seeing. And I'm like, what do you mean different? You've never seen a red zone work before? I'm like, when we really get down to it, I'm like, it's not that different, but it's just different from what we've been experiencing lately. And obviously, the experiences that we've had on Friday can be and last week can start to be fading. We might not be as familiar with them anymore, even though how many freaking red zones did we see work last week or even on Friday? I mean, tons. But like, why can't I mention one? Why can't I remember one of them? Like, can you actually remember one of them? I'm like, you might be able to, but they're not on the top of my mind right now. That's for sure. So it's unfamiliar kind of movement. I could see, developing the aggressiveness to try and get involved with something that's so fresh and so new might be uh, uncomfortable. And I'm like, well, okay, if you miss that move, are you going to beat yourself up tomorrow? I'm like, you won't even fucking remember that. So I'm like, don't beat yourself up too much. At the end of the day, just to understand that it happened like that. And if we see a setup like that again in the future, you're going to be that much more inclined to take it because you understand it, than before. And, maybe I didn't get it out quick enough or something like that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make it a high probability trade. It made it a high probability that much of the value would be taken back. We know that these arrows here, or this arrow here, can take us all the way back to that 61. And at that 61, we just so happen to have a 100, which is where where these levels go to as well. So we've got two things suggesting that we could get there. And I'm like, how on earth do we get there without getting to the green zone? I'm like, what do you think? We're going to go 75% of the range and just avoid the green zone? It's possible, but we don't usually do that. Usually we would get to the bottom of it. And remember that this is the first time we've ever used this range. The first time. And if we take this original movement just out of curiosity and put it on, like what would it look like to make that move on the other side of this chop? And do we do that? I'm like, yeah, it would kind of look like the green zone. It would kind of look like the retest. And I mean, it makes it more attractive to grab it down there. It doesn't mean it has to get down there. It just means that if it does, it's a little bit more attractive. Now, a lot of people will be thinking about the value of it making an M. Now, it's true that we've just broken a trend like this one here, and it's trying to like retest it. The other one that was most relevant before is now dimmed and less significant as it is broken. We've already come back to retest it and move beyond. So that one is a trend of the past, along with this one. We can see that that trend still remains the most valuable trend break of the day. And what do I do when I see value in a trend break? I make it red yellow to emphasize it. Why do I make it red yellow? Because in human nature, stripy is dangerous, right? It's something that attracts our eye, like a snake, right? So or like a honeybee or something like that, or wasp, and or a tiger, right? Crying out loud. Hopefully you don't have that problem. But at the end of the day, the stripes are bad. If you see it in the water, it's bad. You don't want to touch that thing, do you? You don't want to touch anything with stripes on it, to be fair. And at the end of the day, but that I know of at least. But yeah, and it's because they're visible. It's like this is the nature sign for don't fuck with me, and you better see me. You know what I mean? Like you better see me because I'm going to be like it's going to make a big imprint on your life if you miss this kind of thing. Like and you try to interact with it unknowingly, it could have a major consequences to those that don't respect its danger. And that's the same in nature, same concept. And using that as a visual aid is like a subconscious visual aid that I try to make. Because if we got a lot of data on here, I mean, this stands out like no tomorrow. Like if there's one trend line I'm looking to break for value, I make it like that. And no trend has been made like that since then. And we'll see other trends that are like that too have broken with great value in the past. And I make them like that for sure. But everything from failing the original Head and Shoulders in the morning, to breaking that trend in the morning, to being able to, get up. Like we know that in order to fall from all the way up here, we have to get there. We knew that at the open, that a movement throughout our day today could take us all the way up there and then send us all the way back down, 170 to 300 points above where we were when I said it. All on a recording if I have to make one to prove that the information was there for you, ready to go. And I'm like, well, don't let me keep proving every single day without you on the plan. I'm like, why would that be good? And I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like this plan began from today. So it's like it's a disciplined thing to say, right, it's not at the beginning. I'd have to settle for less to be a part of it. You know that if you're going to settle for less, things have to be sacrificed, like size. You can't take the same amount of size that you would usually take and the same amount of flexibility that you would usually have at the beginning of a plan that offers the full value of that entire plan. Whereas today we did not have that circumstance. We started at a B point. We started at the play out point. We started in the chop, not at the beginning. So having the discipline and maturity to avoid something that's not as good for you as the beginning of a plan that you can nurture to the beginning to the end, from the beginning to the end of an actual plan, you know, because that's the safest way to do it. Now, if I was to tell you, right, what are the odds that we make retracements when we make trends? Now, if you're going to be in from the bottom of a movement, making a retracement means that you can handle every single retracement that the market can make unless it makes a new extreme. So unless it makes an actually better price than what you have, then every retracement can be handled. Every retracement can be endured. And that means that no retracement is a threat to you, just to your profit, your existing profit, which is a lot better than, making it in the event that you started from somewhere like the middle. This movement right here could be problematic for you in the future, whereas people from the beginning will not struggle with returning back to the middle in the future. But where did they begin today? They began today from the area that everyone was allowed to trade, all of this already being bought back up. So I can see that they oftentimes set the entire domain up for all the people to be herded into one spot like sheep. And does it feel like this is that spot? To me, it totally does. It's like let's show them another pattern that they know. Is this another Head and Shoulders? Well, the people from the past two Head and Shoulders certainly don't feel too good about it. So I'm like, hey, hey, hey. This one, I suspect what it's going to do is make an inverse head and shoulders right after. Like, I actually don't mind that. So, like, it's in the middle of the range. It's hardly, and like, if you're trading green zone to red zone, starting from here is never a good idea because it's always the middle of the range. If we're going to use the range, then every single move we ever do has to cross through this point. You're never going to be safe from, retracements if it can't, if you're in from the middle. Like, you can't do any 61 from the top, can't do a 61 from the bottom. Just middle area gets attacked so frequently. What's funny is don't be surprised if we spend the most amount of time in the area that has the least amount of value. Think about how much time we spend in areas that have the most amount of value, and then areas that we constantly keep overlapping, just keep getting attacked and attacked. We come back to those levels and pause there just to have even more people join the pack. But it's starting to remind me, it's not only like sheep, it's not only like a herd, but it reminds me of a blind school of fish where, if there was a type of fish that only relied on the body heat of the fish next to it and didn't even have eyes to be able to differentiate its own direction, that they literally had to be part of a herd at all times or they would be completely blind and useless alone. Like, what is that animal? Because that's what I see the individuals are most like. And then when I look at the institutions, I see, something more like wolves or lions, packs of intellectual beings that survive beyond their prey substantially more so. And yeah. And I find it, it makes you one step closer to them if you can understand how they see the people. And it's not in a kind way. I tell you that right now. They line the pockets of Wall Street and they're expendable, recyclable individuals that come out of the workforce and get sent back into it on a daily basis. So that's another belief that I have. As when they've taken too much out of the market, it's just easy for them to create a small piece of media that attracts a whole flock of other people into the market, and they can just do the same thing to them as they did the last people. And I find that how many times has that process occurred? How many cycles have we been through now? Because one thing that I see is that the institutions remain, whereas the people keep changing. So, who should we, you know, study? Do we want to be more like the people or more like the institutions? And which information is superior? Where the institutions to the point now, they literally will have to create news around their plans so that when people see big movements, they look immediately for the news to tell them why the move happened. Because if we don't have a news event associated with the movement, people will keep looking into it and they actually might look at the technicals. But if we have a news event telling them, they don't challenge that, they accept it because they're told to accept it. Weakness, like a Jedi mind trick, like a little Obi-Wan freaking like hand gesture, and their eyes just roll back into their heads. And I'm like, really? I'm like, is that what we are? I'm like, ugh. So it's like I don't like that at all. It's like terrible. It's like every faculty of my life would be working to try and make that not me if I was that. I would not be able to sleep at night if I was like that, you know what I mean? So everything in my life would be spent towards changing that about me if I was like that. If I needed to go search the news because whenever I saw a movement in the market that I didn't understand it so much that, oh, it must be news and that must be the most important factor, right? Like not anticipating it and actually seeing that it would do this before the news was even relevant. And yet people are so, you know, they're so it's like they've got a spell casted over them that even if I explain the raw data like days in advance, even in some cases, when the news event hits, everything that I've said is just flushed out of their brain and they just literally hone in on the news because everyone else is excited about it. Now you can relate to your friends and you have something to talk about because they're not going to understand the reality either. So it's better just to get off on the news and have small talk with them, right? And I'm like, I don't respect that. I don't. I see so many people are like that. I'm like, it's crazy. It's not for any great benefit, but it's just for raw acceptance and conformity. When the market conformity isn't part of it unless you're conforming with the institutions and their plans, because they're the ones that matter. Clearly, they're the ones that start things. They're the ones that create the value. And so long as we understand what they're doing, we can be with them. If we don't, then we can't. So what is our job before we do anything? Is to find out what their plan is so we can be on it. And they don't what's the word? They don't what's the word? Discriminate against short-term and long-term movements. I noticed that like so many individuals are either long-term traders or short-term traders. Like they can't switch the time frames. I'm like, what, why cannot we comprehend a time frame when it takes 2 seconds to switch it? Now, obviously, every time frame that's a longer-term time frame changes less frequently. Like that if I move away from this chart for 5 minutes, we're going to have another five candles. If I move away from this daily chart for 5 minutes, how's it going to look? Do I need to check it again? Like, do I need to keep checking this? Is there information that's constantly provided on this chart that I have to keep updating myself with? Like that I cannot see on the 1 minute? Like, is there information that I cannot like once I've looked at this chart and it's in my head, I understand where we are. What else do I need to comprehend from it? Why do I need to check it every 5 minutes? Well, I don't. That's the funny part. I don't have to check it every 5 minutes. I don't even have to check it every hour. And I can see exactly, that one candle will be affected. You know what I mean? So like when we constantly spend so much of our times checking, you know, these time frames that have such infrequent changes, we're not really adapting to the new data that the market is providing. And I can prove it. So like I'm like, why would people do that? I don't understand. You want to have an idea of the top down approach so you get this understanding of the longer term time frame so that you don't have to check it so frequently, and the more data that's provided, like sorry, the closer down that we get to the current market movements, the more information that we're going to be able to comprehend and a better picture of the story we will be able to tell. Like I'm going to go through this one more time, like I said the other day. Like everyone in this call, I would like to think was around when we had to be there at a time for a show. Like when the 90s and shit, when you had a show, it came on at a specific time, right? And you had to be there for it. Now there might have been a whole family where they all get together and watch the show at the specific time, and then there's a dude, part of that family, who works and he misses like 3-4 days of the show every week, and he wants to do it. He wants to catch up on it. He might even be the guy that had to record it with his VCR and stuff, and but sometimes he just has no time, so he doesn't have the full picture of the story. Then you got another person in the family that watches every episode and probably has a very strong opinion about the entire story, where everything originated from, how, all the characters, all the variables, all the problems that they've went through along the way, and exactly what makes them the characters of that story, right? But the person that missed half the time, are they going to have an as a strong of an opinion? Like, if you wanted to figure out what was going to happen by asking somebody what's going to happen next week's episode, who are you going to ask? The guy that barely knows half the fucking story, or the person that's so invested watching every fucking minute of that story, knowing every character? You know, like who's going to know more about what's going to happen next week? Just in the story we're talking about, just in the movie that we're talking about, in the series that we're talking about. And isn't it obvious that the guy that spends the time doing it, don't even get me involved with video games, the guy that spends like 75 hours, on one video game versus the dude that only does it for a couple of minutes. If you've ever played against somebody that plays a lot, you'll know immediately that your experience is likely going to be like that every time you face them, and it's uncomfortable. And I'm like, well, are they the institutions? Are they the young girl that watched the TV show every day, and the uncle that worked couldn't make it to, even though he loved the show and he wanted to see it so much, he just couldn't make it to it. And it's not his fault, you know. But we have one instance to live this life. We can either understand the market's journey to the fullest and take action on it in the most informed decisions, or we can have it as a side hustle. We can make it not as important as anything else, and we can get that kind of results. What do you think is going to give you better results? Treating it and doing it the best of your possible ability, trying, to think about it and be concerned with it and more often, Like I often say that it has to be something that pops into your head, like a breakup, or like a somebody that you're concerned with, like a, like even a child or something like that, where it's like you just wonder what they're doing, like you wonder what this person is doing because you care about them, kind of thing. And like that constant popping in of like, oh, this event has happened and I'm concerned with where this person is, or I'm concerned with where my family member is or something, or my dog or something. It's like you're just thinking, oh, what's he up to? The market should pop into your head at times that you're not clocked in too. If it's like only the times that you're clocked in that you're thinking about it, you don't really care. And I'm like, that's the irony of it. It's like, to me, I can't stop myself from thinking about it. It's part of my life. Like, every single moment of my waking day, I consider it. And do I do this because it's fun? No, I do this because it gives me an advantage. That is why. A significant advantage. So, but it's hard though. And I'm like, yeah, I know it's hard though. It's like, do you want the money or not? Do you, like, somebody tells you to work at McDonald's all day long, you'll do that. But when you're in your own control, in your own domain, in your own home, you don't have the discipline to monitor a computer. You like, even after hours. I mean, like, it just could be on. You could be caring about it, looking at it. And I'm like, I do. It's not like I'm asking you to do anything I don't do. But if you want to be like me, then it's like I would be foolish not to explain exactly what I do so that you have the option. The ball is in your court, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the way I see it. Never-ending process of becoming better every day too. So, and we just have to accept that the moment that we think that we've got it, we stop looking into how we can become better. And I don't do that. I don't teach that. I work my fucking ass off to be better for tomorrow every day. Like I'm even talking right now, it's just like going over, the way that I think mentally, um, and um, and the key is to look at it very neutrally. Like, there's a task at hand. We're here and we're obligated, we're dedicated, and that's the way I see it. And we have a task and we have to complete it. We can either do it or we can be that person in front of God that does not complete that task. And I'm like, for me, it's like that relationship between me, myself, and God drives me into the things that I do, even though I'm not very religious. I mean, I guess that's a pretty religious thing to say, but I'm just traditional. Okay. I was taught by people that built our freaking world the right way, so I respect the old ways very much so. Even though I can definitely come around to why we've changed and why people are different now. Do I think it's better? Not necessarily, but I can always show them that it's an option. We can choose how we want to be, and I choose to be dedicated. I choose to be, persistent and perseverant and aware. Awake on it. Even though I know that this right now is something that most people cannot really derive a whole lot of value from, but neither can the institutions. And just understand that they're fucking waiting too. None of them like it either, but they know they're doing it for you. They're like, yeah, they just give them 5 more minutes, they'll leave for sure. And like, they can't take this. I bet you they're squirming in their seats, those weak bastards. You know what I mean? Like, literally. And if somebody said that about you, I'm like, well, fuck them. I'm like, I'm not gonna have that. I'll show them. I'm like, oh, I survived yesterday. I survived the day before. Every day that I've been alive, I've spent 24 hours doing it. Why? What do they think? I can't spend it doing this? And they're like, no, we think you're weak. And I'm like, wow, okay. Um, could could Well, this whole trend has been created on Head and Shoulders failing. I believe we're closer to the next working one than the next failing one. I can see over here too. We made another larger attempt at a Head and Shoulders that's kind of on an angle, but I do see the one that you're talking about there. This the smaller one. But like, when I identify all of these individual movements, I would say this is like a good left, this is a good head, this is a good right, left, head, right again, and then here, left, head, and then right again. So yeah, especially today, right? Okay. Yeah, and at the end of the day, like with Head and Shoulders. A lot of the times they can create something that is a triangle, and I find the triangle creates that deterrent that makes it not as attractive the trade because like when we were talking the other day, like to not like triangles is good. I totally agree with that. Like if you see a triangle and you feel like that you should step back for a second and observe, that's a good thing. It's a good feeling because like they don't provide incredible value, and what value they do provide often comes back. And I'm like, it's just a limited amount of value, and I'm like, to fight for that, to expose yourself to loss for something that's going to be taken back from you anyways, it's not as valuable as exposing yourself that could potentially run into like a long term run. Like this right now, it's yeah. Hmm. Right. Well, that's the thing. So what I'm looking for is actually for it to make a head and shoulders to an inverse head and shoulders. Like I wouldn't be surprised that the next thing that happened would actually be like an inverse head and shoulders of some sort. Didn't did, Yep, it could very well bounce off of it again. Depending on how it achieves it, sometimes there's like things that could suggest that it would want to break depending on how we get down to it. But ultimately, we're inside of the range, and we'll have to you know, respond to one of the barriers soon enough. The next one may be the green zone, but my favorite barrier to break by the end of it all is actually the red zone above. So like if we get caught up on shorting and then it eventually decides to continue the long-term plan and we end up missing that for a short-term short trade, that could be like a facepalm moment as well because we know from the beginning of the day that up is the thing. Even though we know that that 300 points that it can go up can still be taken back down, we know that today's journey is likely to be able to try and achieve these levels. So if we get caught up on shorting and it decides to start like blasting or something like that, we might miss the trade and it might be a loss as well. So I find it much more attractive to uh, yeah, much more attractive to catch the bottoms than it is to try and short the tops because the bottoms have that potential to have that long-term trade attached to it, which means significantly more points over the course of the rest of the day. You know, We'll see if we make an inverse head and shoulders. That is a bullish reversal pattern. If it happens on the green zone, that could be the cause of the trend break. If we break the trend from the green zone, just like last time, it could be in the red. And I mean, it is as simple as that. True, like something would have to be wrong with it for it not to work that way, which is a really interesting statement because something can be wrong with it. It's our job to look for those for those things, and I don't see anything right now that's incredibly wrong with it. So, does it look like it will create the inverse head and shoulders? Probably, probably. And we know as well that the inverse head and shoulders is a means to an end for the dump. So it's like, is this movement going to be one of the most valuable movements of the day in retrospect? Probably not. It'll likely be like a counter trend move, a kink in the chain along the big plan kind of thing. But we have to watch out too for the ATR to be falling off because right now this feels like a 10-point candle. You know what I mean? Like a very small, like where there was 20-point candles before, 25-point candles, we've reduced the average candle size now to 11, so there doesn't have to be as much of a wide stop on environments like this. When you're buying into a trade now, it's only going to be 10 points that it slips through the level just to create one candle beyond whatever level you're buying at. And I mean, usually when you buy into a level, I mean, it's allowed to move past it by at least a candle in some cases. You don't want to be so rigid with it, especially if a candle isn't a very large one. Like if we had 40-point candles, it's like, yeah, that's a whole other story. Letting 40 points through the area that you're trying to buy might be a little bit more uncomfortable, but 10 points totally manageable. So there's that. And often days, well, like when I talk about long-term plans, right? What do we do in between the beginning and the flourishing buffer days? Buffer days, and I want to talk about that for a second because, like, what do we feel like we're doing today? Is the majority of the day today spent advancing towards the plan or buffering people out of it? Because imagine people whirring from the bottom. If we come up here and sit here and they're all staring at a profit for a prolonged period of time, the most human inclination will be to just take their profit. They'll be like, oh, I took the trade. Now it's sitting up here. It's been multiple times now that it's tried to draw back. Wouldn't it be easy just to take the profit? And a lot of people will do that because they don't see any value in it continuing through the red zone above. But I sure do. Just remember that we're in between where the institutions definitely have began a plan where there has been much value to it. Slowing down like this is a tactic that they will use against the public because obviously people pull their hair out when this stuff happens, and it's not like one party's winning. Everybody loses for trading there. Bulls, bears, everyone's been overlapped for the past half an hour. It doesn't matter where you start. Like even up here, unless you got the best price, they came back for you. Down here, you caught that movement up, well, they came back for you. If you caught that movement down, half of it's gone. And I'm like, well, there's just such a small area, a small window for people to retain their trades in this environment that, and I'm like, oh, so the people that do have their trades right now, um, they're not safe from it simply using the range. If we ever see the red zone again, every trade that's ever been taken from it will be wiped out and rendered a loss. So it's down to management for the people that do have those trades to make sure they never become losses. Now, however, the green zone will also mean that all of the profit that has been, you know, uh, achieved through getting from the green zone to red zone will have been taken back. And it just goes to show that anything valuable in this area has been constantly overlapped, turning everyone out of the positions that they first, valued, and everyone's still in the same spot that they were in at the beginning of it, basically. And all the value that they saw basically has just come back to where they began from, rendering it insignificant. So don't forget about the inverse head and shoulders. We could make that inverse head and shoulders still. It's true that these levels up here, you see how I got that circled in there, the 141, 127, and 113? We did officially make this movement. We have completed that now. This is a bearish pattern and it is completed. I'm going to remove it entirely. Now, this is also completed. The 200 to 188, I drew another arrow. That is also completed. So if we had another go at today, were the places that I drew arrows relevant? You know, become quite interesting. Think about it. Even though I'm not directly telling you to do it, the more that you resonate with the idea is going to depend whether or not you're going to take action on it. So it's like that's the how doesn't it work like that? Like, what does it work like if it doesn't work like that? I give you the information, you take the action on the movement because you understand it. What I deliver is an understanding, a constant understanding of the movement. But if you don't understand it, then you don't take it. So, like a lot of the things that I explain are going to be unfamiliar, but I suggest, if you're practicing, you should definitely take the things that you're unfamiliar with. How on earth are you supposed to get fucking familiar with it if you don't take them and you don't practice with them? If you don't fail with them, if you don't see where you're going to fail, you think you're just going to get it down pat, first time on a live account, you don't want to go through any experience. Wouldn't you rather be the guy that's actually went through 500 failures and you got them all locked in your head? Imagine you could already have those failures in your head right now and that you could see them coming like nothing. But people don't value going through the grit. They don't want that. It feels bad. And now, mind you, I'm even here to guide you with it. I didn't have that. I had to go through it and still, after being punched in the face, still come in and still do it. And at the end of the day, with no guidance. And that's the market is the only teacher that I have, other than long-term investments. That you could say my grandfather told me about dividends. He told me about you know the newspaper. Like when I first bought my first stock, it was through writing a check. You know where I got my information? The newspaper. I didn't even look at a computer screen. So I'm like, that's where I began. All right. So it's completely different to what most people's experiences are too. And I'm grateful for that because I don't want what people have. I want to be as far away from the public as possible. But what I've never studied is how to motivate people. Like, I don't know, like I can explain, the difficulties that I've had and how, like, my mindset, it's not like something that you go around feeling good about all day. It's about implementing, and also like analyzing and implementing and raw data that's not meant to make us feel a certain way. But a lot of people nowadays, we go through life, with the intent to try and make us feel a certain way, where when things don't go our way, then that feeling can be reversed against us in a magnitude that's just as bad as it was good. So I call that the emotional roller coaster, and I find it's best not to buy a ticket to either, direction, positive or negative, but just to be neutral and clear-headed and focused on the direct plan at any given time. Because there's nothing emotional when we can consider, okay, do the institutions have a plan right now? Can we apply our indicators and tools to identify what the facts of the current situation are to better give us an idea of what the institution's plan is and where the people have been allowed to trade? Like, is it obvious, like on any given day, where we have a giant clump like that? I'm like, where do you think the people are? Is it obvious? I'm like, oh well, it's like these are all the trades that have been taken. We can't take that back. Like these are all public. Like they're not dark pools. These are ordinary folks. All providing market to the or providing liquidity to the market, and they can't take back the fact that they put those orders in there. They're there forever for everyone forever now, and a stain on the environment and this domain right here. Because I can see that all of those people that trade in that area think that this place is valuable, and how have they been treated? Like, what have they gotten from starting in there? It's kind of interesting that so many of them value that area. It just shows to me that so many of them do not know what value looks like, or else they wouldn't have been treated like this. But the institutions can expect them to come in at specific periods of the day, and this could be used against the public too. Maybe the institutions want liquidity. All we got to do is chill somewhere. People will trade just for the sake of trading, and they'll build this node no matter where we are, no matter what day of the week it is. All we have to do is spend time anywhere, and enough volume will eventually come through at that level. Like if they wanted to piece out $1 trillion, it's a matter of time at a level. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of if we spend two days, then we're good. It's a matter of time, not a matter of if it can be accomplished or not. It's a matter of, hey, there's so much time that we could say, hey, there's an average amount of market participants in any given day. And if we choose to chop, how many of those market participants are going to decide to provide value in the nodes? And can we calculate exactly how much node, like if we were to spend, an hour at the open, an hour at 2 o'clock, an hour at the close, or the whole day at one spot, you know, what are the likelihoods that the nodes are going to grow at a specific rate? What if we make the head and shoulders or commonly understood Google patterns inside of this area? Is it going to plump it up even more because people think they're trading what they know? Like, are we going to show them what they know? Because we know it's all understood within 2 weeks of YouTube, you know, learning. It's not a very advanced thing to figure out what people are using. It's all right there. And it doesn't change. They like to just repeat it over and over again. So it makes it really easy to understand what they're going to be doing. And they're told to be like that. When I'm like, why are they like that? Well, because they see other people are like that and they want to be like them. And it's not even for any benefit. Like literally, I don't understand why when you jump into a Jerome Powell call or when we have an event and everyone's like, buy, 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 gold, 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 sell gold, 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 Trump, 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 explanation marks, like it's a joke. And every time we go into those rooms, we can see that there's different people acting the same way. And it's not like they created that way to act, did they? They all conform, don't they? Because they will be accepted by the other people in that room for acting like a fool. And like on a constant daily basis, I can prove that, I can even just sit here and talk into the mic and constantly grow my mind, my ability to see, the institutional plan and learn strategic methods along the journey of the market, even in the slowest of environments. Like today, you might learn something about your patience. You might learn something about the public's patience. You might see exactly how the institutions have dealt with the people that are impatient. And only the patient will be able to learn that, because everybody that's quit will learn nothing else for the rest of the day, and that's guaranteed. So I find that interesting too. Not even that quitting is necessarily a problem in here, but just in general, I just want everyone to see like how wrong most people are for doing it, and why like they're so frustrated with what they're doing when they don't even try as much as they could be. And I'm like, well, is that a problem? I'm like, of course, they're not even trying as hard as they could be. There was nothing that I would change about any strategic method that I've done today. If I had a time machine, would I go back and change the red yellow line? Would I go back and say that the 300 points that we could do to the upside could be taken back down? Would I go back and change anything? Any trend line that I said should break broke. Every target that I've put in, every arrow that I've drawn has hit. Like, what would I change then? Because I don't see anything obvious. So if there is no way to improve or refine the ideas, then is it the right way to do it? Is it the right way to do it? Becomes the question. Well, if it wasn't, then there would be a better way to derive more value within the time that we've spent, correct? So if we can look back in retrospect and say, hey, there's a better way that we could see more value in retrospect, then that would have been a better way. But I can't do that. I can't say that there's a better line than the red yellow line. I can't say that there's a better arrow for when we came back down and hit all the B points. Can't say that there's a better plan than to go to the 300 point, target up here and potentially fall all the way back down. That's the beauty of it. We knew that getting all the way up there had the capacity to send us all the way back down, but getting there first is the prerequisite to being able to do that. So we have yet to do it. And nothing about what we've done has made it impossible to do that. So is it still on the table? Well, I'd like to think so. Unless something happens along the way that suggests otherwise, which, the job is to constantly, monitor for that danger to arise. Because if we don't observe, then we're never going to see the danger coming. That's for sure, right? First rule in seeking opportunity or avoiding danger is observation. Like if you don't have the ability to observe your surroundings, if you don't have situational awareness, like your danger like is going to be increasing at a rapid rate, you know. I'm just going to check a bunch of different 61s. There's obviously the one from the bottom, and there's these smaller ones in here as well, like we're grinding that 61 there. And then we're grinding this. This one's along the green zone. What do I think about that? And I can see that when I'm studying critical environments, whether or not it's warfare or trading, a lot of the concepts in logic come to fruition. Like like protecting yourself, analyzing the field, collecting variables for your best like opportunity to take action. Like, are you going to be able to seize that opportunity in the clearest, cleanest way because you have compiled the most information possible? And you can execute with absolute precision because you're in an understanding of all those variables and how they're constantly changing on like a microstructure basis. Like that's what it is. It's like literally the microstructure of the market that builds up every long-term move. If you understand, what's happening on the short term, you understand everything. And that's the reality of it. If I understood every 1 minute candle of the day and I zoomed out, it's not like I wouldn't understand the daily. So I'm like, well, how can we hone our understanding to give us the most that we can? Well, if we could understand every piece of data that the market gave us and it would enforce and hone our understanding rather than confuse, that would be power, right? So like even here, like if I'm like, okay, we'll explain this then. Well, doesn't it feel like we're doing this movement on the other side of a chop here? It's almost like we chopped in here and we came from a movement that was incredibly similar. And in domains like this, we have been prone to making that happen. I remember over here we made a relatively larger move and it didn't quite create the same one on the other side of the spectrum. And I like to ask why, like I like to ask why. Like, are we going to continue to make that? Like, we can see that in the past when we did this, that equal distances on both sides was normal. Like, we could take those 2 points and pull them up to here, and we can see that those two highs and those two lows were literally mathematically placed against each other. Now, this one, it's not like it's going to be able to go back in time, but it can still achieve that same level. When I drag this down, it'll be the top of the green zone. So like where that low ends is like basically saying that a 61% retracement would achieve that ultimate distance. I wonder about that. Where we are right now is in an area that's kind of centralized in the middle of the range. It's true that all these other trends have broken off and they're not as important anymore. And that there is one trend that is, and it's the downtrend. The downtrend is the only thing that's ever capable of changing this current environment. We're in a trend right now, and until it breaks, which it's doing now, I mean, it doesn't have to break well, but when I think about places for trends to break well, like when we're in a consolidation, the best place for a trend to break has got to be the extremes. Like if we break trend from the middle, like and you go for the trend from the middle, it is offering substantially less than if you were to go from the extremes. Now I'll tell you one thing. The middle is frequently seen so much more than the extremes are. So it's a lot easier you know, to sort of land in an environment where you're going to be experiencing middle area more. Like and ATR's risk of continuing to drop too. It's dropping at a very slow rate, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it hit 8. But if I think about this as well, I'm like, all right, traditional technical analysis patterns, are they happening right now? Like, do you think that are we moving back and forth within this range because we had a bearish reversal pattern on the top and then a bullish reversal pattern on the bottom, or is it just crap? Like, is it just going back and forth, barely making reversal patterns? You could argue that there's some, method to it, but it's not barely able to use the full range. And when it does use the full range, it's on patterns that fail to get us to the other side of it. So that's like a cheeky move right there. It's not because bullish patterns are working that we got up. It was because bearish patterns were failing. I'm like, that's another major thing. So they're not really making the value for bulls to see and then get in on and then be a part of it. They're making everyone think that the bearish pattern is the first thing to show that it's going to have the risk of falling down, and anyone that's bearish about it loses money. But what's funny is they've just lost money to come back basically to where they were when they lost money. Anybody that shorted these original Head and Shoulders, they lost money on them, and we're basically where they were when they lost money, which is insulting to them. It's like, damn, we were here a moment ago. All of a sudden, they made a trade, they lost money, and we're here again. Now they're down, and we're still where they were when they decided to make a trade. And that's like, it's going to make people pull their hair out. It's like, damn, only if I didn't commit to the loss, I'd still be in, and I'd still be in from this crappy area. But I'm like, is that because they're being treated poorly? And I'm like, it's not because there's another party being treated so well, is it? It's just crap for everyone, it would seem. And I'm like, okay, well, dude, it doesn't mean there's not money to be made in there, but I'm like, when we look at what value looks like in general, like this big movement here enticed a lot of people to get involved. When they did, they got crap, right? And I'm like, well, that's ironic because we are nowhere near the beginning of the plan. And I'm like, if I just showed somebody in the street, I'm like, where did it start? And they'd be like, what do you mean? I'd be like, well, just point, where did it start? Where do you? If I ask you where did it start, and I tell you to point a picture on there, point your finger. Where do you think they're going to point? I mean, a lot of people would point down here because that's where it went up from. Some people might point here, but who the fuck would point in here? Would anyone say that it started in there? I'm like, you really? What started in there? Not the beginning of a run or a beginning of a dump. You don't even have to know anything about stocks to see that, right? So why would stock traders get confused themselves about that? That's so naive of them to even be confused that this is the beginning. This isn't the beginning, but this is the time that they decide to trade, and it's nowhere near the beginning of anything. And this is how they're treated, and they wonder why. And I'm like, okay. So now we can see that that's the reality for a lot of people. And I mean, just remember, it always ends. Has it gotten so difficult that most people are likely to have left? Because that's when they're going to be the most interested in moving it, right? For sure, has to be. There's no better time. Like what? Okay, so like, do you not think that they're waiting for people to leave? They could move it at any given time, but they're deciding to do this obviously because it has an impact. And I'm like, well, just analyze it. If it's making you feel a certain way, just think, did they want you to feel like that? Now you're playing a game. Do they want you to feel like that? If you feel bad, you don't deserve to feel bad at any point in your life. And what's funny is at any point 25 days from now, you're not going to remember the little bad feelings that you had whether you're trading yesterday or today. They're going to evaporate like pretty quickly, just like our thoughts of yesterday's breakfast. Soon we will have no idea what we ate for yesterday's breakfast. It'll eventually fade into all the other breakfasts and all the other days that we have. So getting so strung up on emotions doesn't really make sense in retrospect. Now, when I explain it like that, but we can always default to using our brain to apply tools and to consider analytical thoughts. And it actually encompasses so much of our brain that we don't have, like, we can't focus on the emotion enough. And if we're constantly developing information in our brains, constantly rowing towards an understanding, we're beating down that feeling of worry. Because worry comes when you don't know what's going to happen to you. If you know wholeheartedly exactly what's going to what your biggest risk is and your biggest reward is, I guess, and you commit to that situation, You know you're completely confined within something that you're absolutely fine with before you even got involved. So why would you freak out about something that you committed to from the beginning, already knowing that that's what you were committed to risking? And then along the way, it doesn't even have to get all the way up to the target for you to be able to protect it and benefit from it. So is that an advantage that helps you? Yeah. You pretty much have to be wrong right from the beginning of the trade in order for it not to be protected. And if that's the case, then if you start all of your long-term trades from short-term points that are likely for you to be able to protect your trade from, isn't it significantly more likely that you're going to be able to find that safe exposure, even if you have to try multiple times? If every time that you try is a profitable time, then it doesn't feel bad when you're doing it. And if feeling bad is a problem, I mean, you want to have remedies for it. This is the 61 in green zone here, by the way, as well. We've almost managed to make a movement that's nearly the same size as this. Could call for some slippage underneath the 61 due to the fact that the green zone has to get hit um, as well, which it is. Mm-hmm. If anything, it's you're getting more attracted to it, which is good because like when it starts to happen, you can see why. Like you can be like, okay, now this thing I've been looking for to happen is going to be in play potentially off of this volatile movement. And sometimes when we're changing trends or breaking trends or reversing in general, the volatility has been known to increase at the extremes. So, and anything that increases volatility in this kind of stale environment could be the end of it. It just could be, and we all know that, you know. And that's a funny thing too, because like, is it not true? Then, well, prove to me how it's more not true than it is true. You know, like I would think of it that way. Just also, I want to point out a mathematical idea I've just figured out right now too. Is we've been spending roughly the same distance away from the lows, same distance away from the highs, right? As we have for the past two moves. We just so happen to have connected again with that same kind of distance. Will it have any kind of impact on being able to create a movement like it did before? And what would that movement look like if it was to make it? Well, if we were literal, it would be from here like to here, which I mean, it's got very minimal time to be able to make it to that distance. And obviously, it's a rough area. It's not a perfectly sketched out thing, but it is basically that general trajectory and area, which I find interesting because, from the high to low, right around that area is going to be the 61 of the entire dump from red zone to green zone, but also that point there too. And when I think about that, earlier in the day, it looks like we were using those same kind of distances to match some of our major lows and highs throughout some of the other consolidations we were using. Even this one here, to a certain extent, used that same kind of encased movement, which I'm like, how the heck could we look at this all day and not notice that? Like, what the heck? I was like, we have to be quicker at seeing that because if there's going to be some sort of mathematical, you know, fact in play that we've used for the majority of the day, what are the odds that every time that we get an opportunity to consider it, if we don't, I mean, we're just lacking, like if I draw them all in there, all of the times that we've done this before, we managed to do bigger ones as well. And I wonder if those distances are going to be relevant. Because, like, think about these distances here. They're, that one was a little bit more similar to this one here, wasn't it? Like, you can see how they're related. Now, all of a sudden, we've got this, which is not the same. I mean, it's a smaller version of it. And it's barely happened twice, too. So, yeah. It doesn't necessarily make the range any different, but they clearly had something to say about that point. Somebody did something about it. We literally hit the 61, hit the green zone, hit that distance away. If I go control, no, have we achieved this? You know, like I'd like to say so. I mean, it did follow the idea that I was presenting at the time. I mean, it did do that. So it's remarkable, to be honest. But it's not like there wasn't a 61. It's not like there wasn't a green zone. It's not like there wasn't that math that I was showing. It did follow that. It's not like it didn't complete this as well. Like it basically did. That's the same style movement that we would have here, and also here. Actually, I think the movement we just did is the same as the movement that we just did in the morning. The first dump of the day being so similar to what we did right here, give or take a couple points. So, I mean, does that put it into a movement category that makes it a movement that shares a similarity to this one, a similarity to that one, and now, again, another similarity to this one? Does that make it clear that these are all similar? And every time we do this move, is it meant what? It's just an average counter trend move, isn't it? It hasn't meant the end of anything, has it? But doing more than that pullback could mean more than an average counter trend move. So, getting out of the bottom of the green zone could be a direct threat that the trend is over. Now, of course, with this movement, we do have a new trend and we can apply it like this. We can apply it like this. And we can see that there's another fact on the table now with those trends. We can see that if we love this consolidation so much, then it will have to be either we will either have to break these trends to stay in here, or we will have to leave here to stay in the trend. So in order to stay in this range, we will have to break the trends, which could cause a dump. Or if we wanted to stay in the trend that we currently have, we would have to, oh geez, man, look at that. Look at how it tested that high right there. Now the bottoms and the tops of this area are symmetric, or parallel, should I say. Parallel. And unintentionally, I find that hard to believe. So we come to a point where there's an ultimatum where the trend or the consolidation will survive. Now we know that we can continue using both of them until this very point right here. Like in that area there, like we cannot say that we're in the range anymore past this high, can we? But we can't say that we're in the trend anymore if we were to break it. So in that area there, that becomes the longest amount of time that it is physically capable of staying in both of the barriers. Now, we know that's a hell of a lot of time. That's like taking everything we've already did today and doing it again. I'm like, are you kidding me? But at the end of the day, it is true that it has the space. It doesn't have to use it. It doesn't have to. Of course, we can break the trend now. Of course, we can go through the red zone now if we wanted to. It doesn't have to use all the time. But you want to know what's funny? Is that it could. It has the space to be able to. But you want to know what's also funny? Is that it can't use a minute more than what the allotted amount of space is there. So by 2 o'clock, by 2:26, we will have had to pick one relationship to remain with, either the trend or the consolidation. And I'm like, well, if everyone's concerned with when things are going to end, well, you've just got a picture now of exactly how much space it has before something fucking has to end. Something has to end at that time. There's unless the market halts, right? And closes there, which I mean is less than like 1% chance. I know that the movements have become bigger, the movements have become faster, the movements have become more frequent than ever before in the history of time. Like you could have traded for like 5 decades and any other 5 decades in the history of time. Like you could have done like 1800 to 1850, 1850 to 1900, 1900 to 1950, 1950 to 2000, and you've never seen a 1,000 point day. You've never seen an 80 ATR. You've never seen, back to back huge movements like this on a constant basis, like where we have seen like, 1,000 point days, 600 point candles. They have no experience with that whatsoever. So how have they strategized for it? Do you think their predetermined strategies will make them successful in the times to come? I find it very hard to believe that they're prepared for it whatsoever. They're prepared for the past to repeat when I look at what they're doing. I'm like, that's not power. So, kind of interesting to think about. And now when I look at this, I see something that looks sort of like what we were talking about before. We kind of have, whether or not your left shoulder wants to start there or whether or not you want to start it here. It definitely comes from something that has that head and shoulders sort of vibe to it as well, giving us that sort of, head and shoulders to inverse. But, it's not as clean as what it could be. But is it not true that what is required to make this pattern is to have a left, to have a head, to have a right? The middle one's the farthest. To have a left, to have a head, to have a right. The middle one's the farthest. Do we have that here? Do we have left, head, right? Do we have left, head, right? And we hit the middle 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, and you could do it far more times, but a minimum of 8 times we have to hit the middle to complete this pattern, or we won't have all the shoulders or heads we need. And that's the reality of it. So I don't worry about that. I know that. So that's another interesting statement. I encourage that similar thought process because it's a powerful one, not a questionable or concerned or weak one in any which way, shape, and form. Which I think that like building the confidence is part of it, and having like powerful thoughts. How could that hurt, right? So at the end of the day, if they're backed up by what it's doing and proving that and showing that it's actually respecting those methods and actually following along with the patterns at hand and the trends at hand, um, and the processes, even if they are strange, like taking these two lows like that and making them again over here, having come from them above and having used them before, and then doing it again with absolute vigor, and strength. And I'm like, I see you out there. They see me too. They're like, damn, like that kind of movement. They're like, we love that. And they're like, more of that. Let's do that again. Then, since then, what have they done? What is the valuable point? What was the value in that environment other than to understand the value in the 61, to understand the value in the circle at the bottom, how it could lead to the one at the top, how the 61 and the green zone in combination could maybe create a journey to the red zone and even maybe do something like 61 to 61, because that's what we have. Why didn't it get to the red zone? Well, we did complete, and I mean, we still are potentially on the journey there too, right? So we're halfway to the red zone, which is a fact. Like we've managed to go more than that, but generally we're hovering around the halfway point, just under the 61, you know. So there's, in my opinion, no better way to see it than the way that it is. Not the way that we want it, but the way that it actually is. Red zone, we should see soon. Just remember, whenever we break a trend, it's had the tendency of coming back to retest it. You can see some of the dimmer ones that I've left on there from previous trend breaks have all been returned to, even if it's in a drastic manner. You can see the last trend that we broke that was similar to the one that we have now was downtrend like that. We broke it with, strength, and then it dribbled all the way down to a low past where it broke it, just to do a retest of that trend and as well hit the 61 and green zone. So not only was there a 61, a green zone, and the retest of an old trend, and the circle that suggested making the highs. I even mentioned that that this circle right here would be close to where the 61 was if we dragged it to the high, and you can see that like it did that job of trying to get up into that zone and even broke through the 61 to achieve the circle. So what was more relevant, the 61 or the circle? Well, the 61 was something that you could say that everyone had, and it didn't have to make it for any particular reason, but it chose to, in my opinion, because of the circle. Here's the red zone. We can see with absolute force, it just particularly got to the red zone. The objective is to get on top of the red zone by the end of it, but we know when we leave triangles, returning back to them is quite straightforward, and we have yet to return back to this one. We have yet to return back to the trend line. We went over that even breaking out could mean coming back to where the trend broke underneath where we broke the trend. That's a violent thing. We did it multiple other times inside of this area, and it's another process to get people out. I mean, if they're in from the middle, it'll be easier to get them out than anywhere else. We can see constantly we've kept returning back to that middle point where you could even measure that this is a long time for somebody to be able to achieve the middle and keep a position for it. At no other point in the future have they ever been able to hold a trade for that long. We've always got them quicker. And I'm like, isn't that funny? They can't even hold it for 5 minutes without it coming back to them. I'm like, that's what it should feel like every time we come back to the middle for people that began there. And obviously this is a way for the market to communicate to me that it really does not respect the people that are in at that level, or it wouldn't treat them like that. Does it treat the people like that that anticipated the break of the red yellow line, that anticipated the failure of the head and shoulders? No drawback has been big enough to get them out, and they haven't had to try again and again and again to reobtain their position, to reacquire their position. Why is it that they remain safe and respected while all of these people get beaten up like a meat grinder? And I'm like, I'm just saying it how it is. It's kind of strange. It's like a grim sight to see the people that began in that middle. And I'm like, want to know how many of them began there? Let's have a look. Let's take a look at how many of them chose for that to be their spot. Could you say most of them did? Why would most people want to be treated like that? Would it show that most people have no fucking idea what value looks like? I'm like, yeah, I would think so. And that's the proof in the pudding right there, is that they all pile in at areas just because they're there. And I'm like, yeah, sure. You could say that this spot, we were around here for the longest, but look at even how, when I draw that in, how evenly distributed the spikes are on both sides of the spectrum, almost like spiking them out, from their positions, really not providing as much value than danger. Because anybody that, started from there essentially is in more danger than they are exposed to value. It's like, what value do you think that they had from there if it was oh so valuable? Whatever it was taken back in less than 15 minutes. So I'm like, my argument to them is that they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and that that's a really bad spot to trade. And there's nothing you can do about that. Some days are going to be like that. Some days we're going to have, most of the day overlapping one specific spot with, yes, the overall goal of achieving a long-term objective. Like if I zoom out here, we have that on there. We talked about this in the morning. We know that the overall objective is likely to be that 300 points higher, and all of it could seriously come back down just to grab everyone that traded today. All these people here, they think that they're going to luckily get away with the movement, and we're likely to attack them from above. Even distribution on both sides of the chop. And I mean, is this the chop? Because I don't see another one that rival. If you talk about this down here, I'm like, look at the little nodes that formed in comparison to this thing. You know how long we would have to spend trading somewhere in order to form a node again that was as big as that one? So, those are all good points. And I'm like, well, I would love to argue them as well if anyone does want to try. But I'm like, look, it's crazy. I'm like, it just makes sense the way that I see it like that. I'm like, I'm trying to argue myself right now. Like if I'm missing something, though, it's not like I'll get, you know, mad. I'm like, I'm looking myself. I'm trying to find the problem with what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm doing. So is there something wrong with the chart, the way that we've used it, like the green zone, the red zone, the expectations of being able to use the range, even when we were at the red zone, falling from there to the green, all of that stuff? It can be made into a video if I wanted to make it into a video, but we'll see. I want to talk about the daily. I want to have a lot of videos on the daily because I've mentioned so many times that the daily would take back those 2 days, that I want to have like a little playlist of all these things I'm just saying about the daily. I'm like, who can't understand that? Like, these are giant bars, right? And long-term traders are going to be interested. Everybody should be interested in it. It just goes to show that it's not, just short-term analysis. Yes, short-term analysis is the most frequently, you'll see it's the most frequently relevant because you get the most amount of changes and the most amount of patterns, where therefore those patterns will have the most amount of targets. You have the most amount of opportunities within your day to choose that you can go for them. You can't just wake up today and say, hey, I want to be in for the long-term trade, and decide to get down on it safely. We might do this. So it's different to put your cards on the table when you're in an opportunity that's going to be potentially safer, where you're going to be able to endure a pullback, where if you know that you're starting in the grindy, choppy area, that there's significantly more risk. You don't know that it has to come back to it, but you know that it's not like starting at the best point. That starting at the best point is undeniably better, and there will be a best point again in the future for you. So if you decide to lose money trading on an area that's not good enough for you, it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to learn anything, and it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to trade anything. It just means that you shouldn't be trading with the same veracity as though it was at the beginning of a plan. And I feel like that's just, can we all get behind that? It's just the way that I see you know, the logic to rely on. Because we better not be confused about that when it's the heat of the situation, right? Because those things should be basics that we should have answers to immediately. That's the way I see it, right? And they're mental things and the relevant things. Now, I just want to point out as well that we just made a third high like a few times over. Like this major high here is, we're away from it, and now we've just made another one. You know, Typically, when we make 1, 2, and 3 highs, we like to come back down to the first of the 3 highs, making this point right here sort of like a B point, except it's a green dash B point. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But we can see that that is a situation there where it's suggestive of any stops placed above that level could be attacked. It's not a necessity to get back down to it. Obviously, we have already before. That's why it's not a green dash line. It shows that it's the first of 3 highs, that it's not an untested B point that's not ever been tested. It certainly has been tested on the second high and grinded as well. One could argue that as this triangle ended, its need to retest was apparently very minimal. We never have ever, ever, ever tried to come back to retest this triangle. Is that going to be a problem in the future? And would it look like returning back to the first high if we did come back to that triangle? I'm like, how do you spin that off? Like literally, it is the first high of the 3 highs. If we ever return back to that triangle again, there's no way to do it without crossing that. And I'm like, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Now, that shouldn't necessarily affect bigger picture trades, but it is something that typically happens on the short term. Now, I'll tell you something. There's no way for it to happen unless this trend breaks. You know that every other trend that we've broken is now less relevant, and we're left with the unbroken trends. This high right here is not necessarily your traditional type of trend. It's the high of the range, and it's not the same kind of value as an unbroken yellow line. So we'll make that one blue for now. It's true that this blue line is it's not an untested blue line either. It has been tested. It was also made in a way that we came back down to it, So yeah, sure, we come back down to it as well. Hey, and I want to point out one thing, that we are actually breaching the high of the entire range. We knew that the end of this range, like the first time we breach the range, it's going to be on the red zone. We want to leave this range through the red zone, like I said. Now, it doesn't mean we're leaving exactly right now. We could be, but at the end of the day, when we get on top of red zones, what do we like to do? Come back down to them. So it must be allowed to come back down to the red zone, and that's ironic because it shouldn't affect anyone negatively for it to do so. You'd be dragging your stop awfully close if it was to do that. If you had exposure to the ultimate plan in any which way, shape, and form of getting up to the 300 point mark, so we could fall back down. And the formation of a pattern doesn't ensure its play out. Just because we get up to the point that we could fall down from doesn't mean we have to. Just keep that in mind as well. And if you started from a point that could endure the pullback, like let's say this was a pullback to the 61 and it was also a pullback to the bulk of this, it would be very, very similar to making a pattern like this. And we do those patterns very frequently. I call it an all-in-one head and shoulders, where if I just did this and then did that there, that's like the cousin of this. Same kind of relative, or should I say, like, I don't know how to explain that. So we've come back down to the red zone as well. I don't know. That's not an incredibly valuable movement, but we knew that anybody that ever tried to protect a trade above that red zone, this was going to get them. And I could see that wholeheartedly. Anyways, with this explanation over here, I'll bring it a little closer. It's true that on the left, we can say that this is a left shoulder. We could say that this is a head. We could say that this is a right shoulder. We can also say that on the top of this pattern, that we had a left shoulder there, that we had a head, and that we had a right shoulder, and that this pattern creates an expanding triangle into a contracting one, and that those variables exist regardless of if we make that left shoulder into a chop or if it's a large defined right shoulder. The consolidations on either side of one big movement that sticks out to be the extremes is what we're left with. So, so again, we've managed to pop on top of the red zone purely just to come back down to it from above. Grinding it. This can, let's say we continued to do this. Would it feel like grinding the red zone? Would it feel like smashing the red zone? Well, smashing, I feel like, is like when we hit it from harder distances, like heavier distances, when we're dropping really hard back to it and so on. Usually we do that, like maybe this is going to be the preliminary support to a Wyckoff, the small grind that begins phase A. And if I think about the distancing between the two highs that we've had here, is it not true that the distance from this high versus this high is the same distance away from the next high that we made? Is it, it's kind of proportionate. So we got hung up there. Now, what we could be looking for is smashes now, bigger smashes, like it kind of just did it within the candle there, but more of that, and then ultimately getting up and grinding the stupid green zone, getting involved with that range there too. Maybe treating it exactly how we did this one. What are we going to think when we see another head and shoulders? Because not a single one has been working, right? Like all of them have been failing. It's ridiculous. But at the end of the day, we can see that this trend is using that pattern to build off of. And when I can see that the market is actively using a bearish pattern to go up off of, it makes it a squeeze. It's not a question anymore. I'm not wondering if it's a squeeze. I'm like, don't we understand, comprehend that that's a bearish pattern? It did not work. It was used against the public, and we built off of that. And when we came back down, we only came back down to like where they would short it from, like the break-even point, like I mentioned before. When it comes back down to here, it doesn't help them very much. They all wanted it to go farther. They wanted it to revert, and they don't get that. They just get this. I mean, for professionals, you know that if you're offered the same, price after a clearly failed pattern, you have an opportunity to cut up break even. And that's who that's for. You have an opportunity to recognize the 61, the green zone, and the retest, and also the small circles that I drew in there too for a reversal. But at the very least, you could understand the trade that you did have was the wrong one and that you could manage it at that point safely and escape it. So you can understand how, yes, the exit was there, but it could also have been a reversal, and it could, to somebody that's not in anything, an attractive reason to get to the other side of the range. Now, we also knew leaving the range through the red zone, like I said, was the end of it. Just because we've left it doesn't mean we've left. I mean, it feels like we're still in the process of reacting to the edge of the consolidation. We're still using the consolidation, acknowledging the consolidation. And I can't argue that. I could not argue that because it's a fact, in my opinion. And I'm like, until we're away from it, we're using it. I'm like, you understand that? I'm like, okay, that's pretty freaking straightforward. So I'm like, I don't question that. I don't worry about that. I know that. So then I'm like, okay, put that in the box of things I know. And then we'll compile that. And then, well, once you've done that, like with 7 other things, you might really fucking know what's going on in the situation. Don't be surprised if you do. You've worked for it. Now look at us go to the green zone, maybe grinding it too. Beware of more smashes on the red zone, though. We kind of like to do that. It's just the only thing that makes us really safe from getting away from this range is when we get involved with another one. When we can say that, hey, we're inside of another range, and until we break the barriers of this range, there ain't no using another range. We're in this range, and until we leave it, it's confining us to its boundaries. That's the math of the situation. It's either we're inside of it or outside of it. It's like if you're in a room and the door's closed, you can choose to open the door and leave the room. Effectively, you're not in that room anymore. We all understand that logic. It's very straightforward. Just like if we're in a channel, we're in the channel. If we've broken the channel, it's like we've kicked the door down and now we're outside of it. Now, it's almost like we're closing the door behind us right now. In a strange way, we're still interacting with the exiting process. We can't say that we're so far out of this room that we're in another one now. Because if you exit your room right now, walk across the hallway and get into another room, you're definitely not in this room anymore. And there's no argument to that you're in there. There's no argument that we're associated with that room. You're in another room and the door is closed. And that's the way I'd see that. If we get involved with that green zone, it's like we're knocking on a new door. It's like we can get involved with a new area, a new confinement zone. And that's not incredibly exciting, but it is the reality as I see it. So we all feel like we're grinding now, right? Grinding the red zone. Like this is a thing. This is what we do. If there's one thing that it makes sure of is that no stops have ever been safe dragged above the range. And if there's one thing that's the super, super, super clearest thing to happen, is that that would be the worst move that anyone could have made, is to drag their stops above that red zone. And I mean, obviously we can see the best move is off the green zone, yada yada, but let's just take a moment to understand that there was no chance, no hope for anyone to drag a stop on top of that red zone. That it was like almost insulting for the market that there was not even a moment that they would survive. It's like that it's unacceptable to do that action. So to even consider doing something like that would be an insult to the market as I see it. In this domain, in this environment, right now, today, here, as we sit. But tomorrow, I can't speak for that. It could be completely different how we treat red zones, and we would have to analyze the variables to determine that the red zones should be treated in a specific way. And I'm confident that we can come to that conclusion. Whenever we're going to change the way that we treat red zones, we'll notice. You know, like that's the idea. And we might notice the reason why it should treat the red zone differently and anticipate the need for it to be different rather than have it hit us in the face and be different before we anticipate it. But yeah, it's kind of a mouthful. Now this even looks like a small head and shoulders too. What is it going to do to them? We have another small head and shoulders, which reminds me of the one that failed down here. Like that'll be clear on the 5-second for sure that this trend, is sort of like a 5-wave move that began on a failure of a head and shoulders. Are we going to see another one fail? Is it going to be the 5th wave? Or was this the 5th wave? If it was, it's not really working too well. But when we're not making trends that seem to move us from one spot to another, what we seem to be doing today is making triangles. Like there's one thing that seems to be clear is that all triangles have been, relatively stagnant and full of head and shoulders, and ultimately every single one has led to a new high. Despite the fact that we may have returned multiple times to previous triangles, this one didn't get any of that. So it's like imagine if people wanted it to return back, they will have been squeezed just to achieve this move. So that's why I say, when we're taking small short-term trades, you want to take trades that are in line with the long-term plan because you might get a runner that takes you farther than you've been all day in the direction of the long-term plan. Now we know that it's all a means to an end. I think all this movement we're doing above the chop is complete bullshit. It doesn't have to go that far either. It could do that. It could do that. It could do. What's funny is as we go above this level, we could easily attack it and continue and then just do that. We know that that's quite common. Obviously, we have done something very similar to that. This whole area might seem like a chop before we even get to continue to do that. So, but one thing that we know for sure is that any trades that are taken on top of that chop are less likely to survive than the ones that brought us up to it. And if we only got to start from here, then it's not your fault that you don't get to start from the best part of the pattern. Obviously you can't go back in time and be there for it. So, and you can't feeling bad about it is not going to make it better either. So just moving on and making sure that you're aware that that was the value and that you understand it and that you can, navigate it that much clearly next time. That's power. But if it means that you have to be on at times that are absolutely ridiculous in order to catch the value, then that's also very, very that makes it more difficult. And they've chosen that route many times. We can see the 5-wave move is now playing out almost back down to the B point, but we didn't quite make full connection, it looks like. But we have a new B point up top here as well. An M formed that leaves us with the ability to put a B point in there. It means that all movement that we've had underneath the red zone is very likely to be bought out back to the B point. It's actually giving me pretty heavy deja vu with one of these other B points that we did earlier in the day, kind of like this one. It's giving me heavy deja vu. Same kind of shit. Like, don't you remember when I put that B point in there? It's like deja vu for me, like heavy right now. I don't know what's going on, but same green candle, same people. They're on it. And will this look like the all-in-one head and shoulders that I drew a moment ago where we have the left, the head, and the right? Because we're really setting up for something to look like a potential head and shoulders to inverse all in one, you know? When we make a small consolidation like this and evenly distribute upwards and downwards movement and return back to the middle, that is a variant of going sideways up and down, which is incredibly similar to what we did or what we were talking about here. It's like we start with chop, we start with the circle. I could circle this. Would that make it more like this? I could put a chop here. Would that make it more like this? I mean, why do we need that? Can't we just see? Like you should be able to just see it's similar. It's not so hard to comprehend. But yeah, this shape. Beautiful thing about it is that there's only so much we could do on the left and the right before it has to be done. Before everything that we do beyond this point starts to become not symmetrical with everything we've done on the left. And, when we get to this point, what do we have to do to make it more symmetrical? What do we have to do to make it more perfect? Because from what I can see right now, we're developing that right shoulder as we would here. And I'm like, I wouldn't fret too hard about this pattern because it's likely to be over very soon. But does it mean that the next few movements that we have will also still be in jeopardy of coming back to the red zone? Could we turn this into a left shoulder? Like things like that are coming through my mind. Like, wouldn't that be quite a smash of the red zone? An entire head and shoulders placed on top of it. One that maybe mimics the one that we did in the morning? Wouldn't that be convenient? Now, why is it that when I do that, just as a hypothetical situation, that our pullback is remotely similar to what we have right now? Is it not true? Why is it that it even has the same left shoulder? Suspiciously particular, I would say. But you want to know what you should feel good about, if anything, is digging. Digging for information that will ultimately help you develop an understanding of the environment so that you can better take action on it. Digging is doing, you know? It's taking action to find actively information that you can, because it's like, yeah, sure, we can wait for the market to make something super clear and it kind of comes to us, but we can actually take our tools and start applying them and looking, you know, and deciphering whether or not there's some sort of value there. Now, of course, the irony of this range is it wasn't created today. Nobody knows about it if they didn't already have it. Now, they may have placed it in as a result of the movements we've done inside of it. But the best way to have it is from having worked that Wednesday already, whenever that day was that we put that range in a long time ago. Because guess who else did? The institutions. And they clearly use it a way that it would be appropriately used. Is this not a way to acknowledge the red zone? Like, if we had to say, is there a red zone there? Is it being used as it should? Is this an appropriate way to use it? Now we can see we fully completed that pattern, that nothing more had to happen, and everything we're doing now is to ironically create the same distance on the bottom as we had on the top. So we did that. Again, now, like many other n's throughout our day, we have another n to say we've advanced on an n, you know, n, n. How many n's do we have in here too? Now all of a sudden, we have an n remarkably similar to the one that we had at the beginning of the day. And that's wonderful because pretty much the same movement that we did for that left shoulder has now been generated and it is the left shoulder. We have made that exact same movement. That was the low, that was the value. We can see that no more was made than that point right there. A very specific amount. Give or take, a point or two on my sketch, I would say that was the movement it decided to make. Going for the little B point like it was that very point in the morning there was the play. Now, they were kind enough not to attack the low. The people that went for that B point in the morning were viciously attacked before the continuation. Whereas no need for that to happen now, was there? I find that interesting. It's almost like they've waited for them to leave and all of a sudden there's value and everyone thought the consolidation was going to last forever, but all of a sudden now we're on top of the red zone, debatably finishing our grind before getting involved with an entirely new range. Now, I'll tell you another thing. If we make it to the red zone of that range, you know how many more points we'll have to go beyond the high of day? 145. So it's like That's incredible. We know that even just having a position that penetrates the green zone could potentially give us a 72-point distance just to achieve, or 74-point distance just to achieve that level. Now, if we were to break through the high just to get to that red zone, yeah, 116 points just to make it to it. So I think about those things. I'm like, damn, that is something. That is something. What are the odds the institutions don't want to make that money? You know, I think they've put quite a lot of work into making sure that people are out of the way for the continuation. And we're here having broken another trend accurately, and it was a valuable one. We know that the ones on the bottom, they're even though they're bright, they're just the major uptrend. And you don't want to miss them. They're not red yellow lines. It's not like you want to be going for them necessarily. They eventually will break. We know that, for instance, there's another ultimatum that we have here. Our relationship with the red zone, we love it so much, don't we? We just can't get enough of it, can we? Well, at the end of the day, it comes to an end. The point that the trends arrive at that red zone, because not a moment longer could we continue smashing this green zone or green zone red zone, and still be in the trend past that time. Now, obviously, that's a long time away. I don't think it's going to grind all the way there, but eventually, if we spend enough time grinding anywhere, we will run into those trends, no? So, is it not true that even this range above only has limited space with the trends before it has to leave? Now, how much time did we spend here? You know, from the bottom of this relationship to the top all the way up here? Could spending an equal amount of time or similar amount of time inside of this range be appropriate? And could we be at a threat to break the trend roughly around that time or exit the consolidation? Because I'll tell you one thing, it didn't take a moment longer than this to be able to leave that last consolidation. You want to know what's funny about that last consolidation? It's the same fucking consolidation as the one above. Like they're brothers, like there's a whole pack of them here. Related, relatives, however you want to think about it. And when we're in this domain, we're in their domain, Like we play within these ranges, within these I was gonna say they're like little sheep pens. Like a chicken coop almost, little chicken coops. Because inside of those nodes, we will see all of the chickens essentially hurdled into one spot and then managed by the shepherd in a way that negatively impacts them, like they're being harvested almost. Because it's not like the head and shoulders are bullish patterns, ladies and gentlemen. They really are bearish patterns. And we went up on the failure of them. Almost like they were used for a purpose. Like somebody had a use for their trade. And it was to negatively impact them. Just like the chickens are negatively impacted when they get harvested. It's the same idea, I suppose, in a vulgar sort of way, fortunately. But and I explain it that way because it's not like sugarcoating it. Because you don't want to be a chicken, you don't want to be in there, you don't want to be harvested, right? You don't want to be falling for head and shoulders, getting absolutely wrecked when we freaking follow institutional plans instead. Because clearly, the institutional plan of the 300 points that I was talking about, like, are we doing it? Like, what was it worth fighting for today? Does it make it easy? No, not necessarily. Even knowing that it would do all of this doesn't make it necessarily easy. It's not the beginning of the plan. We know that where you're starting is going to be in the middle, so you should proceed with caution, and that's fine. If you understand these risks, then you can navigate around them, and that's okay. Oh, yeah, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, that's good. Solid. You know, mm, um, Yeah, like that yeah, it's like we still got a ways to go. Now, you want to know what's funny though is where we came up to. That green zone harbors the 113, the area where it's somewhat appropriate for it to think about doing the 61. Like we're knocking on the door of this problem basically. Like this area up here that I had circled, it's meant to circle this. Like if I'm going to be very specific, it's actually this area right here. The circle is a little wide. Like I'm talking about these fibs. That's what I was trying to circle, ironically. And those fibs begin, relatively like in the green zone. They essentially say that they're draped across this entire area, this whole range. Um, And their design, as we knew in the morning, is to come all the way back to that point down there. So at any given time in this zone, that could play out into flourishing. Now the thing is, though, is I'm against it coming down more than I'm for it. To be honest, I think that it's a means to an end. Every dip that we have is likely to be bought out. Now the biggest threat that there is to making this happen is actually breaking the trend. Like we know one fact right now. Okay, this is the 61. That would be the target if it did come down, like if it did play this out, right? Like this, that's where the arrow's pointing. We all comprehend that, right? And then up here, we can see there's no freaking way we can ever get to that line without breaking the trends. Like there's just no way. So we know that we've got space with the trends. We know that there's, you know, a possibility as we get closer to them that they're more likely to break. If we're far from the trend, if we were to drop really hard to it, for instance, we might exert all of the energy we have to break it in getting to the trend. If we grind to the trend and coil up our energy and then have a bunch of energy built up so that when the trend breaks, it's actually significant. You know, like down here, it was like coiling up, coiling up, coiling up, coiling up, and then it released the energy almost, right? Now, anybody that needed to chase that was then stomped out, right? We can see that, but people that anticipated the need to be in for it will have been treated better. And I can see that the first of the three highs still remains untested, even though we were able to drop really close to it. That's a cheeky move. I think this environment is trying to make sure that people don't get 61s. It's trying to make sure that they don't like everybody got their first 61 like that. That was like the first one that worked all day. So if they anticipated the need for it to work, they get it. But if they ever want another one to happen for them, it doesn't seem to be as relevant. I guess this one here. But then when I look up here, we can see we missed it, and now we're starting to miss them in general. The people that bought underneath the trend break are fine, but everybody that bought to chase, they all of a sudden can't even catch a 61. It's almost like the market doesn't want them in, eh? Or the person that's absolutely controlling it is making it difficult for people to get the thing that they usually like when they want to get into a continuation. Now, the people that were the first, like they didn't need to see it happen to get it. They anticipated it. They understand the value of the green zone. They understand the value of the 61. They understand the value of the long term trade. They can pick it up and then go with it. They can understand the value of even making the same distances on the bottom, like we determined over here, to happen again on the top over here. And like that right there was an instantaneous sort of value grab from the institutions. You know, it led to another 61 and then to the end of a triangle that was so bullish that every bearish pattern that happened along the way has failed. Like we can even talk about the 5 wave move that happened from the bottom, and all it was capable of doing was playing out back to the first, and then we're beyond that again. Where that anybody that tried to nurture and protect that trade has now been reset and has to try again from another spot. That nobody was allowed to keep any value if they retained their trade and didn't take any profit off. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. Why would it treat them like that when it doesn't have to? Well, who does it benefit? Well, clearly the people that made the movement from the very, very bottom all the way up here, you know, they're clearly in control now. And when we treat the bears like this, isn't it obvious that it benefits those that are still in control until things have changed? And I mean, what's the obvious change that suggests that the bears are now in control? Do we see something, or is every bearish pattern still failing? You know, like we can't even come back down from a freaking red zone to a green zone anymore. Look at us dancing on top of it. I'm sure that's hurting one of them, right? Because all they wanted was just for it to go from red zone to green zone again. Now all of a sudden we're dancing on top of their trade, you know, threatening to make a third drive into the range above. I'm like, that's not a very nice thing. But I'm like, if we understand, you know, how they're feeling and how they think about things, then we'll understand that much more about the market participants. And I think it's relevant to consider everyone. I think having empathy, you know, makes you consider everyone. You know, going through difficulty and having to deal with people that have no empathy can help you develop your own empathy. You know, because if you understand how other people treat you and how badly it is and how you don't like that, then you'll have an idea of when you treat other people like that, how they would feel. So you don't treat people like that because you don't want them to feel as bad as you did when you were treated like that. empathy. I'm like, that's the best I got. And I'm like, I feel like there's always, I'll always take a moment of my day to try and explain something so important because I feel like the world needs to have more empathy. Like in the street, when we talk to our fellow people, do we feel like we empathize with them as much? I don't think so. It's almost like we're easier to be aggressive with them and to be angry at them than to be humble and friendly to them. And if they almost talk to us, it's almost strange and we're offended. I'm like, come on. They're your people of your country. If you met them in another country, be like, damn, I'm from that country too. That's so crazy. Like when I go to England and I meet a Canadian, it's like, oh my god, we're sitting together. It's like, oh my goodness, it's absolutely crazy. How you doing? you know. And at the end of the day, that's how it should. That's how it is with Americans when they meet each other too in England as well. I've noticed that as well. It's not just, God forbid they meet each other in America. Oh my goodness. Canadian and Canada is like, oh, we don't even like each other. But no, to a certain degree. And in England, I was even trying to hand out free iPads, and people would just be like, "No, I must be scammed if I touch the device like in so much way, shape, and form. Just walk past, don't even look at them. Give me like, don't even look." I'm like, and I'm meanwhile working for Greenpeace, a freaking organization of like peace and love. I'm like Canadian company. I'm like over in England trying to sell like Greenpeace subscriptions. That's what I picked for my job. And I was terrible at it. Yeah, 127 of of the big one. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So we're just basically still in the thick of the daily grind, and what it reminds me of, to be fair, is like a paddle pattern in a way where we started relatively fast, and everything that we've done throughout the day, sort of is like the chop that is the lingering, oh yeah, don't mind the after hours dump past all this crap, and then we just buy it all out before everyone wakes up again because it works. And I mean, we can almost count on the fact that if we show people overnight sessions are the most valuable, even 3 days in a row, they're so stuck in their routine that they still won't change for it. They won't adapt. That like, and if we see them adapt, then we'll obviously not do it. But it's crazy how much I can see the routine being used against the public to create the most value and make sure that most of the people avoid it. So the third drive I was talking about a moment ago is also brewing. It would seem like the green zone wants to be used. If we go right from 261 to 188 and grind, it could look like coming back to the first of the three highs. No, would that not be what it looks like if it did that? I'm like, shit. That's almost like anticipating the movement of the pool player. When I leave the white ball in this spot, then he's going to be screwed, right? Like if playing pool is important, if you play pool, to think about your opponent's movements. Where you leave the ball sets up the person that's playing. If you ever play pool enough, that's like the level that you get to, because you always just start off just trying to get them in, right? And that's fun. But when you really get into it, like I used to bring my own cues to the pub and everything. I was like that when I was a kid. But I lived in the pub as well when I was a kid. But at the end of the day, I would just go downstairs before it opened and pour myself a Coke and start playing with my cousins on the pool table, basically. But at the end of the day, when I was an adult, I played very seriously. My cousin Tom, he's like amazing at playing pool because he obviously spent more time in the pub than I have as a kid. He never left to come back to Canada, and he was always playing in the pub, always playing pool, even with the old people when they were smashed at like 9 p.m. But still, it's a game of understanding your opponents, and if you familiarize yourself with making it easy to think about your opponent's next move instead of only your move like an amateur would, you know, like you can play the game, you can even play Halo and consider your opponents more than you have been. We can all turn it on like it's a switch. Like, oh shit, the job today is to focus on what the enemy's moves are a little bit more so we understand where they're coming from, what the deal is. Today we can see that multiple bearish patterns were used against the public to advance a trend in the direction of the obvious institutional plan, right? So it's not like it didn't come from the area or from the direction it was coming from, and it's obvious that it continued in that direction, and that those that benefit from that plan and that origin place that it started from are still continuing to benefit despite all of the bearish patterns that may have made people sell. Like imagine you're long from the bottom and you see a big head and shoulders, it could make you sell. It's not that you're bearish on it. It could just make you get out because you're afraid of it. And think about all the people that bailed on all their trades because they saw head and shoulders happening, you know? And every single one was meant to be held through, isn't it? And that's the crazy part about it, because there's no better way to do today than to be part of the institutional plan, to find one spot to be part of the plan and just to stick with it, right? And I'm like, how many days, have we had that recently? Doesn't make it easy to know that, but makes it easier, I guess, a little bit. But to expect it to be easy is, I mean, I don't do that. I love it when it's challenging and I can understand the challenges clearly. And that's the real power at the end of the day. When you know that it's challenging for everyone and you can still see the value and you still know what you should be doing despite everyone else's difficulty. And I mean, it does, just because it's difficult for them doesn't mean you have to share their, negative emotions and stuff. You could laugh at them, you could be like that if you wanted to. Like, it's like crazy. But it's better than feeling bad about it, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, you want to look at the people, and what they go through is different to what you go through and what you value, as what you value is more valuable. It's not clearly going to land you in the middle of this ridiculous node down here getting attacked like a steamroller or a meat grinder, whatever I called it, you know. And we don't look back at that area and envy the people that began in that zone. I'm still I couldn't even help myself but to shake my head when I looked at it. It just, like, subconsciously, I just couldn't help myself, just slipped out. It's like when you see somebody do a stupid YouTube video and you notice, you're like, "Oh my goodness, that's stupid," and you shake your head. You're like, "This guy, falls off the roof or something or whatever." You can't avoid them. Like, you could be anyone in the world, and I feel like they'll show you that at some point. You can't avoid it. And I'm like, well, we all move on from those videos, of course. But here we are. Basically, with another triangle very similar to the ones that we've made in the past, we could say that the tip is converging, not the rest of it, but the tip itself, incredibly similar to the converging area that ended the last triangle. And the confinement area we have is very similar with the angles that we have and everything. So, beautiful thing about the triangles is that they all have a visible end. It's not that they just have an end, it's that their end is visible and it's always the tip. Now, just because we had the end of one triangle doesn't mean we can't make another one immediately. That's the worst thing that can happen, though, literally, is that all the volatility that we have outside of a triangle is merely used to create another one. But if I was to say so, I'll do a small example on, the logic of trading if you insist on trading in triangles. Moving back towards the triangle is significantly safer than moving out of it. If you try to take a trade that moves out of the triangle, we know that it's incredibly likely to return back to the triangle from whichever direction it leaves. And trying to anticipate a movement that's ultimately going to come back means that you have to be quick about taking your profit and managing it before it's gone. I mean, like, that's tough to say that, there's even much of an opportunity there. But when we get to the highs, when we get away from the triangle, we know the need to come back to it is relatively high. So if we wait for it to become this point down here, or wait for it to become this point here, where do those points lead to in either one of these? Is it not true that this one leads back to the middle? And is it not true that this one leads back to the top? Is it not true that inside of the other example, that it still remains the same way? Yet people still try to trade from inside of the triangles for some reason, when always there's a clear movement that seems to be, well, not always, but when we exit the triangle, it's naive not to consider the movement back to it. Even when we've left triangles like this one in the past, it actually doesn't mean we're done with it. A lot of what we've done away from this triangle could be erased back to it at some point in the future, rendering all of that value insignificant merely because we didn't return to the triangle to treat it the proper way before leaving. You notice when we left the other triangle, it was easy to return to it. We even did it again in a bigger picture. The other triangle that we had did more of like this S-wave theory that I was talking about there, where we did both sides and attacked from both angles. That means that anyone that starts from inside of the triangle is ultimately recycled on that movement before we continue. Now, if they were petrified from that movement happening again out of the next triangle, you can see that many people tried to avoid that treatment and ultimately avoided the major movement. So I'm like, that's another trick in the book right there. They literally outmaneuvered many and that's the method that they use. They cannot take it back. They chose that method because that was the most effective way to do it and it worked. So I'm like, interesting. The only way that we can become better, if they did that again, is to have a deeper understanding of the components of this process to be able to decipher whether or not it's going to do something similar or different. Now, to try and say that it's going to do something exactly the same way is naive, but the similarities and the differences, they should be measured against each other in every environment. Like each one of these triangles actually has a different end. Did you know that? Every one on this chart. So, what does a triangle mean if it's not merely the one thing that I see that these triangles did do is they all came back except for this one. And I mean, like, it doesn't mean we're not going to, though. We could do it from like overnight session highs and just literally make all of this useless. So I find that somewhat disturbing, but it would enforce one thing, that the paddle pattern that we talked about would have been the sharp and fast at the beginning of this move, and that at some point when the chop does end, when this trend does break, does all of that chop get taken back with it? Like a movement that would be like this, sharp and then choppy, and then we merely take back the chop and can literally go up again after. Because where we came from is like this. So when we get down to that area, it'll be about deciphering whether or not it's going to be very difficult to come back up or not. And we have to prepare for it to attack the highs of that chop when we get on top of them. Where we are in this process right now, I would say is about like 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 here, just passing that high, right about there. So that's kind of a strange one. Now, of course, the triangle is suggesting that the tip is about to be finished. We have to keep that in mind. Will we attack both sides? Will it be one side? You know, sometimes, I mean, it just popped into my head that if we leave one triangle untested and we create another triangle, could it leave to test the other triangle? I mean, it seems like a big waste of time, but in the event that we did that, would it look like a 61% retracement of the progress starts to become, part of my calculation? I mean, does it start to become more appropriate to make a 61 if it does line up with other things as well? And I mean, I'm not a huge fan. I'd rather just lock into sideways and continue going up, to be fair. Sideways and then up and then sideways and then up and then sideways and then up, and we'll find a place to go sideways here. What a better place in the red zone, right? Like if there's anywhere that we in history have been more interested in going sideways, like look at even in this range here, like if I was to show you this range so far, what we have on that range, isn't it true that the most of the chop was on the red zone or close to it, that the green zone hardly got much in comparison to the red? And in this case, sometimes breaking into the range can create some sort of chop, but like that chop that we use there, that effort that we put into grinding that green zone, it was used as a platform to bounce off of when we got to the green zone. It was like enforcing the support by putting volume there. And the process could be similar when we breach into the green zone. It's tough. It is tough. But it will end. And there's nothing more valuable than for us to get involved with that range above. And when we get involved with the range above, we can say we're officially done with the red zone below. And to be done with that red zone below would be huge. Now, I'll tell you one thing. Now, wasn't it true that when we came back to the red zone, it was very frequently, and then it was kind of moderately frequently? I'm like, what about now? Is this not the longest that we've been above the red zone since we've been interacting with it? Could it be said to that change is a big enough change to say that we're not using the red zone in the same way that we were when it was being used in the best way that it could be? Now we're not even using it at all. Now we've almost spent as much time away from the thing as we did when we were using it. So if we were using it for a certain amount of time, and now that same amount of time has went by and we haven't used it, do I have an argument to say that we're not on it and we're not using it anymore? It would be an interesting argument, but there would be nothing more solid than being inside of other boundaries to confirm that we would then have to break these boundaries in order to get back to the green zone. So if we lock in above this range and actually start using the green zone, we know that it'll have to break through that green zone to ever see that red again. Means that there will be barriers preventing us or supporting us from getting back to previous support levels. It's almost like this green zone is a thing of the past now, isn't it? Because we have to break through that red zone to get there, and it's just seems very difficult to even think that you're going to get to be able to do something on that green zone. So it's easier for me to see the above green zone getting its first response and potentially its initial grind. As we first, punched up into this green zone, there was a drawback that was then created. It created the first Head and Shoulders. We've seen multiple Head and Shoulders form along the journey up to this green zone. Will we make another? You know, like it makes me think of, is this the left shoulder to something that might be ahead in the future? That's an idea. It's an idea, that's for sure. Now the ATR will have dribbled off again. We can see that we're approaching the 8 ATR after having increased it to 19. It's very interesting to see that the average size of the candles can be jump up from 10 to almost 20, to 19 and literally fall back down to 10 and lower. So the ability for the institutions to increase the candlestick size to 15 or 20 is still on the table. Like totally. When we end these consolidations, they start moving it again. They'll start printing 20-point candles, 15-point candles relatively easily. But the slow and steady start means that there's going to be less chasers. There's going to be less people getting excited about the movement. And anybody that is in ultimately tries to piece off the position so much in this environment that's, you know, it's not going to have it's not going to have too much exposure to the red zone. And we know that this is a constant impact, that people are going to be selling more than buying kind of thing. And really buying into the idea is like sort of the only way to really get the value. And we can see that the institutions right now are actively like flourishing using these plans and these ideas, despite the fact that there's so many other things that could have sent us down, that could be a risk according to textbooks, like analyzing our relationship ending with the red zone, understanding that the end of this triangle is likely to be something that we could push up and get involved with the green zone. This is all correct. But I say it in a way that I intend for you to understand it. It's not just telling you to do it. It's like, this is why. This is why I think it's going to do it. And just remember that above the green zone, we have a 261. The 261 can lead back to the 188. And what's funny about that is the same kind of chop, like this chop right here, or like this chop right here, that same sort of like chop, it would be appropriate in there. There's, and I'm pretty lenient on the boundaries there, I would say as well. So it could be really messy inside of that area. Doesn't necessarily have to be clean. The clean area should be the in between this range, not just this part. Where that really reminds me, actually, if we were to do that, it could be very similar to phase A: preliminary support, buy and climax, automatic rally, secondary test, and so on. So it becomes about getting off the triangle and getting into the green zone and away from the red zone. Like, what has the most draw right now? Does the green zone have more draw than the top of the triangle? Like, what's pulling up, what's magnetizing us more? Like, I was thinking about a word for, a pulling force that's not magnetism and not gravity, but you're not allowed to touch it. So, like, that's what the force would be. It's pulling it like a vacuum into the tip of the triangle, which typically is why we get that sort of, return. There is a pull to the triangles typically. Like, it has to be forced away from it in order for us not to get that natural pull. Like, if you leave it up to the public, like, we're more than likely going to be coming back to triangles. Like, even over here, like, you could say this thing right here, we had really, an effort at trying to even come back to it. But obviously, when we start to get involved with smashing into new ranges, they can also have a pull. We don't have to make triangles usually when we come up to new ranges. Like, for instance, over here, did we make a triangle? Kind of, but it didn't really have much pull. I didn't really consider that something that we needed to come back down to. It was more just like a channel breaking out. And And this was the range that it really wanted to use, and it used it. Didn't really seem like it wanted this one very much. Even though, if it had have used the green zone, I think more ordinary people would have picked it up, and it would have been that much more obvious. Uh, but they prevented that sort of opportunity from arising for anyone, and it would have had to been chased or so on and so forth to get involved with it. And these are things you can expect when we're not at the actual reversal point. We can expect that 61s might be missed. We can expect that patterns play out in weird ways from pullbacks that are a little short and stubby that don't make it all the way down to B points every time, that don't make it all the way down to 61s. Like, think about this pullback from here to here. Like, it did a really bad job at coming back to the 61. It just came back to the red zone. When I think about the red zone, it's a piece of analysis that took time and effort on a different day to put in, and the market respected that more than it respected the easy, I can apply this every time I sit down kind of, oh, I just trade for an hour kind of people the market didn't respect that. It didn't respect that as much. And you can't go back and actually change that. Like, for forever now, we can see that the profound analysis of the past that mattered on a different day, was more valuable in that moment than the thing that could be just whipped on, by a robot, and or just on a repeatable basis. But having an idea of where we were in previous parts of the story and understand how those distances were relevant, how they all mattered, together, and how they're all used together, is what the market's really testing for. It's testing if we understand how red zones are supposed to be grinded. It's testing if we understand the virtue of having this range on. Because I remember, I didn't put it on today. It's been on there for months as far as I'm concerned. Where it originated from is not a concern to me. I know that it's placed correctly. So I don't need to dig into where it came from. I understand it can be used the way that it should be, and it is. The green zone to the red to the green, the grind to the red, all of it anticipated very, very clearly. Now, even here, running into the green zone and grinding it, is not an abnormal choice of movements. We can see that the value of grinding on that 188-200 could create a small node there. For when we come back down from the 261, we may be using this very spot as a support. I'm not super gung-ho about it, to be fair, but it would make sense, for it to use this as a barrier when we leave it. The problem with the current environment is that it's above a triangle that's never been retested, and it's the second one in a row. So usually, we move away from a triangle and come back to it, but we would typically not make a triangle, move away from it, not come back to it, and instead make another triangle and move away from that triangle too and not come back to it as well. Like, where's that come from? We don't see that. That's something new. When was the last time we did that? It's been a while. Two triangles in a row, both not being attacked from above. And you want to know what's funny is before the triangles always came back, right? Like, look, oh, triangle came back. Oh, look, oh, triangle came back, both directions. Now, when it's favorable for the institutions to continue their plan, we can see that people may have been set up for it to come back, set up for it to come back. And that was used against them to favor what plan but the institutions. So that also is a perspective change, in my opinion, a valid concept of how the institutions are treating the people, like how their actions are affecting the public and how the public is set up in a way to miss the institution's plan and to ultimately, avoid the value. And I can see that we're inching towards continuing the major plan every moment. We've only ever just barely made it above the high that we had on the left. The lower ATR at the beginning of longer term trends is actually a strategic play, in my opinion. Okay. Because when people see that it's slow, they don't want to get involved with it. If they start really long term trends from places that are difficult to catch and make sure that they're slow and grindy when we make it through the first two ranges, don't be surprised if as we get higher, it actually starts to move harder and blow up more because less people are willing to chase it because they don't feel like it's appropriate to chase when it's already high. And I'm like, chasing generally is bad. It's like people have been punished for trying to get away with chasing in the previous movements. Like anybody that tries to buy above the high of a consolidation, chasing, swat them down. Anybody that buys above the consolidation, chasing, swat them down. How have they been treated? You know, many of them have been overlapped for not buying beneath the trend breaks and nurturing the trade and holding it, right? Because now when I look back and I can see like underneath each trend break of the day, the most relevant one, that one's never been attacked again. Every other trend break that we've ever had, except for this one's come back. Like think about it. When we broke this trend here, it came back instantly, came back again. This one certainly came back. Most vicious comeback, that one right there. And then over here, as we break these trends, it's very much like most of it was taken back. There was a small window for people to remain in from. But it's funny because that area there was also taken back. And then when they advanced beyond it, they just took it back to that point there. So it's like they're cleaning it up. They're not trying to move back down enough to give people value. Like we knew that there was a little B point in there, and it reminded us of that one. But it didn't need fibs. It wasn't like a traditional sort of play out. Like the fibs are going to be all wrong. Like what did we use? A 161? Use a 141 to come back up to the 61? That's an abstract way of looking at it. You're not going to find that out there. It's not like people just know about that. They're so stuck in the way that they've been taught to use the fibs that they will never expand their minds to use different levels that they haven't been taught to use. And if the market starts to use other levels, they're not going to notice because all they want to see is it use what they know. And I think that that's weakness, in my opinion. I think it's better to have an open mind and constantly consider what the market has to offer. And that's what I think the study should be, is on the market itself, not what other people think is important about the market, but what the market actually finds important. And I'm explaining these things as they happen. It's not my opinion. It's that they actually do value these ways and that they have followed every single method of the day so far, including from the very, very beginning, the breaks of the trends to the coming back to the triangles, from smashing the green zone at the 61, the retest, and the even distances away from the highs. The knowing of being able to get on top of the red zone and end this range with the red zone, knowing that when we got on top of it, smashing it from above was an unsafe place to drag stops, and that preparing for it to move back to that blue line was also an unsafe place for any stops. So as long as you follow those rules, none of those pullbacks should have knocked you out, and you should have exposure from any other point that you started from the day. But that's one other major thing. Like if I think about how is this day meant to be treated? How is it meant to be traded? How is it meant to be thought of? You know, and are we thinking about it in that way? And I am constantly trying to adapt to whatever way that is. It's not like another day that I'm remembering. Today's its own day, and it has its own variables and should be remembered as its independent day and for all those individual variables. So yeah, we're getting involved with the green zone again. It's taking forever, but a lot of people choose to sit and do nothing. I keep the engine running. You know what I mean? Keep the engine running, like I say. And if there's something that's not technical that we can work on, maybe it's something that keeps our mindset in check. Maybe it's something that helps us be patient. Maybe it's something that helps us be disciplined. Maybe it's something that reinforces our long-term and short-term ideas, or our environmental ideas of what the situation is like in an environment around us, whether it's dangerous or not, whether it's full of patterns that are constantly playing out for us to be a part of, or whether or not it's just ass. You know what I mean? Like that's a great comprehension to make. And a lot of people they find it very difficult to differentiate whether or not it's going to treat them like crap, because look at all the people again for a moment in the area that just overlap them constantly, right? And it's like we might not even be done with them yet, right? That's the crazy part about it. Remember, the whole 300 points from the beginning of the day could easily be taken back. Oh, actually, let me just zoom out on this chart and you'll be able to see it. So that's a problem still, but it doesn't have to be if we have the information of it. We understand that it's a risk to any outgoing trades that are long right now. That's what it is. And, it could be an opportunity to trade it back down to these highs as we pass them. We know that it's doing what I consider like the fuzz on top of a W's B point, like let's say we're here, it's like we're doing this, like we're not coming down from any respectable fib. There's no argument that it's playing out to this B point. Like if you put a B point on there and taking it off because it's removed, because it's hit it, you're going to be adding that thing again. Like once we realize that, hey, we're using the fibs from that level, uh, which we're not yet, the trend break, that becomes that much more real, that much more of a necessity to come back and give these people trouble at that node. Unfortunately, I wish them the best, and it's ironic as I try my best to explain, but it's like I'm behind a glass wall, and those people in that are so far away from understanding the information that I have that they all land in there, and they don't even like it. They're not pleased with that, I don't think, trading in there. But at the end of the day, I opened the computer this morning and just looked at that, and I was like, oh, it's disgusting. Like that was I was revolted by it initially. The idea of being eager in that environment is naive because it's like being eager to run into no man's land. It's like eager to be running into an environment with a smile on your face that's actually exposed to danger. And that's never fun. When you think it's okay and it's really not. And that's happened to everybody. You might have been standing on something, you might have been you might have been doing something, but it's given through at some point, and you're like, oh man, you're the guy falling through the floor all of a sudden. But or something. Hopefully not, but at the end of the day, it's happened to me many times. The ATR is valuable, as well as just it can be added to that list of, hey, are we checking if it's high or low? Are we checking if it's in a trend or in a consolidation? Because it can only either be one or the other, and we can know which one it is. And if we choose to begin without checking those things, then it's naive. And I'm like, well, if we begin, we don't even know if it's high or low. Well, that's a major problem because that influences our direction majorly. And if it's in a consolidation or a trend, or if it's in a consolidation and it has a trend within that consolidation, have we identified all of those things? Because it's not fair to us to begin if we don't actually know, because we're giving ourselves, making it hard for ourselves at that point. I'm like, that's how our calculations should be. They should be willing to be tested and challenged. And as we challenge them, we'll discover things. And it's the reason why we like to challenge things is because we find things. And when we find things, we get to feel good about that. We get to feel that the work that we've been putting in has actually resulted in an understanding of a fact. The market, is telling us we can place fibs in. We know the facts now where the 61 is, for instance. We can place in where the 261 is, and we know there for a fact that it's there. We can't change that. And we would argue with anyone that said it was any other way. Because, well, actually, it's not. I wouldn't want to spend too much time arguing with somebody that can't see the facts. But at the end of the day, maybe give them a moment. But if they insist, then move on. At the end of the day, it is important to make sure that your decisions are built off of facts. And I think that that's important. After you do this for a while in this, you're going to do it everywhere else. You're going to be like, oh, there's a problem, between the children at the schoolyard or something. You'll have to, okay, give me all the facts. Let me know the whole thing. That's the first step, right? Or the next time that there's some sort of, quarrel between adults or something, you're walking back over to the table. You have to know, what happened is probably the first thing that most people would ask. And that's a very vague, way of doing it. But digging for the information so that you can present a solution would be the optimal way. I don't know another way to do it. Every other way is guessing, because if you don't have any information on what the problem is, how are you supposed to solve it? That's what it boils down to. And I guess I could have led with that, but thinking about it in the way that I have led me to that thought. Now it's cleared up. You can see how me just thinking about something, I have a clear, more refined thought as a result of having went over it in my head. And I lock it into my subconscious mind and move on to the next one. Yeah, so in this area, it all started with one range, and I basically duplicated that range. And what's funny is when I go back, I'm like, it doesn't even look like it was using that range. It makes no sense that that was ever placed as a range like that. Because when I applied it, it was from this little movement in here, that tiny little area right there on the day of the 2nd of January. which there's likely to be a picture of the 1 minute on the 2nd of January in the chat. I can take a look. Oh, first, we'll go over here though. But yeah, those ranges they were created January, the beginning of January, so the beginning of the year. And now it's using them on the 1 minute like they're the most relevant thing ever. And I'm like, I put the time in on those days to make sure that we had that. When we move out of this range, I'll switch to another chart and start using data on like one of these other charts. And like this is a low data chart. Like watch this one. We'll have ranges all the way up here too. You know, all of these ones will be considered next as well. And I'll keep making them like this chart has ranges everywhere that we can use. I haven't even switched to this. I believe that we're on a destined journey to all-time high, but we're going to have to use that blue bar along the way. And I even have in there, even though we're high, it's going higher. This blue bar will be seen again. And I've had that drawn in for a long time. And nothing changes. It's been there for this whole trend, everything like that, ever since we were in this chop down here. I knew wholeheartedly that it all led to this high, and we ultimately will advance every institutional trade to a new profitable high before any new calamity in the world. I think they're trying to make all of their assets as valuable as possible before the dollar crumbles. And you know, when the dollar crumbles, the assets will be more valuable. So that's another thing as well. The next biggest risk to the average, you know, Westerner is not the market falling; it's that it's an actual melt up and the dollar dropping. Like one thing that nobody's experienced, and I'm going to say this again, is the daily on the dollar. Like, tell me where the big crisis was ever. Like, where was the big crisis on the dollar? Let's take a look. Let's see if anybody ever has an experience with what the dollar looks like when it's having a crisis, because nobody's ever experienced it in the history of America. So let's look at the 1 week chart. You know, we go back into the 70s here. Where do we see the big calamity? Oh, we took back the big pop or something? Is that what we're worried about? It's been hanging around 90, 100 forever. Yeah, we go above 100, but what if the dollar was to fall to like 40? What if the dollar was to fall to like 30? You know? That's what I'm talking about. That's the fucking problem. What if we were to make this giant spike on the bottom literally happen on the bottom? What if that was to happen? Like through that dumping, it could take how long? Like we could even dump this far down like that over the course of 148 days and then take 100 or 224 days to get back up the whole way, creating this entire spike just like that on the bottom of this chop, and then take all of it right back up after everyone's been fucked very hard in an economical way. And everything just returns right back to normal after everybody loses so much like value of their assets, and you know nobody wants to do business with them kind of thing. And I'm like, well, at the end of the day, I I fear that that's the worst thing that could happen. Now the institutions, they will hold through all of it. They'll be buying, you know, most likely into other parts of the world at the time that the American markets are exploding. I think it would be wise to invest in other parts of the world for the major companies in America, the hedge funds in America. I think they're going to be interested more in spreading it across the world rather than just having it in America.
Took that trade there, but I got out quickly because I looked over to my right and I was in the middle of that node, the range.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I wasn't too confident about it.
True, true. But you were still trading back up to the bottom of the triangle for the first time, which is good. Rather than it being the
Okay,
second or
yeah.
third time. Like that's a positive, I guess. Like you could see the need to reversion to the mean. That was the reversion to the mean trade. Even though there was a bunch of things wrong with it, there's a few things that can be taken home that you can use in your next trades as right things, like the fact that you were trading back to the mean, that you saw it stretching past somewhere that it needed to return to. You felt the need to be in for the journey back up, almost like it was a phase A, and it was like you were taking that second bottom. You know how you do, like phase A usually looks like this, and you were taking it like that back up to the mean. Phase A is great, especially if we come from a chop like this and it comes from a high where phase A seems like it's low. and you're trading back up into the mean because of it. Like sometimes we get phase A's underneath the tips of triangles. That's kind of like what we had here. So there's those movements are meant to be like cut like typically after they're done like what you did too. So it's not like you're trying to nurture it from the middle expecting that it's going to hold forever and that you're safe from there. Like that's a positive. Like if you tried to do that, there would be something to work on there, right? But you didn't do that. You did the right thing and just took it as a short-term trade of what it was, a scalp trade. And like sometimes the day can be full of those small short-term trades. They don't take on much risk. They're quickly over with, and it's just because you see that small thing that it needs to do in that small moment of time. It's there and then it's gone in a moment. And if I had to say, this is the most attractive line to be part of, though, the top one. But it is yeah, I find it very difficult to imagine how we leave this place without it looking like another triangle, which is fine. I mean, it's not like the triangles, you know, don't end. Like they totally do, even though they might feel like they never will when we're part of one. This one right here could be forming one right now, and I'm just suggesting that because like, well, we made so many triangles over top or near to where the last ones were. We moved away from that general area, and now, I mean, arguably we've been trying to make similar sort of consolidation style over here. And I'm like, that's fine. That's fine. The red zone still may not be done getting attacked, but ultimately the real value is going to be on the top line, which I think a lot of people will get skewed because there is great potential that we break the support. It's just I don't think it's going to be for great value. I think that whatever we break the support gets bought back out, and that the end at the end of it all, what move ends up holding will be the one that breaks the red yellow line, and not the ones that break the support. I believe that the support breaks to be readjusted. So when we break support before, like you'll be able to see some of these other lines like this one, like they were merely just readjusted. Like it's not like it really broke trend when it broke that one. It was readjusted to there, readjusted to there, readjusted to there. I'm like readjustment city in there. We could readjust this big one once or twice easily. Not a big issue. But the irony of the current situation is that we're actually stuck in between two ranges, not using either one of them. And sometimes when we can see that they're more interested in using the extremes of ranges, we might actually shoot through the next range and avoid the middle of it to create this grind on the other side, which is kind of ridiculous, but you know, uh, it's a thing. Many people will be expecting the next range to actually be used like it was before, which I mean, that's a possibility, of course, but shooting through that area would be the most impactful, I think, and the most likely for the institutions to be setting up for sideways and then another up. Like, imagine this. Imagine on a hypothetical situation, if we were to make this movement again, where would we land? Like, if we did it off of the red zone itself, we would get right to the other red zone miraculously. So, if this consolidation, in other words, ends with the move that brought us into the consolidation, then we will be at the next red zone. And if we were to like just like I'll literally take this whole thing over again, and I'm curious about this. Now, we might have one of these spikes before we actually leave. We have to watch out for that, but I am curious about actually taking this whole shape, the whole thing, and being able to just literally plop it on here, potentially make that whole thing again. Because it's as though we've actually come from a consolidation that was similar. Now the run up might not be the same, but we can see that that run up actually has been used prior to the last chop. Maybe having that little bit of space was appropriate. Here we didn't use that little bit of space. I mean, maybe we will next time. It's not like it has to freaking start the consolidation right away. Sometimes it takes a minute. But I'm like, okay, if there is a system in play, this would be the arguably the way that we have been dividing from trend to consolidation. And to identify how we've been consolidating and how we've been trending, well, the first step would be to, you know, identify the distance and time that it takes to trend. Could we say that the distance and time on the original breakout trend was incredibly similar to the distance and time that it took the last time that we broke out? And I'm like, well, maybe this is the size of breakout that we do when we break out in this trend. I mean, it's very easy argument to say that we break out one way and when we do, it's this way. And since that trend began, there's been no other way than this way. So I'm like, well, if we're gonna break out ever again, not considering that would be naive. I mean, if you sell before that, I mean that's like what you really want. This is like a good. How much is it? Let's check. 150 points, which is a lot. So yeah, we're on the brim of potentially offering another 150 points to the next red zone above. And in which case, I'm pleased to say that we will be at the final 141 and at the biggest level of threatening power to take us back down. Of course, at any given time inside of those areas, they're all capable of sending us back down. But we can see that we haven't really even used the first one yet. That getting all the way up to the red zone would really mean that we're getting involved with these areas that could send us all the way back down. And we knew about that when the day began. So I'm like, well, is it okay if they give you 300 points profit, but then take it back? I'm like, well, can we manage that? At the end of the day, that's pretty much what it is. And we haven't made that whole way yet. There's still how many points remaining? Still a good 170 from current price, but beyond the high, only 150 points remain. I'm like, isn't that funny that the average move up is 150 points, and that's how much we have to get to the reversal point? I'm like, why does that add up so well? I don't intend for it to add up well like that. I dig until I find something that adds up. And that freaking adds up remarkably well. So
And that may be a violent move
it very well
taking it
could be.
down
Yeah, it very well could be. Yep.
in after hours
It
or
very
close to after hours.
yeah, it very well could be. Yep. Might be at the close. There's been a lot of movements after very stale days. We get to the close and then
Yes.
it has some serious movements, yeah. Like 1541 right there. Basically at all of these times, like we were touching that level the entire time for hours since 12 o'clock, and then all of a sudden it was able to push up um, about 75 points into those B points in there. Play out that harmonic pattern essentially. Get to the B point. But it also, just to add there, it had 1, 2, and 3 highs into 1, 2, and 3 lows. Um, and I don't even think that that was a consideration of the moment in there. It was like in retrospect, I noticed that. But I made a 20-minute video on that whole thing there. And well, you know what? I'm just gonna like. I'm worried that that's gonna be clutter. We don't really need these. We'll take them off. These old trend lines that are protruding steeply through the highs and lows are less likely to be seen again. I leave the red yellow one on there as a marker for an anchor at the beginning of the day, just as a reference point so we don't get lost in where the day began. We still can understand that every part of our day so far has been contained within a giant range that's relatively like parallel on both sides of the spectrum here. I don't leave this on, but just to measure it, just to see, like we're still pretty much following the boundaries and guidelines of this general upwards movement. And just to keep an eye on, like that's why I have that blue line and that yellow one. It's not necessarily because they're relevant. Obviously, the red yellow line is my favorite. It's the if I ever put one in, and then like we must consider it. It's not like a joke or anything. It's like it's the most important line, and I highlight it to show like okay this one. But it doesn't have to necessarily. Now that it's broken, we can retest the crap out of it. We're still part of the middle area. Ultimately, I knew that it had to break to get us involved with this range. Could it begin the big run? Um, well, yeah, because at the end of the day, we're prone to being able to have breakouts from areas like this because the other consolidation literally took this much time too. Like what we have right now is very similar to making an S wave, but it's not really connecting on both sides. We can see that roughly the same kind of motion that we took on one side, though, is present on the other. And what's ironic is when the S wave does connect and it is perfect, that same kind of math is still relevant. So are we following those rules? And I'm like, well, when we specifically leave a gap in between these points right here, 9 times out of 10, it's because we're part of a 5 wave move. And that at the end of the day, it's actually not connecting because we're part of a 5 wave move. Now, this makes it dangerous. When we make a 5-wave move, ultimately, the trend is at risk of breaking like the yellow one would be. After we get up into an official 5-wave move, we'll be in 261 territory. That has the capacity to send us back down, potentially to the B point. We know that that could be a relatively large move, and it could be because of the 5th wave that it wants to do it. Now, of course, by that point, it'll be it'll be well into the day, but I'm curious to see if something like a 5-wave move wants to try to play out. It's not something that I think has to necessarily form just like that or even play out. I'm kind of leaning toward being able to do this more so than dump down off of it. So when we make 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the 5th wave actually gets locked into sideways, locked into a grind like this, rather than being able to actually pull down like a 5-wave move does. And I'm like, what would that fit with? Like, because a 5-wave move is a bearish pattern. It's a reversal pattern, just like a head and shoulders. And I mean, they've been failing all day. What do you think this is going to do? It could fail as well. Maybe a little bit of a play out that looks like a chop like this, and then we just give it to them. And that's really painful because everybody gets a long time to see that the 5-wave move has the potential to break the trend. They get to experience the trend break, and it actually doesn't matter. It just keeps coming back. And that's what I feared these yellow lines are going to be treated like. That we're going to keep coming back to them, keep trying to attack them. In some case, when I just drew that in right there, it made me think that the 5th wave could actually be made on that relationship. You know, so that's a little bit advanced, but it is just, bearish patterns have been failing, and we could be making another one. Why couldn't it fail too? Moral of the story. Okay, well, I guess that's the gist of it. And I'm like, well, do we even have enough time for one of those consolidations in the day? I don't even think it has enough space to logically make. If I put the imbalance on, for instance, we could totally fit it in. Definitely. I thought it was, we could put it there if we wanted to. That would be like, we'd have to get moving pretty quickly. But I'm like, isn't it true that that's what it does, though? Could we do that? I mean, I couldn't say it could be set up better for it to do that, to be fair. Couldn't say. I even mentioned that earlier in the day, up then sideways is something I'd like to see. So this would be that. If I made a video, I'd be like, well, I could go right from the point that I said that to it doing this, and we shall see. And what's funny is it's kind of like it knows what makes people uncomfortable. And even if you know what it's going to do, it's set up in a way that hasn't pulled back adequately enough for to allow people to benefit from it. So that you kind of have to go outside of your comfort zone to be part of the movements, which could mean sacrificing good entry points by sacrificing your size, by not taking as much size, but being involved with things that are a little bit more short term, that have shorter term playouts. I just looked in here and I could see it just gave me deja vu to the same shape of that last trade that you took there as well, Raz. And it was like that. It was like you took it from here to here, and I saw that same thing happen again right here on the 1 minute, which is giving me deja vu. On a side note, it does remind me of left head right into, what is this, left head right? I'm like, is it true that it has that? Is it true that that's done? And that there's nothing else that we have to do to make it complete, that we could move on, having nothing else left to do here to complete this. And 61s today, find me a freaking working bearish one almost. Like, that's, are you afraid of this thing? That's another thing too. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. How many bearish failed 61s have we made today? It's almost like they're like literally, if you can find a time where we went 61 and went down, I'd be impressed. Maybe over here, but that was a fake out. Let's look at that one. Right here. Oh, it didn't even make it all the way there. Interesting, but I could see where they were coming from on that move. Maybe really small ones like that, but as quickly as they were given, they were taken back. And of course, none of them survive. Every single 61 that's ever been placed from high to low and intends to be treated like this has always ended up under us. Will this one as well? Is another major question. Well, what would compel it to be any different then if we're going to ask that question? Is there anything that's obviously different about what it's doing that would compel it to work, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Let's see. On every other working inverse head, or sorry, on every other working bearish 61, if we could find them and calculate what environment they succeeded in, and if any of that shit is happening now, that would be if I had an assistant robot, I would be like, all right, tell me that right now, and calculate everything for me, and I'll crunch it together. But at the end of the day, does it change the fact that I believe it's going to go to all time high? And does it change the fact that it's likely not going to be in this consolidation for a whole lot longer? Does it change the fact that the last consolidation ended with a big old move on both sides? Because it's not like that consolidation didn't have the move here and at the end, and this one will have the move here and at the end, or what? I mean, it's just an idea. Any positions that have been taken for the break of the red yellow line, or for the break of the 61, or for the break of this range, we knew that smashing the red zone would be something that we could do for a prolonged period of time, and that no stops were really safe above it, but ultimately that the goal is to get involved with the range above. Now, to use the range above properly would be to use the entirety of all of the boundaries, red zone and green, or red zone and green, and we've only interacted with the green. That's a fact. And hmm. How long did it take to deal with the green on the bottom here? Are we taking longer? I think we're taking longer. But like, geez, is it not the same range? Could it take the same, time to deal with the same things? Like, how long did it take? So yeah, yeah. You know what's strange about this shape here? I took this from the move below, and I'll change the color of it for a second just so we can see, you know, the time that it took to spend on that green down there, the triangle that it had around it, and then that great distance after. And then we were finally done with it. If we had to do all those things again, could we say that at the top up here that this is a very similar amount of time to interacting with that green zone? And that maybe we're in the area that spends this amount of time away from it before we can actually move beyond? It's an idea. I'm like, shit, it is the same range. What would that put us at if we were there? Put us at the change the hour. Okay. Um, Geez, it would extend this consolidation greatly, though. Is there any merit to saying that the consolidation began at a different point? It doesn't feel right if I don't put it at the beginning, does it? Like where that's that's how I would gauge that. We know that when we had that consolidation even there, that there was a great distance that was associated with it still. You know, I'm thinking about these distances and whether or not they're relevant to what we're doing now. Because I'll tell you one thing, we've certainly got a similar triangle to the triangle that we first made when we first used a green zone. Why do I think that's important? Well, this is a triangle, and we're first using the green zone for the first time. And to get involved and to break into this one, it took a triangle. It took it took that much time, and then it went to the red. You know, Undoubtedly, it's taking a little bit longer than what it did before, but it's not like it doesn't have the triangle. And it's the slowest part of the day, too. At the end of the day, right now, we're crushing a 5 ATR. What is this, like 1975? Crazy. Yeah, the ATR drastically jumped up like a long time ago, like 5 years ago, and it's remained higher. Like, I remember when 5 point moves were, people would just love 5 point moves, and that was a common thing. And to see a 50 or 100 point move is so rare, especially when the market was under 3,000 points or so. And now we're just privy to so much more movement. And yes, I could see the average person complain more in this environment, but there are actually times that are less frequent than moving times I've seen. Like, it's not dead like this for as much as it's moving hard. Like, the movements are more frequent now than the dead zones. It used to be opposite. which I think like that just hones in on, if you know what you're doing, then you'll have more opportunities. You don't have to wait so long between opportunities. Whereas before, opportunities were less frequent and they were also smaller. Whereas the contracts are only getting cheaper to trade, and the the opportunities are only getting easier to take part in. Whereas before, everything was more expensive, including commissions. Now it's like everybody's fighting over free commissions. Eventually, we're headed to just free commissions across the board. It would seem, right? You know, because with the competition out there, it forces all those brokers and people to essentially try and offer as much value to their clients as possible, which means offering up value on their part, which means that as competition continues in the business and in brokerages, there's going to be more like value that they're going to be trying to provide, where one brokerage might say, oh, this guy's making tons of money, you know charging the clients like commissions wise. If we wipe that out, they might all join us and we'll show them advertisements to make up for it or something. You never know. Like, it's incredible how we can all of a sudden not need to pay $20 a contract on NQ when 40 years ago people were getting away with that and getting charged like crazy for through many brokers. And the margin requirements have only gotten lower and easier to manage and more affordable, you could say. Some of the biggest triangles of our past have had some of the smallest moves. Like we've seen that when we made this triangle originally around the green zone, the biggest component, I think, wasn't the end of it, but what was inside of it. Inside of this, like, do we see something similar? A head and shoulders of any sort? A left and a head and a right, perhaps, or any kind of similarity to what we had when we were doing this before? Kind of, At the end of the day, it's true that, the highest point of this pattern sits in the middle. And on either side of it are two movements. We could argue that this one right here is really similar to the movement that we did on the right hand side, and that between those two similar movements sits a movement that is above both of them. Now, if I take this over, we've got the component structure available for what is the head and shoulders that we're all familiar with, really. If we just trace over the rough trajectory of that shape, all the components required and all the trends required to make a head and shoulders are now in play. Like if you were to say where do people short from in the head and shoulders? Where's the value? Well, the right shoulder is where the pattern ends. Without those 5 trends breaking in sequence, you've got something else. So it has to do those things. To understand that those facts must be present, you know, is important. Because we can't ever skew those facts and say that it is that thing, because it won't be that thing anymore if you change those facts. And I'm like, well, obviously, but it's ironic how not obvious it actually is. Like it might take years to come to that conclusion. Like it's nuts. I can see people don't even consider things like that throughout the entire day, and I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I think it's just to avoid any complication in the future. It's like that's the main part about it. It's like thinking about the risks and understanding plans for them. Part of that sort of mindset. Which it can be tiresome if you haven't thought like that before at the beginning of like figuring out that hey, that's the way that you have to be in order to think about or to consider everything that's potentially going to hurt you and everything that's going to potentially help you, and to have the most awareness of all those things and to just get good at that. Other people might think you sound crazy, and I could see that, but I'm like, they're all out there oblivious, just going through it, not considering the danger. And I don't envy that. So, I am this way for a reason. It's not because I enjoy it particularly. It's because I'm afraid not to be like this. Because I know what happens if I'm not. I don't pay attention. I don't look under every single rock. I don't spend every moment considering everything that I can. I don't try the hardest that I possibly can. In that case, then I'm not as good off as I could be if I was doing all those things. So I see good reason for them, value and the effort put towards those things as incredible benefits in the longer term. Those things are inherently unavoidable for me to be able to think about. I have to, as uncomfortable as they may be, to think about risks and problems of the future. I find it so much easier to have a readily available solution in the mind rather than having to, make one when you're in danger. I mean, hopefully it's not so bad and you're trying to figure things out at that time. And it's like you might be, hit with heavy emotional baggage as well. And you're trying to think clearly and you don't have any solutions and keep going in circles. And I'm like, what happens if you don't prepare? I'm like, do I deserve to be like that if I don't prepare? I'm like, there's no excuses. I can't even be mad anymore. I'm like, I just prepare. You know what I mean? Like, just freaking prepare. Do yourself a favor. That's what I say. Like, literally. And it's like this is what I say to myself. So you can use it if you want to. Like, that's why I say it. It's uncomfortable maybe even to hear, and I'm not even telling anyone that they should be like that. I'm just saying this is how I do it. And it's it's a mentality, I guess. If I was to say, what is that? It's not a strategy as much as it's a mentality, a thought process, a lifestyle, you know. And eventually, if it becomes so routine to think of those dangers, you can see the benefit in avoiding them and actually start to feel positive about understanding the dangers so well that they're not actually dangers to you anymore and that you can navigate them just like turns in the road, you know? Like, oh, God forbid a bend's coming up. What do you do? Well, like, if you don't know the solution, yeah, you're screwed. You're going off the side of the road. But if you know that you're supposed to turn the wheel, then you freaking stay on the road, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's pretty straightforward. But that information being lacked, you'd be freaking out. Like if all of a sudden you lost your ability to determine where the bend was coming up, and you knew that the driver of the car could not tell when the bend was coming up, yeah, you have reason to worry. For sure. For sure. 100%. Like if somebody suddenly blinded them, that'd be concerning. Would it not be? Yeah, it would be for me. It could be like some paint on the windshield or something. It might have not have been actual, like something just to impair the vision. Who knows? But it's all a danger. And having processes to solutions quickly, even though paint never may be spilled on your windshield, if it is, you better have a solution quickly or you might put someone else or yourself in danger, right? So I think about these things. Even though I might even be the person trying to help the guy that's got the impairment. I might not even be the person that's impaired. I might just visualize somebody else that has it. Maybe their decision making process is to speed up or something. Wouldn't that be terrible? Like that would be the wrong decision. So we know that doing that would be the first no, right? Like trying to create visibility might be a good idea. Trying like what are like turning the windshield on, smearing it around I don't know. Like, could we go through these things and have a solution? I don't know. But in trading, I think it's incredibly wise to think of your danger and come to as concrete of solutions because you only got two things that can happen. It can either go up or it can go down. And, one of those ways is going to hurt you. One of those ways is going to help you. That's it. So we have to understand all of our decision making process comes down to two outcomes. Not like, oh, how many variables are in play with the guy that's got paint on his windshield? You might have people in the car, there might be cars around him, there could be rocky roads. He could be going already at a very fast speed. Like those are all variables. Like fucking some dust could I don't even know. You could there could be more problems that could occur that I'm not even thinking about that it would be great to know if it was there. And it's just an example of the thought process. Like I don't have to worry necessarily about that as much of as a trading problem. So I don't think about like, how to reattach Barbie dolls' heads if they fall off. Like I don't need that information. I don't need to know. It's not a risk. It's not going to hurt me if all the Barbie head dolls, they all fell off right now. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't know. So it's like certain things are worth more putting time into. Sure, are you going to have paint on your windshield? The probability is probably low, but if you've got time on your hands, you might be interested in thinking about solutions to problems you haven't even had yet, so you're prepared more so for them. Let's say you're a soldier. How many different things can kill you in war? Like, should you ever be docile, not thinking about stuff? Like, not concerned about what's going, where your next opportunity or danger is going to be, or knowing as much information about what can hurt you or what could help you is important, in my opinion. And God forbid we ever have to be in that situation. But I can see that this is a situation similar to one that can hurt you or help you, and having all the information again, we'll circle back around to that, is only going to help you in deciphering what the best solution is going to be. Like if you've ever dealt with a lawyer or something, like they get all the information, and freaking gotta have all the information. It's like that's what it is. Problem solving, like really. Same thing with a doctor. They probe, ask questions. They have to get the lay of the land before they can give you a solution. The first thing they'll ask is what the problem is, and then they'll have follow up questions. And nothing is never like what they choose. It's like they always have some sort of question that leads to a solution, and it never leads to just, okay, I don't know what to do. I mean, like, that would be concerning. I think we have figured out most of the ailments, I think, and we can figure out, like, most of the people, like if you bring your car to a mechanic, they're never like, I don't know what to do, bring it to somebody else. When does that happen? Maybe, I don't know, but usually you'd think they would know what they're supposed to do and they could do it. And same thing with the doctor, like, go to someone else. I'm like, are you kidding me? You don't know? I'm like, that's ridiculous. How, like, the professionalism, you're supposed to know, right? Like, that's why they're the professional. And I guess they're not a professional until they know. That's what makes them a professional, is the fact that they know. So at least that's how I see it. Or maybe I've got it all mixed up. I don't know. But I like to think about things in ways that give me like permanent, like, sort of understandings of the logic, and how I want to learn and how I want to improve on a daily basis. And in trading, that's really important. So I talk about different strategies to do that, as uncomfortable as they might seem. Yeah, this trend break right here, it reminds me of a trend break that we had over here, where we came back and kind of like retested that line, almost like we retested this one, like bleeding out to it. We can see that head and shoulders overall movement has now achieved back to this level, which really highlights that we're failing another head and shoulders again. And using a similar method of retesting and like exiting the consolidation, like after we retested there before, we rallied all the way to the high. When we retested here, we happen to have done the same thing. Will this be the time to break it? I can see that after spending a relatively strong amount of time in there, we spent some time away, and it's similar to doing that here now. It's like we've spent our time away after spending a lot of concentrated time in that zone. And we find all of those things are basically similar to the time that we last exited a consolidation. Could it be that we're going to exit this one? That is the question of the moment. Getting involved with that red zone is the number one thing, but first step is getting into the range. We have to remember that all the highs past where we've just made become B points that we can ultimately use in the future. Now, this is an interesting one because it's suggestive that coming from the 261 to the 188 could be like coming from this 261 to the B point. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. We've got the grinding of the green zone, which could ultimately be leading to a node being built up at this area, which is not so bad because we already started on one. And then when we fall back from the 261, or when we fall back from the red zone, having a node here to stand on will be valuable in the future. I find it interesting that our first triangle across the green zone had a movement that came back down to the tip, right? And then now all of a sudden we have a triangle of similar size that moved up to the tip and beyond it. So they've changed a little bit to it. Obviously the head and shoulders is still very visible, where you can see half of the head and shoulders where the head and the right shoulder that failed upwards were all inside of the triangle. The head and the right shoulder were also inside of the triangle, but closer to the tip of the final one. This is the attempt at breaching higher than we went before. A little bit of a stop killer. Ultimately, the slow should turn into fast as we develop the movement into the end of the day. I wouldn't be surprised to see it speed up from the slow as we get on into the movement. And it's funny too, because I was using this shape to explain the lack of ability of that 61s to come down. And here we had somewhat of a 61, but you can see how I could turn that if I into a head and shoulders if I just literally made the same shape on the other side of the spectrum. And in every way, shape, and form, there has been head and shoulders to inverse head and shoulders constantly spammed across each one of the consolidations. We can see even in here, like the need to make that smaller head and shoulders to inverse head and shoulders was a prominent point inside of this area, which is very similar to what we did over here. And you can see that also sitting right in the middle of the consolidation, just as this one also was in the past. But at the end of the day, I find it part of the explanation I made earlier, all just advancing in the institutional plan. We know that getting inside of this area here and actually breaching above it could be a quicker move to the other side. It doesn't have to be slow in the middle. Like the idea of, hey, this is a range that we used on the inside. And then over here, we're going to grind the green zone and grind the red zone with fast movement through the middle with not much in the middle whatsoever. Now, the red zone might initiate another grind that could lead us into the imbalance, but or even into the close, because it's not like we're going to go back in time to make that grind. It has to be from this point on that we make that grind if we're going to make it. So, and that's fine. I mean, there's plenty of time to grind in the overnight session as a result of there's some the diameter, like the area that we're going to basically use to consolidate can be very similar to previous areas that we've used. Like this overall consolidation size is not too far from most of the movements that were allowed in the previous consolidation. And the bulk of the node, when I look at the node itself, like for instance over here, like how big are the nodes when we make them? And are those nodes similar in size, and can we expect the next one to also follow that kind of, overall um, area? Maybe this one was a tad bigger, but that's okay. I can see that most of the consolidations that we've had today have started with this giant spike after running up. So first off, we have this run up that basically ends with a spike down. And that's like been the gate to the consolidation, where we start off with that run and then we make that dump down. And then from then on out, it's nothing like that anymore. It's like this, you know? Like you can still see the other kind of, consolidation over there. This and this are nothing alike. There's no similarity to this movement here to this one here. Like at the end of the day, the kind of progress that we're trying to make when we're doing that versus the lock-in type motion, which obviously this one, I would change the angle of it a little bit. It is still within that kind of area. But one thing that I want to talk about with that is, despite the fact that it didn't use the exact boundaries, did it not start right there and end right here? You know, like we can see that it didn't really spend much time doing anything else. And I'm like, well, the journey that we took inside of this area was actually far different than the journey that we had when we were in here. It's nothing like it. Yet that time and space, we went from this point right here down to this point right here basically as well. This one might not have been as big, but throughout that time and area, we basically used that same sort of confinement zone. This one was smaller for sure, and it also had a different journey to get from that point to that point. Now, will it end with the same kind of movement that every other consolidation has had? Now, it's like a lot to ask. I think it'll be a little bit different. I think it'll be a tad different the way that they're going to do that end of day one. But sure, is it a consideration? It definitely is. Now, there's one major thing. Like even over here, we can say that we made that distance appropriate and that it led to the next consolidation. And that every time we pop above one of those consolidations, like there seems to be a very like heavy interest in trying to draw back to that high. You can tell this one did it immediately here, didn't quite do it over there, but over here too, that pretty much all of those highs were attacked on the path of that next movement that happened after. This one's a something that happened there. So I want to say, like, are these points safe? Like, are we able to come back down and attack them from the future too? And when I think about how much it took to pull back when we pulled back, is it not like that too? So let's say, we did something remotely similar to that or to this. Is that acceptable? Like it becomes a risk. I mean, hold on a second. So the distance away from each one of these pullbacks is actually remarkably similar to the distance that you would think would be making this next one. Obviously, we're not up there yet, but it would suddenly become appropriate for it to pull back that much if it were there, ironically. Um, this entire day has been built trying to make this motion where we do have to be very careful that in the future a trend breaks back to test this node, you know, rendering everything even around it, like this diagram suggests. So there's that. A very boring plan, but if you do like stick with it, it's a good one. And at the end of the day, overall, very slow one. Take a look at some of these other ranges on these other charts. Like I just pop open this range right here. This one's got a range going like that and a range going like this. Perfect. It explains a lot about why we are where we are. Even in using these areas here, it doesn't fail to grind the red zone and make it difficult for everyone that buys beyond it, sniping the green. It's ironic that a B point at 10 o'clock, only half an hour into the day, playing up to that B point is a ticket to a trade that lasts the entire day. But only because it's manually sold off or stopped out, it's not held. And I'm like, well, at the end of the day, we know that where we are is here. We made it from there to about here. That's our day today. And in this pattern, would I say that this is the best place to begin from? People would be like, what happened here? Well, that was, you know, in a time that was not readily available to the public. But where it was available was here to here. I'm like, fair play then. Well, you got to work with what you got, and that's what it is. So here is where all that chop is. Being above that line is getting up, like we have. It's not quite evenly as high as it was low, though. Like, do you think that if this is the chop, here, that we've went up as much as we were down below it? Like, if this is where it began, if it was to be like that, even just for some perspective, we'd be not even halfway, which is ironic. Now I'm thinking about that. I'm like, well, what fib would we be at if we were there? Because that's not how. That's not like. 188, 200 would be slightly higher than that. Like, tell me that if it was to go up to the 188, that it would look wrong. Like, tell me that would be wrong, you know? Because that looks good to me, if you'd ask me. Is the sideways positioned in the middle? And I'm like, well, that would make a lot of sense. Sure, we could get locked into a consolidation along the journey, but does it make sense to achieve that and ultimately still be at risk of falling down to where we are now? Because guess where the V point's going to be? Be right there. Where are we right now in relation to that line? Does it feel like we're far? Does it feel like one should begin from there on this? I'm like, I don't know. That's a bit much. I don't think that's like, it kind of gives me it makes me uncomfortable to think about that actually. You could tell. Like, I feel uncomfortable about that because it's just not the best way that it could be on this earth for this time and this life that we live. And you choose for that way to be the way for you. I wouldn't choose for that way. Right? So I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't mean that this place is not a place that the market will have journeyed from and that it can't give us undeniable information that can't be used in the future. What if it makes ranges today that are going to be used like these ones? We don't know that. But to assume that nothing else would be important would be naive. Because how do you know that I didn't get these ranges from 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the end of the day? I didn't allow the market to make a range without me being there. That's the irony. That's the irony. I didn't allow the market to make a range without me being there. And why would you do that? Well, understanding the story is the most paramount thing to every decision you will ever make in the market again. Knowing exactly what it's going to do next is paramount, and knowing where it came from and exactly every method it's ever used to get rid of people, to benefit the institutions, you know, to consolidate, to get rid of people, to plan out slow and quick movements that progress towards the overall objective, with the red yellow lines always breaking beyond their origin point. Like there's no way that anybody that has ever went for a red yellow line could be down right now. Isn't that true? So with that being, it would be a conscious decision to allow it to become a loss in the event that you did acquire it from any other place at this current moment. Because it's very hard to be down and be long, right? So at the end of the day, I would find this would be an appropriate place to rebalance any badly taken trades. I'll try to merge the two words together. Any badly taken trades, sorry, could be managed at the fucking high right now. Well, every single trade must be profitable. If you're not pleased with where you got in, you're at a risk of danger. So you can manage that or manage the stop at the very least, and making that conscious decision to do so when every single thing that anyone has ever worked for at this point towards the institutional plan has been able to benefit them. Now we're drawing back, so that ship is starting to sail. And obviously, I believe we'll penetrate this range and be able to get into it. It's just a matter of time for that, I find. But I don't mind it being quick either. It can be very quick about that. When it decides to get going, that is. Obviously, it's absolute chaos and grindy destruction until then, but we are actually at a trend line that comes from significant support long ago, not quite the very, very bottom, but basically one of its relatives, and the one that comes from the very bottom is actually close by. We're at a point right now where if we were to go sideways, we would have to break the trend for the imbalance. In order to be able to retain our trend for the imbalance, it would have to be above the green zone, basically, which is an interesting ultimatum. Are they trying to set up the trend break or readjustment on this little pocket of area that we have before the imbalance? Because the imbalance is a report at the end of every day, 10 minutes before the close, that can increase the volatility as all the shares and options and markets are rebalanced. Happens at the close, happens at the open, and happens 10 minutes before the close. And that's why that marker is going to be in there. Uh, I, I make it. But that is the time that we have to gauge for any other pattern to form within the day. Like it's getting to the point where we can barely even fit one of these old triangles within the time that we have left. So some of the patterns that we may be used to, like this head and shoulders, certainly wouldn't have enough time. And I find that interesting too because the head and shoulders itself actually, I think they took very similar amounts of times up here. No, that one's bigger. This is like an M, obviously a small one. Everything that we've done has almost come back down to the highs that we've passed as we progressed into the blue or green. The way that they've made that trend is a way that makes it difficult for people to begin a trend from there so soon. There is one, like we can apply it. We know that it only has limited time with it before breaking, but because there is limited time left, what happens on the short term is more relevant as it's crunch time for a lot of people that are in the make it back phase. I mean, a lot of those people will be, prior short sellers in the day that have, likely had bad days because of shorting or bad times because of shorting. And then this, they think that it's going to happen or something towards the end of the day. And I think the exact opposite of what the short sellers are waiting for is going to happen, like a explosive move to the upside could be brewing rather than a dump. Now, what everyone sees the biggest risk is going to be right now is not going to be this little freaking itty bitty trend line. It's going to be these big ass freaking trend lines from the bottom. Those are the ones that everybody has an idea about. And like, who doesn't have those on? Like, obviously, everybody's going to see those. Everybody's had all day to put the support in, right? And I mean, you got to be paying pretty close attention to really care about the one I just put in there. But guess which one's breaking? I'm like, we're going to this B point. The audacity to break the small one. A lot of people wouldn't want to put that one in there. And I just want to look for signals that it's not pulling back enough for people to get in. I want to look for signals that bullish patterns are working, but they're smaller and better than the bigger ones even, and the bigger bearish patterns are also suffering as a result, not being able to play out. Because we do have a B point here. Like it's true. There is a B point there. Maybe we're making an M to correspond with the W, but I would like to see it get sucked through the roof, to be honest, personally. And it's a bold thing to say because we've got 261s up here that are really suggestive of being able to fall back like that. But if we squeezed, we could blow right through those levels. And I'm leaning towards that, to be honest. Leaning towards the 61 or sorry, the 261s breaking with one swift go. Because I'm like, what are they convincing people to do? What they're convincing people to do is short 261s at the bottom of a green zone. I'm like, I'm not falling for that shit. It's ridiculous. Think about it. At the end of the day, they're like big B points that we've been able to have there all day. The institutions know all about these ranges and where they want people in from. They want people to short from the green zone. Of course they do. That's the way I see that. I'm like, it's the oldest trick in the book. If they don't see one, then they're going to see the other one, and we'll get the long-term traders and the short-term traders at the same point. Will knock both their socks off at the same time. And I'm like, oh shit, that would work, wouldn't it? So how do we get through this range if we don't create sellers to squeeze through it? Wouldn't that also fit in line? And I'm like, where's that movement that we were looking at earlier? The one that we keep doing to the upside. This one here. The one that we try to do over here, I think. And it's true that we're either in consolidations or we're making this move, no? It's either this move or consolidations. When we're making this move, it's clear we're not in a consolidation, and it's clear that all of the moves in consolidations are smaller than this one. And it's what's funny to me is this is the size of that range. Exactly. I never noticed that. And that means it's the size of every range. And it took me all day to notice that. Ridiculous. So that movement right there has been made very relevantly sort of in this area as the advancement move that sits between consolidations and divides consolidations. Right now, we're still sort of in the consolidation. We haven't really penetrated the green zone yet, even though we've made another advancement beyond the high. It still has made many counter trend moves that are very similar to this one. I wonder, if the counter trend move is going to be something like this, like something that we have right now. Like when we're able to make that movement right there, it didn't mean that we couldn't go beyond it. Like we seem to have done everything before again after, like AB equals CD. And I'm like, well, hold on a second. If we make that pullback right now, could we do everything we did before after again? It's crossing my mind. I know that we're at the edge of the green zone, and making this movement that we had before would actually be perfect from the edge of the range, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, no, it would be a direct screw people of the consolidation, or they would be like, screw you to the people that want the trend to break. And I'm like, the trend break guys, they want this to happen. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we're dealing with right now. I think the trend break's going to struggle to make that happen to the downside, but rather make it happen to the upside, which is contrary to popular belief. I think it would have to be something the markets, or not the market, but the institutions really make happen. And I find it interesting too that if the trend is going to break so well, why isn't even the B point hit yet? And it looks like it probably will. I'm just curious to see if it's more concerned with lingering around the B point and, am I going to get it? Am I not going to get it? Am I spiking back to the green zone every 5 seconds? Like what do I call it? Vacuum. The suction back up to the freaking green zone is clearly visible on the short term. We've got clear pressure coming up to the green zone. Like we've got this range trying to suck us into the range right now for sure. Like we've fully detached from that bottom range. You can feel the need to use this one. I'm like, what a better way to use it than use the whole freaking thing. And you know what? We totally can. At any given point through the end of the day, it could use the whole thing. It's kind of a crazy thing, but there's no better value for the institutions than to make that movement happen. And they're just waiting for everyone to get out of the way. That perfect window. I call it threading the needle. Um, And they're waiting for the right amount of orders to stack up in the perfect amount of way so that when they fire off, it's going to cost them the cheapest amount of money over the quickest amount of time. And also, um, that it's going to create the least amount of chasers to have to draw back for. It all depends. If they can get away with a movement to that red zone and not have chasers, we can get locked into that red zone. That's what I'd like to see. I think they're waiting right to the end of the day to try and avoid most of the people. And I mean, it's not like when somebody looks at the market, they're going to be like, "Damn, I got to get involved with what? What do you feel like you got to do because you see that?" People would think short, most of them. So I think that's the most dangerous thing because most of them usually lose. And it's contrary to popular belief. It's difficult, but I mean, like once you get the stop and profit, then the job's done, really. Or once you have a stop that is, like let's say we get into the concept of like if you want exposure, if you've taken 5 contracts and you take off like 3 of them, and the other 2 are stop at profit, or no, they don't even have to be. They could be at break even. The profit that you've taken off on the other 3 contracts will still pay for the break even on the other 2 contracts. Not like you're losing money on them. But even if you have to put it a little bit lower just for it to be that much more room that you need it to be, those 3 contracts are going to pay for it. And if you're, exposed, I mean, it's the only way to do it, really. It's either you do it or you don't do it. I'm like, I don't know any other way. I'm like, okay, well, we'll see. End of the day, it's kind of like a weird thing. I mean, it's not a it's a really weird thing. Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a very particular thing. At the end of the day, it's like demanding 150 points within the last fucking 35 minutes of the day. It's a lot, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like, this is the way. I'm sorry, it's the only way I know. 150 points in the next 35 minutes. Would it be unbelievable? We'll see, because we didn't even get that B point down there. That's a cheeky move, isn't it? And it's so close. Like somebody just got screwed on that because they got wanted the B point. I'm like, oh, that's not fair on them. Like they're literally trying to work end of the day, putting the work in. They literally lose because of that. I'm like, only if they saw the institutional plan, right? End of the day, which is clearly struggling to break these yellow big support lines. Like I don't know what color to make them. Like I could make them like I don't know what color to make them. I'll make them like, yeah, it's just like gray or something. I don't want them to not be visible, but I'll dim them out. I'll dim them out a little bit. I don't want them to not be visible, like I said. But geez, are they ever not the most important trend line right now? Like, what would be the best place to break those trends from? Red zone. I'd actually like give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit more because they'd have like, it's first of all, it's not even at the 261 yet. We have to get into the range to even get to that level, and to me that spells squeeze written all over it. So if I'm going to write squeeze written all over it, that looks bad. But still, at the end of the day, for the record, we can just imagine. Well, I don't know if we have to imagine. It could be like, you remember like when you go in the arcade or something or whatever, run across like you're in a racing game and you hit this thing and your car speeds up. That's what this could be like. This area, like your car gets freaking launched off the ramp and you fly through 150 points. So I'm like, how do you take this and fuck it up now? Even if it goes to shit from here, how do you fuck that up? I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, seriously, I don't understand how we could do that. So like it must like we'd have to make a conscious decision to like not defend or something. But I think at the end of the day, it's clear the institutions are playing the game and they moved it from a point that's very very interesting. We're attacking the highs. It's an M into a W. Ironically, we did make an M into a W there. And funny enough that a lot of things are happening with that. Like the distances that we made on the bottom are very similar to the distances we made on the top like we had earlier. But what sits between them is also M into W, right? Very clearly. And I'm like, with no obstruction from all the pesky individuals, it seems like they've all gotten out of the way. And if there's one thing that this kind of movement makes people do, it is just that. Get out of the way, right? Because they don't want to keep trying all the way to the end of the day. That's ridiculous. They don't want that job. They're trying to come here to avoid that job. And I'm like, yeah, okay there. You get ready for some some bad news because I believe that it's just like anything else. The more time that you put into it, the better you can expect yourself to be at it. You know, I don't know how that changes with anything though. Like you think you swim more, you're not going to be better. You walk more, you're gonna. I guess there's only you might be a pro at walking, but I don't know if you're getting any better. But still, maybe swimming, sure. Yeah, we could be breaking this high any second here. Now I'm looking for increase in volatility. We can break that freaking green zone and get into the dark area above. That's the ticket into the range. I mean, usually we'd have to come down and attack the green zone, spend time grinding it. I'm like, no, 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 skip all that, blow through the top, and teach these 261 people a lesson. Like, this is starting to become less and less of a thing. I'm not interested in this. I'm removing that
How do you
actively.
gauge volatility? Like
Because I can see
you
the
get
value that they see. I'm like basically like I can see that this small pocket of window, they're really studying it to see, okay, can we get rid of it? Like, can we get rid of the people, and make it perfect, like in the moment? Yeah, yeah. Like they're trying. That's testing the waters, in my opinion. They're like they're really trying to see, are they going to chase it if we pop it right now? Like they want to know. They're like, oh, you didn't see that pop. 1 minute people are like, yeah, don't pay attention to that. We're not doing anything. And it's like, oh, they're fucking doing something, all right.
I'm trying to hold the three contrasts because I got five. I had
Yeah,
like
yeah.
more, and then I sold it, and then got in when you were talking.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Nice. Yeah, that looks good.
I want to hold the three, but you know,
I know it's kind of like doing something that's super uncomfortable against the grain, but it's what you got to do to be with it. It's
yeah,
like it's like
that's
it's like
yeah.
it's like they're gonna row past you in the tournament if you don't do it, and it's like you wouldn't usually choose for this, but you have to play this way because this is the way everyone's playing, and if you, well, I mean, usually if you've never experienced this thing and you had nobody to guide you through it, I would say you'd avoid it and just study it and study it and study it because it's new. It's not like, when do I say, oh, we're gonna fucking blow through a range from the green zone to the red zone from my of day, by the way. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, to expect that is just so ridiculous. I mean,
Like that days that blast off at 9:30 and boom.
yeah, exactly. Yep. And this one's not like a curse to see so late either. It's like it's to the point where it's actually, if anyone has the audacity to get in and try it, they're actually being treated really well. They just don't think people will try it. They don't think people got the guts. That's the funny part about it. And it's true, like it takes guts. You feel uncomfortable doing it right here. And that's the point. Just like the video that I made the other day, you're in it when you're like, I don't feel like I'm doing it right. And it just does everything it's supposed to do. And you follow along with the trade and it does what you want. And you can tell, like, you're like, oh shit, I see what you mean now. And I'm like, yeah, like all of those times that you feel bad through it and all those uncomfortable times, you'll turn into a stone eventually. It's just like everyone, you're like on a jogging trip and everyone's complaining and you're just like, you have the energy still. I'm like, why are you complaining? It's easy to turn around and say that, isn't it? But like, but at the end of the day, you've been on many hikes and you have the muscle for it. You might be like, fitter than everyone else or something, and they've never done it before, and they're like, "Oh shit, how aren't you even tired? How aren't you phased by it?" Like the camp, uh, instructor dude that's leading the hike. He's just not phased. He's just like into it, and everyone else is just complaining. You can imagine, right? Humans, very predictable. I've been to camp before. I was the one complaining. So definitely. And it's funny too, because that was when I was wanting to read. There's nothing more that I wanted to do than read at camp. And I was like, there's nothing more that I wanted to do in school and physical activities. And all they wanted me to do was read. I was like, it was just, I don't know what it was, but when they were telling me to do something, I didn't want to do it. It was really weird. Now I'm like, I understand the value. I just didn't trust them, I guess. I didn't trust them. I didn't know them. And I didn't know that they wanted what was good for me. They just wanted me to do what everyone else was doing. And it was their job to tell me. And I didn't want to do it. And I was like, I didn't see value in it. But like things like writing and stuff and, doing cursive and everything, I enjoyed. I would listen to them on that. I'd listen to them in history. I'd listen to them, well, sometimes. If there was
My
something more entertaining, I would do that. But yeah. What's up?
I was saying, my ultimate goal is once like I'm 100% comfortable, like
Hmm?
my ultimate goal, I don't know when, but it's to get to like 10 NQs
Mm-hmm.
level
Yeah, yeah,
and then like work with that, like that's my ultimate goal.
definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
so
like all I can think about. Like,
yeah,
that's the
so
only thing.
that's basically, so I was doing on average about 1,000 MNQs a day. Like some days I would do 3,000, some days I would do 500, some days I would do 700, but
Yeah.
there was days like on average I would say I was doing about 1,000 every single
Mhm.
day MNQs. It's usually 1,500. If I put a full day in, it would be about 1,500 contracts that I would trade the whole day. Could be the calm before the storm. Remember, everybody's getting ready to short the 261. We're going to blow their socks off when we get there. Could be on the imbalance too. Maybe the institutions are going to use the imbalance to mask their movement. And when everyone looks back in retrospect, it won't be because they wanted it to use the range. It'll be, oh, that was the imbalance. Better just tell my friend, oh, that was the imbalance, and just not look into it anymore. Because that's what they do. They hear that it's news and they're like, oh, better not look into it anymore because we've been told what it is. So we understand exactly what we've been told, and we don't need to look into it anymore. And that's what I see. Mind not open, closed mind instantly. I'm like, that's hard. Ideas are meant to be challenged, beliefs, everything. And I feel like life is constantly about like an ever evolving belief system where we're different every fucking year and our beliefs might evolve with us, and what we learn influences how we think. And if it doesn't, then we're not moving forward. If we don't refine and have at least a better ability to explain our beliefs and logic, then it's harder to survive. I feel like we always have to be learning how to become better in this earth, essentially, on this earth. But yeah, when we get involved with this 261 in dark area, it can become a lot faster. Like ATR can jump up to 12, 15. I think we could jump up. What? It's ridiculous. We're at 4.7 ATR right now. It's got to be record breaking. They really want people to look at that and be like, "Ew, I don't want to trade that." That's what they're going to say, really. And it's all part of a tactic to get rid of them because they know what most people like, what most people don't. They can highlight the areas that have most of the people's interest and over multiple asset classes and get a robot to think about it and give them an answer. You know, they'll better influence what strategies to program the robot with. Or does it not work like that? I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. Because they will strategize about what best way to condition the public to make trades at specific points that we can then take advantage of them for. Remember that. That's a major thing. The top of the dome. Set it up to knock them down, basically. And their understanding of what most people do is so advanced and raw that most of the time when we look back, we can see that, hey, this is all for the people. All those people that are shorting in there, they're all putting their stops up here and they're buying up to the freaking 261 as they get stopped out of their short trades, fueling the potential blast that I was talking about. We're inside of the range now. Every long trade that's ever been taken today is a positive one. There's no way that you can become a loss if you put your stop in profit at this point.
You
If we blow
feel
through,
it.
what's up?
You feel it. The movement.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're feeling it, that's for sure. 261. Now we might pause at the 261 just to give people a chance to short it. You know what I mean? So let's see. Like, what does it give them? Is it gonna like bounce on the green zone a little bit? Does it drop really quickly? Oh, I'm missing it. Oh, you know, we're gonna do that, or are we just gonna blow their socks off? With no red candle, and just everyone that ever touched this level gets destroyed from now on out. I'm leaning towards that, but let's see. Red zone doesn't change as the target. All time high doesn't fucking change as the target. Let's get real. But at the end of the day, everything that we're gonna do here is ironically part of a 300-point plan that's designed to potentially take it all back. I am 50-50 on that. 50-50 on it becoming all back. So like it's like that getting up there is the first step to being able to drop from there. Being able to drop from there, if it was during market hours, I would be more inclined, but I'm like now it's like the institutions have to do it after hours if they're going to do it, right? You know? If they're going to make that drop down, you would think they'd have to do it after hours. Which I'm like, I don't even like the drop part as much as the pop part, to be fair. Sure, when we go to the red zone, that move could take back to the green zone, yeah. But does it fall all the way back to the fucking 61? Like, that's the beginning of the day. That's the whole day erased after this move is done. And I did say that could happen. It is still a possibility, but there's nothing more that would benefit the institutions than to have it keep going up. Now, would it be too quick on the daily? Like, have we not, have we haven't really spent too much time here. And I mean, that's fine. Maybe they're in a rush. They might be. It honestly seems like they're trying to do it the minimalist way possible to get the job done as quickly as possible. Like they're literally trying to make it seem like it's not important. Don't mind this, don't mind this. Just run up quickly and then make sure it's shit. Nobody will survive the shit. And then run up quickly and then shit. Nobody will survive the shit. Then just make sure you scoot it up real quick while they're not looking. Like that's the vibe I get. That's the game we're freaking playing right now. And you want to know what line I'd love to get to is that freaking blue one on the top. The blue one is actually a line that would identify this entire range um, as a parallel barrier, which would also be a ticket. I think at any time that we touch that, if we touch that before the imbalance, it's almost certain to come back down to the red zone, which is fast blast territory. So if you think about predetermining hedges, like that would be a good predetermined hedge back down to that red zone like that. And yes, sure, it could bleed into the green zone after it did that too. That would be the main goal. But if you take a hedge above that red zone, your goal is to make sure it's profitable back on the red zone. So that's what do you think they're thinking about right now? You know? Like I only get those thoughts because I really care. Like it's almost like a freaking like a child thinking about their favorite movie star or something like that. Like you care. You put your energy into thinking about them, don't you? We stop doing that when we become adults because we get distracted with things. But no, it's true. I used to care more. I used to think like about like even Star Wars people and stuff like that. I was a kid, of course I did. But it was powerful. My imagination was powerful, and I think that it can still be used as an adult, even though we don't condone it as much. And I think that it's powerful in environments like these, like when slowness and discipline is required. Having an imagination is huge for patience, in my opinion. If you're not asking questions and you're not curious, it's like sitting there and waiting for something to happen rather than doing something while you're waiting. Doing something while you're waiting speeds up the time, you would think, right? Like it makes it feel like time is going faster, even though it's not. But the you're doing something that occupies you rather than just raw sitting there and waiting. I can't think of examples, but there's been times like that where it's like, oh, you can either wait or you can do it with everyone else. It's gonna feel like forever. Like you can watch the soccer game or you can play. I'm like, what do you want to do? It's gonna feel like 2 hours just sitting there. Well, it is. And I don't know. I find it's easier just to participate, and it doesn't mean that you actually have to be involved, but to have to understand the plan, the value. The value is the only thing you're ever going to take advantage of ever again in the future. It's all about perception of value, and to be able to act on that value quickly and effectively is a major asset, really. And this isn't as fast as I thought it would be, but most of it could be. I mean, we could still speed up. After all, we're grinding this 261. How do you think they feel for shorting it? Do you think they feel like they're in control? Do you think they feel like they're in control above this green zone right here with so much distance to get to the other side of the range? That when we get there, almost certainly anyone that's shorted from here will be suffering pretty bad by the time we hit that red zone. So, I mean, what a better place to have people foolishly get involved with the trend in the wrong direction at a time where they think, oh, I've shorted it so many times now, it's the end of the day, it's going to finally come along. And I'm like, but why though? Don't you see how you're being treated? That was what I would ask them. I'm like, it's clear that it benefits the bottom line of the institutions to move their assets in a way that disfavors or unpleases most of the public. Nobody got to catch a low today. It was already high when it came up. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, many people would have been thinking because of that big dump that there's going to be bearish news. I bet you all the news in the overnight session was bearish because of the big dump, right? It was just bought out like it was nothing. And all that news is bullshit. Glad I didn't see any of it, right? Because God forbid it poisoned your mind with anything but buy. Because the dump scares people, right? And I'm like, ironically, the news does too in this case. And did it prevent, people from being attracted to buying in, even though it was high at the beginning of the day? It might have been. So I just wonder, in retrospect, if we don't analyze exactly everything that we went through, everything that happened, is the room for improvement? Are we leaving that on the table by not thinking about it? And by all means, if you have anybody ever wants me to think about something for them, I'll fucking think about it. You just fire away. But yeah, because it's not a pain or a problem for me. It's just I expect it to. It's like, oh, we're gonna have to do it. That's one thing you can't get away from. You're gonna have to think about something again in your life. We're never gonna be able to get away from it. Some people they try really hard to not think about anything, I guess, but I don't know if they're pleased with that or if that gives them good results. I think having clear understanding is the superior way. But the thing is people will not go and learn the superior way in favor of having their own way. And I find that that is the biggest weakness. When you look at an institution, it's like, oh, does everybody just have their own fucking way? I'm like, no, there's one right way to do the plan at any given time. You think the people that made this chart and made the plan for it are all doing different things? Like, you crazy? No, they do 100% of the right thing all the time. That should be the job. No, isn't that what we do when we're working? Isn't that what we do when we're at school? Isn't that what we do when we're doing something successfully? I'm like, it's a good point. I mean, I couldn't argue it. I'm trying to. I'm like, what's the other argument? Why are people the way they are then? I'm like, why don't we just operate that way? But when we see people in those chat rooms, bye, Trump, 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 we think it's okay to be like that, right? And I'm like, maybe they poison our minds. I don't know. They don't even know. They're so weak minded, they get sucked into that. They find themselves doing it themselves. They didn't start that, but they're like that now for some reason. Who they pleasing when nobody even knows their names in there? They're all alone, really. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Right? So why do they act like that? When, the algorithm might remember them, like maybe the creator might remember them, I don't know who will remember them. Maybe somebody in the chat will remember them. Maybe God will remember them for that. Maybe they said something that was immoral or unjust, and maybe they will be judged for that at their death. Who knows? I'm not the one to say. But why would you take the risk? I don't. I'm like, I don't. I'm not to say, but that's how I operate. Just to say, like, just to reflect on an interpersonal kind of like way of like, this is how I choose to do it because I see people struggle with it, and they're like, oh, I don't know how to do it. I'm like, I struggle with it. I feel bad. I'm like, you want to know why I don't feel bad? Because I think like this. So at the end of the day, that's the only way I know. Because I don't still try to look for further ways. After I have a solution, it's the solution. Like 2 + 2 = 4. I don't try to find my own way to get there. Do you? I'm like, but I use green markers. I'm like, no. I'm like, come on, buddy. I'm like, you just give me a pencil and a piece of paper. It has to be a green marker. I'm like, no, really? I couldn't imagine. I couldn't entertain that though. Like, how many of you would sit in a conversation for long with somebody that wanted to do 2 + 2 their own way? And if you saw them like teaching, like children a different way to do it, some other way that was like not the way we all know, would we be concerned? I would be. I would have to say something, unfortunately. That's why I don't put myself in front of those people. But for the sake of, you know, Earth and our generation of learning, it would be correct to. Maybe the guy himself didn't know and he was teaching the wrong way because he didn't know himself. You'd have to give him the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't be mad at him. And a lot of people are mad at people for not knowing basic things. And that's been human nature for a long time. And they're completely eluding the idea that the person can learn this information in 2 seconds and be as knowledgeable as they are in certain circumstances, like when it's a date or somebody's name, or when it's a a mathematical calculation. We can all comprehend what's required to complete it. We all have it within us. Like, I'm confident it's not like a human. Like, it's not. There's no humans out there that can't comprehend 2 + 2 = 4. There would have to be something wrong, right? you know and I'm like, okay, fair enough. I've come to that conclusion that many concepts are as simple in trading as 2 + 2 = 4, and why is it that we feel like we need our own way to get there? Because everyone else likes to brag about their way or something, that you feel like that would be cool if I could too. Or we haven't had enough introspective thinking to decide how we are. Like our strategies, are they built on how other people perceive them? Or are they built off of the success of the market? Like the way that they should be built. To the best of your ability, to have every bit of your effort put into them, you know? At least that's I would think. I don't I don't know any better way than to do that way, but I am challenging my ideas right now with much failure. No way to see a better option. So let's see. And the funny thing about it is in trading, you know how 2 plus 2 equals 4, and that's the way forever you've learned it and now you know? Now, is the 261 a reversal level forever and that's how you know it and you're good forever? Is the 188 like that? Is the red zone a reversal level from the high and it always comes down to the green zone, right? But wait, but why did we get above the red zone in the 261s and the 188s then? Why are we ever able to do that? Because 2 plus 2 doesn't always equals 4 like this in this circumstance. Our questions have different answers. Not like 2 plus 2 itself equaling 4. That's always going to remain the same. We learn in school that everything that we learn is so literal. We learn in trading that head and shoulders always mean down when it's the farthest from the truth and reality. Find me one that fucking meant down today. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's like, not today. I mean, like, and maybe there was one or two, but you might have to squint to see it. And I'm like, come on. So at the end of the day, I'm like, that's a good point. I'm trying to challenge it, but I cannot beat that argument. And look at how bad it is from going to the 261 to the 188. I mean, why such a small pattern? Would it have such a difficulty to do such a simple thing at such a high place that would be so quote unquote easy to drop from, you would think, at a place where the trends are so threatened because we're at them and grinding them and so close to their potential break? The imbalance is going to be scaring the socks off of people that need to make it back. If they're like, oh, I need this next big move to happen, the imbalance better be in favor. You know what I mean? I'm like, I wonder if the imbalance is going to be the ticket to the other side of the range. Now, that would be technically correct if it did that. Now, do I see an instance in this world that even if we were to come down, that we don't end up there? No, I see that we will be there by freaking 2 o'clock in the morning. We will either be there or beyond there by 2 o'clock in the morning. I find that very, very likely. It will be probably in the next range by then, and maybe even beyond it. But we are running into the imbalance, and the increase in volatility is about to happen. So all stops and trades must be managed to a point where, it's safe. And also think about, in certain circumstances, hedging could be more appropriate than tight stops, and hedging can allow for wider stops on core. If you want to be able to widen stops, you can choose to hedge and actually widen the stop because you offload some of the risk onto the hedge instead of onto the stop. Like there's all kinds of options once flexibility becomes available. So it does remind me a lot of the last pullback we made, like an M into a W with a W yet to form. The W would be threatening to break its small little downtrend. And yeah, I mean, that's imbalance coming in hot in a couple minutes here. Tell you one thing, it is doing an undeniably bad job at doing that. And sure, that was the original option that I had for this area, and I've leaned away from it, ever since we got up here, and for good reason. It's not something that has been very favorable to go for, but the end of the day, that is what the hedge traders want for them. If there's nothing better than if the hedge would be able to be pieced off at this level and then we rally up through to the high, because that's the same level that we were at before, basically. And going from 261 to 188 is something we've actually never done. We've never fallen from here before. Now, ultimately, doing that doesn't change the ultimate destination of the red zone. Could we go there immediately? Of course, it's on the table. The institutions will take the path of least resistance. If it means that if a bunch of people had sell orders up here and they had stop orders down here, you best believe we're going to come and knock these orders out to eliminate these ones. Then we'll run. You know what I mean? So like that would make a lot of sense if people so happen to place their stops in a advantageous place for the institutions to grab their positions and eliminate stops from the top. Yeah, look at it go, eh? Look at it go. So those people from the 61 have been rendered failures. All hedges have been knocked out. The core trade continues. However, everything that's done from an imbalance has been, can be, sorry, very shaky at times and erase most of the value from the imbalance. We do have to watch out for that to be done from the red zone. If we fall from the red zone to the green zone, it'd hardly be incorrect, but appropriate. You would actually think there's nothing more appropriate, to be fair, than to do that. But there was one but. We could get stuck to the red zone. Obviously, the environment is going to favor the core long trade. If we can see an opportunity to hedge back down to the freaking red zone from above as well, that's another. I think that's what the institutions are going to be thinking about because originally I thought about this idea of being able to get up there so we could get stuck there, and I still am actually in more support of that idea than being able to fall back to the green zone. It is an option, but it's like a 30% chance in my opinion. It's a higher percent
Is
chance.
that high? Is the remember when you did the daily analysis, there was the median point?
Oh
That's what
yeah,
that high is. That's what I was
interesting.
talking about earlier. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
interesting. We shall
That
see.
350 50 high, yeah.
Like the big one on the daily, yeah.
Yep, the big one on the daily, exactly.
Yeah. And another thing I want to point out with this blue line, that it's like one of the first blue lines of the day, and every move has always started and ended at it. I find that very interesting. It's going to be part of our future again. And sometimes when we start and initiate chops, that can actually create a threshold to end the chop. And I would think we would try and go beyond a bit. But yeah. But it's not like it's not doing the thing that it should be doing. It's doing exactly what it should be doing, and it is fast about it too. I know it took a little bit of time, but as long as everybody had the patience, then you're good to go. And I mean, I couldn't explain. If I had a time machine, there's nothing I could do to make it more informative and to make it clearer for everyone to take part in. But we have 8 minutes until the close, and I want to see that red zone by the end of it. But this is the area. I'm just going to zoom out here so we can all take a look at that and determine the 141, 127, and 113 levels that we're dealing with now. Now, all of this, was clear in the morning that we could get involved with these levels. We were failing the 61 right at the open. When we failed the 61, it's notorious for getting involved with these levels. So we have been, I would like to say, here we are. At the end of the day, it's got a limited amount of time left. Will it be treated like a paddle pattern in the overnight? There is a great chance that we try to break the trend and come back up after a big dump in the overnight session. Like, what better move could we do than the biggest move that we've ever done already? And if we made that movement at some point through the trend, what it would do is it's going to give us so much space. Like, you see how right now we only got like this amount of space right there? But if I readjust to a trend like this, like how much more space we will get to grind the red zone, how much more space we will get in the overnight session. Like, we have to understand that there's very likely going to be periods of time where we go sideways for over an hour. Now, how the heck are we going to hold this trend all night? Like, where we're going to be in the morning if we're holding this trend all night long? We'll have to be all the way up through the roof. And I mean, that's fine, but I'm just saying it is the institutions got away with it again. Literally. They got away with it again. Look at them go. Look at them go. Is it not true that everything it should have done, it has done, and now we're almost at the final spot that it should be? And these poor 61 people, I hope, who suffered on that is good, hardworking Americans. And one day, you know, the people that do things like this will get what's coming to them. But at the end of the day, it is it is a luxury to be able to see their plans. Not and it's not even a luxury. It's more like it's like something you have to work for a prolonged period of time and earn. I mean, it's not like you just get it. Do you remember how long it took to learn how to read, or if you ever learned another language? Hey, there we go. That's it. That's the red zone. Everything that it needed to do. Now, I want to see it touch the other side of the red zone, but hey, this is the red zone, but the other side is the point that I was pointing at. And just for the sake of it, I'm like, it is like it's listening. Today would make a good video, but what am I going to do? Like, record everything I said? Like, it's pretty important to
I
go
just
over.
got after that, man. I was like, you told me the whole thing today.
Yeah, right. Like, that's. I could upload it. Yeah, why not? And I could. Yeah, it's I could. There's periods of the day where I could clean it up, and there's like a lot of sideways in there that I could get rid of, so it's not just like slow sideways for long periods of the day. I think maybe I could take it from 6.5 hours down to 3, and leave pretty much everything important in there, and all of the chops where it's like not moving around. It could be but yeah, no, it is a very interesting day. There's a lot of philosophical ideas as well, and a lot of different trading ideas. And I feel like I like to think back on my day, and it's like, have I grown as a human being? Like, am I better off now than I was when I started? And I'm like, I believe that I've grown. I've learned, and that's the main thing. At the end of the day, right now, everything that was supposed to happen happened. There's that analysis could not be, refined to be better. Like, it literally couldn't. It is superior in every way to any other way that I've ever seen in my entire life, and I'll just put that out there. I don't understand another way that could give you more value. And to try and find another method to be in line with all of those movements would be like, I'm like, good luck. At the end of the day, I'm like, it's clear one way and we can understand it that way, or you can waste energy trying to figure out a different way to come to the same conclusion. And I'm like, why? And like, when you look back at the time you spend on Earth, like, if somebody tells you a mathematical conclusion or equation, and you're like, oh, that bastard figured it out, I'm going to figure out a better way to come to the same conclusion, you just end up becoming an idiot. And I'm like, like, what the heck is that? And I don't do that. I don't take Wyckoff and be like, man, and change it around and like make it my own. I'm like, no, I respect it and understand that's the way when we're doing that thing. Like when we're making a 5-wave move, I don't reference it as Elliott wave as much. I give Elliott wave all the credit for the 5-wave move. Personally, I call it a 5-wave move because it is a 5-wave move. If I could call a Wyckoff something to explain it in one sentence, I would. What would I say though? An 11, or sorry, like a 17-point consolidation reversal that it's going to take a lot of time. And that's what it's called. I mean, I wouldn't be wrong, but maybe it's not 17 points. That might be wrong. 10 points, like just going to go a jillion times back and forth and reverse like this in the upwards direction. Like that's kind of the gist of it, with a lot more specifics. The whole idea of Wyckoff is that we understand the specifics of how it does that shape I just showed at the bottom. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you really like that shape, I guess? I'm like, I've seen way more valuable shapes to be professionally interested in than that shape. I'm like, why the hell would we be interested in that? But what about this move? What about having the patience to like gajoom through the range, like green zone, red zone? What about that? Like 150 points right off the bat. You know, is that valuable? Well, why did I have to create a strategy for it today? Why didn't I already have it planned? When was the last time I did it? Can you tell me? Because I'd love to know. But I understand that it was something that I calculated. It wasn't something that I remembered. It wasn't part of my strategy. I don't do that. I don't do that. I calculate. That's where all of anything I've ever accomplished comes from, is being able to take clear actions on clear calculations. That's the only way. And when you're doing math in school, if you try to do anything else, you're likely going to fail, right? And I'm like, don't be scared of math, because it has nothing to do with numbers. Like I said, price, I'm like, I don't even look at it. These numbers right here, I could represent it by yellow line. I don't have to say 261. I could say it's a yellow line. You get the concept. I could point at it and say yellow line. And to somebody that's never traded before, that might even be easier for them to comprehend than saying, oh, 261. They're like, where's 261? All these different numbers, all these different things. Is it on here? I'm like, oh, no, not on there. I'm like, try again. But the yellow line, like horizontal yellow line specifically, I'm like, all the other diagonal lines and all of the other scribbles become obsolete, and you just look for horizontal yellow lines. The human eye might be able to track that quicker than a number. So do we use the numbers to describe the distances, or are the numbers themselves the more important thing? In my opinion, they're not. But that is the close. We did everything we should, and yeah, no. Hopefully, you guys have a wonderful evening, and I'll catch you guys later.